And welcome back, everybody, to Late Night League here at beautiful Santa Ana, California. Tonight, we've got a lot for you on the slab from all across the country, from Roseville to Fort Worth, from Colorado Springs to Orange County. We've got it all for you today. Before we get into everything, just want to thank our sponsors right away, Walmart, for providing all of our PCs for all of our gamers across the nation from their OP line. So thank you so much for being able to help us put this on. Right now, we got a game coming up for you. It's a little special because last week we weren't able to get to the Asian Imports versus the Rush Hour Championship match, so we're going to actually have a finale at the beginning of the stream. But right now, we're going to get to the standings and see what we're going to see ourselves up against. Rush Hour versus Asian Imports. Now, as we can see, Asian Imports is kind of the favorite right now. They are at the very top of the standings, essentially kind of on the very top of the mountain. Boomba following close behind, Get Money Boys, Balls Deep, and Unlucky Dreamers, unfortunately, trailing halfway down the mountain as well. And I think that's what we're going to be headed out for today. Right now, my name is Orion, and this is my friend, what's his name?
Seal.
Seal. And I'm sitting in for Marco today, and we're going to get some games to right away. And this is the West standings right here, and Fruitlings and the E-Boys are currently actually leading the entire pack right now. 40 points, 5 Words in a Dream, 22. Titan Gaming, Fruitcake, and Just Larry deciding to maybe hang back a little bit this season. Now, just want to let you guys know that here at the Esports Santa Ana, we have a lot going on, especially just having, Late Night League as well. On Mondays is League of Legends, Tuesday is Rocket League, Wednesday is, everybody knows it, Wednesday Night Fights. Thursday is Smash Ultimate, and Friday is Fortnite. So, if you don't necessarily have an inkling to League, you can come by any time this week, and there's going to be something here for you. Fighting games, RPGs, MOBAs, whatever you want, we got it here at the Esports Arena Santa Ana and across the nation. So, if you need some fun, check us out. Now, how are you doing today, man? You ready to cast?
I'm doing great. I'm definitely ready to cast some quality League of Legends games today. How are you feeling about it?
I'm feeling all right now. I'm actually really excited because Asian Imports is one of my favorite teams. They have a great name, but they also have extremely good players. Their mid laners are their mid laner. Their mid laner is, basically world class at this point. Top laners are pretty okay. But right now, I'm waiting to see whether or not Rush Hour can pull this one out. Now, Rush Hour has been here for about a season. I mean, this is the second season of Late Night League. But right now, we're going to get into the draft of the next game, Rush Hour versus Asian Imports. And we're actually at the spectator delay right now, so we can actually see what we're up against today. So on the blue side, we got Rush Hour with Trindamere Pot, Just Hit Baron, Tenchi, Crystallized Rain, and the Beast Johnny. Now, I think we have some subs out today. Trindamere Bot and Crystallized Rain will be subbing out for their respective roles this week. And Asian Imports are kind of just going to stay with their same comp. We got More Shoes, the mid laner that I was talking about. Definitely the crux of this entire team right now. And so we're going to be getting into the game in just a little bit. But what can you tell me about these teams, man?
Yeah, I'm excited to see More Shoes on the Yasuo. In the previous games that I've seen Asian Imports play, More Shoes has kind of been on those mage picks. I've seen him on the Orianna, on the Anivia, and now bring out the Yasuo. He's bringing out that fighter, that really big carry in the late game. I'd love to see how he plays this game, especially in the Ahri matchup. That's going to be a big skill matchup in the mid lane. Can be very volatile going either way.
And as we see, they definitely tried to ban out More Shoes. And I guess anybody who watched the last week just heard me and the other caster just screaming about More Shoes because every single game, he was basically leading the pack. Nobody could ever really take him down. And we see in the pick and bans that they did essentially get out 2 of More Shoes' comfort picks. Zoe, who was an absolute terror of the last season and this season as well. And Syndramere. I was about to say Syndramere. Syndra is also one of those comfort picks. She's not played a ton, but when she is played correctly, she's one of the best mid laners, I think, and safest mid laners as well.
Yeah, definitely one of those lane dominant picks that you can kind of just take over the entire game with if you can manage to get ahead and snowball. And one thing I wanted to kind of point out is as well as Dami for Spiky, that's been one of his best picks so far during this season of Late Night League. And it's really kind of intimidating to see him on that pick again. So I'm thinking that that's going to give Asian Imports quite the edge in the bot lane here.
And I think that because they used up so many of their bans and they decided to not really focus on the bot lane, I'm talking about Rush Hour's pick and bans, they really couldn't ban out this Nami. This Nami has been in literally every single game that we've had this season almost. She is just a power pick. She heals, she does damage, She has incredible CC if you hit it. I think that for now, I think that's going to be it for the pick and bans. We're going to get right into the game very soon. But this composition, I would say, is pretty balanced. So last time we had Rush Hour and Asian Imports basically batting at each other with these crazy comps where they would only go DPS or they would only go tanks. And it was really a slugfest. Last week we had, I would say, fairly balanced in terms of team power, in terms of team skill. Of course, More Shoes kind of ran over everybody. But essentially, the team comp right now is pretty balanced, and so I don't see a ton of, I would say, I mean, anybody who gets like 20 kills is going to snowball, right? And so, yeah. And so anybody who gets 20 kills is going to snowball. And, but I am looking forward to that Yasuo.
Yeah, me too. Another pick that I kind of wanted to talk about was as well as the Heck Room in the jungle for Rush Hour.
Yeah.
He's been such a strong pick since the Conqueror changes came through. He has extra sustain from his debut already innately in his kit. Now with Conqueror, he has so much sustain, he can just fight through pretty much anyone. And as he starts to get items as well, the Q damage ranks up. That was buffed just a couple patches ago. And now Heck Room's just a terror of the jungle. Yeah,
and so I think that, you know, sustained junglers have really found their place in this meta right now. Last time we had Warwick, and I think he did okay, but unfortunately last time Warwick doesn't really have a lot of pre-6 power. Hecarim has a little bit because he's almost like Rammus in a way, that he's just super fast and he could tackle people if they get him against the wall or anything like that. That Urgot in the jungle though.
Yeah, that's an interesting one.
Well, we saw it last week and it worked out because the bottom lane had a lot of kill pressure and essentially the Urgot just came in and chomped who was ever too low. And that's critical when you have, you know, an ADC that needs to have every single point of life doing all the damage that they possibly can. And I think that Urgot is going to play another key role in this one as well. He's pretty tanky also for like a jungler who's kind of a DPS. He is a strange pick for sure. But I think that they're going to be able to work that one out.
Yeah, he's more of a bruisery type of jungle. He's going to be kind of tinky up in the front of the lines. He's going to be there to kind of soak up a bit of damage for the Ezreal and the Yasuo to kind of sit back, do their own thing in the team fights.
Yeah, so the Yasuo, so I think that what we're going to be looking at today is definitely going to be the Ahri versus More Shoes Yasuo. Now, More Shoes is a power player. You basically literally can't ban him out in this level of play. You can ban out any champion, and I don't know, he'll go mid lane with Nami or something. I don't know. He's definitely a great player, and his mechanics are. I just keep on talking about this guy because last week he was crazy.
Yeah,
he was nuts. He was nigh unstoppable. And so this week we're gonna need to be watching if this Ahri from Rush Hour can take down this More Shoes.
Yeah, I'm looking towards the mid-jungle synergy between them. If the Hecarim and Ahri can kind of just run over this Yasuo in the early game, they could really set him back before he can start to get those items and accelerate the gameplay.
And I think that we're going to be getting into our game right now. We've already jumped in about 40 seconds in, and we see that Rush Hour is trying to do something a little cheeky here. I don't think that Asian Imports, I mean, everybody expects an invade, but like, I don't think that they know.
Yeah, they don't have any wards spotting this out. They have Ezreal kind of going into the bottom jungle.
Yeah, Ezreal's going to walk down.
Vision, but I'm not sure if he's going to be able to spot out any of this.
He's not going to use he might use his ward, but like, oh my god, they're so close right now. And they're just going to walk away.
Yeah, they're just walking right out.
Okay, they're going to spot him, and Ezreal is just going to be like, oh, this is awful.
Yeah, Urgot is starting the red side of the jungle anyway, so he wouldn't have been delayed on that blue buff, but it could have potentially been a 3 buff coming in for Rush Hour had they decided to stay there and go for the blue buff take.
And for sure, I think that, I mean, Urgot typically, of the Urgot jungle games that I've seen, has definitely started at red, so it's fortunate, but right now, they're just going to chill out, see what they're going to go for. Nothing crazy these first few minutes of the game.
Yeah, overall, the invade not working out. Kind of just, it's pretty good for Asian Imports. Means that they aren't going to get 3 buffs. They aren't going to have any kills going over to the side of Rush Hour early. So it's going to get Zen laning.
And I think that's pretty interesting. If Victor top, and so, you know, More Shoes, he plays mages basically all day. He can play essentially anything he wants. But the Victor top, he's, I would say, an okay pick.
Yeah, I think the Olaf, it could be a pretty volatile matchup as well. Once the Olaf hits the level 6, Victor's not going to be able to do anything, and Olaf can just run him down if he hits one of those axes. But before that, Simir does have a really strong early game, as you see in top lane. He has Conqueror as well, so he can use that extended
just hit Baron's, deciding to kind of taunt the gunner. Tryndamere is going to sandwich Bear King here. I don't know if Bear King wants to stay here. This might be a little awful. He does get it. Justin Baron's going to give up first blood to Yasuo. Tryndamere is... oh god.
That's not what you want to do.
Why did you give him it? Oh no. And Tryndamere is going to have to run back, especially if like doesn't have any more health. He's going to probably have to back soon, even though he does get some life still. But okay, so now that Tryndamere is at like half health and he just gave up a kill, or you know, the jungler of his just gave up a kill, Victor is going to have an experience lead on him, and also he's definitely going to not be able to stay around in this lane as long as his friend over there.
Yeah, another thing, Morpheus picking up that first blood. He didn't have to wait for the like 0-10 off the power play. Already 1-0. Already that's kind of really tough for 10 games to kind of deal with the Yasuo who already has that accelerated kill.
And like you said, that is not the thing you want to give to somebody who is known to be essentially a powerhouse mid laner. But Morpheus knows what he's doing. He's trying to cover the entire map. He knows when to come in with his team and help them out. Ahri was still there, but she was a bit slower to fight, or I think she was just chilling out in the mid lane. So he's actively looking for these kills right now. Oh god, he has a red buff. This is awful for Ahri. This is absolutely awful for Ahri. But
the only thing Ahri has really going in her favor right now is she has the range advantage.
Yeah.
Yasuo's dashing kind of makes up for that on his own.
Despite having a red buff and despite being pushed up to a tower, they were just trading a little bit, but they are relatively in the same amount of CS right now. Man, Morpheus keeps on poking this.
His line in tornado is really low right now.
Yeah.
I think because of the early kill that Hecarim gave over, Justin Bear is going to have to do a really good job of getting back into this game and try and survive during that first death. And that takes a lot of mental outlook. We're not going to go see him back on top lane or the mid lane like we kind of talked about. He's putting more shoes behind a bit. He's not going to be able to do that without the ghost, so he's going to have to kind of wait for that cooldown and come back up before he can look to make another game.
Yeah, we were talking about how like you sustain junglers like Warwick back in the other season didn't exactly have kill pressure before 6. Well, Hecarim essentially gave up his kill pressure before 6 over a crab.
Yeah, exactly.
So
yeah, Morpheus got the mid priority and was just rotated super quick. And even Wacky Strawberry also had the lane priority, so they were both able to come down on the Dust Hit Baron.
And so a pretty, I would say a pretty strong start for Asian Imports right now. Of course, you know, in the early game, a kill is really good. Yasuo hasn't really gone back yet, and the gold is just within 800 across all the lanes. Now, one thing to note, Olaf, because of all that pressure and because he had to go back home early, he is literally half the CS of this Victor who is still in. Yeah, Victor is still in. Oh, he's gonna flash him. Kazito is trying to find his way out of here. He does get away with the heal. 2 flashes burnt, and I think that they'll be able to get out of that one. A little bit.
That heal just barely come in, saving Kenzito's life, but really good run from the Ahri. Managed to blow some stuns, but doesn't quite turn to the kill.
Now, that was pretty great from Ahri. I mean, look at the vision right here. Like, they know that they were going to be the only ones in that lane unless somebody decided to walk through the lane. It was almost perfect, but I would say that their goal, I don't think they super expected a kill. I think that they were just trying to bait out those 2 flashes, which they only got one off of Kenzito, and Ahri used her flash into that.
Yeah, Nami was positioning a bit back behind the AD carry, managed to get that ebb and flow off to get the heal, and the heal coming from the Ezreal as well. Go down there. Yeah,
it's really tough to, even if you have Ignite, it's a little tough to try to find a kill on somebody as slippery, you know, as, I'm not going to use a fish joke, but like, like Kenzito, who is able to Essence Spawn out of there. Essence Spawn, I used the World of Warcraft. Okay, but, you know, he has that escape, essentially a flash, but he used both of them. Here we see...
actually, I like that move from Wacky Strawberry. It means he's going to be able to push in the wave super quick. He has TP, so he can just back and TP right back in the lane. Olaf's not going to be able to do it, and he can't back when there's a massive wave on the curve like that. So
and he's just going to...
That's going to help him really already.
Especially with maybe the assist gold and the experience that he got from that. I mean, that level 1 fight, I know these are minor details.
He got the 2nd hex score upgrade already.
Yeah.
7 minutes.
Dude, this is going to be... Oh no, this is awful. But, so yeah, we were talking about like, you know, at 6, maybe Tryndamere was going to be able to... Okay, he's not Tryndamere. He's Olaf. Man, why would you pick this name?
Tryndamere was actually banned by Asian Imports.
Yeah.
Maybe the name was just there to get the ban out. But
oh my god, this Nami does so much damage.
Yeah.
So we see Hecarim coming around. They don't have any vision. He's going to go in for it. Going for
There's
Kentito.
a great
Lands on
flash.
the Nami, but then he knocks her away. Kentito is going to walk away. Might be able to even get out of this alive. No. CR getting ulted on. Lands the charm now. Morphe's in a lot of trouble right now. One more hit, and he's going to go down. Please, Tenchi. And Tenchi makes it out with his life. Able to sustain with his passive. Basically having no health, but no stopping here. Beast Johnny is in the clutches of Urgot, and that's the kill pressure we were talking about. Jumps in, knocks him back. Crystal Rain. Oh no, he misses the ult. He's burning.
So much action going on right now.
I think that, okay, so as I said, you can't stay in lane essentially with this Urgot on the map. Because he will just literally, he didn't have to do anything. He just walked into lane and pressed R, and he's gone.
Yeah, he just had to land skill shot.
And so, what we didn't see there is that Nami landed that perfect bubble onto Crystallized Rain, and that shocked him a lot. So he had to use his heal, and he was still burning as he walked away. But we're gonna walk away with 2 kills, or at least 1 kill in the favor of Asian Imports. Not the worst outcome out of that fight, but they do lose a dragon.
Yeah, getting the Drake, just a god Drake is not impactful. It's not that Infernal Drake or that even that more with the sustain in lane. And when you're that case Barret bot lane, if the enemy team has good sustain, they already have Nami. They have really hard time doing it.
Okay, this push uses
That's through everything.
He's just, I mean, like, he's Yasuo, he's gonna be, you know, the ninja, but he's taking a lot of poke here. So here comes Hecker, more shoes. Definitely in a little bit of a tussle here, but Tenchi essentially just goes down. They trade over for it. Man, Yasuo does a surprising amount of damage at 9 minutes, especially with, you know, just 1 kill.
Yeah, I mean,
but
the Zeal already coming in. That Yasuo passive giving him double the crit on the item.
Oh god, this is awful.
Allowing him to pick up a lot of kills already.
And so that was a great gank by Hecarim. Unfortunately, he pushed him towards the Ahri, and that essentially put him. You don't want to be in melee range with a Yasuo with an ult, especially when he has, like, you know, his Q stacked up. But it's a trade, and they're gonna go back to lane. Probably not worse for wear. They're both gonna buy. Yasuo does have that Zeal, but it's not, you know, a Phantom Lancer.
Yeah. Honestly, I'd take that trade if I was Tenchi. He was lucky that the Ignite got the kill over to him. And because you really don't want to fall behind even further in this matchup when you have Yasuo who can just snowball.
Essentially,
Yeah.
yeah.
Just take over the game.
You can't really slip up with the Yasuo who is 2-2 right now, or 2-0. He essentially can just like slide on top of you, throw, you know, a tornado up, and you're done. So Nami's gonna throw out the wave. They think they can get Crystal. Crystallized Rain is in the wrong place right now. He tried to drop the ult in. He's Johnny. Oh god, another. Where is he aiming with that? We don't know, but we do see that this might not be over. So Yasuo and yeah, he's running for him, man. Yasuo might be able to find him if he doesn't have a flash. He does have
All the way
Ignite. Oh, he doesn't do it. He doesn't do it. He misses the ult. Barricade is gonna take a couple shots from the turret. It's still gonna get the kill, but that was almost really bad for Yasuo. He didn't want to use the Ignite and walk away for it, and almost cost him his life.
Yeah, I think he was trying to get Bear King the kill. Bear King was roaming down throughout the Fear Beyond Death. It just barely missed, so Morpheus walked right back into Ignite range, got the Ignite off, and took down the Beast Gun.
And because of this pressure, even though that Yasuo is in the mid lane, he's not going to lose his mid lane turret. You know, obviously, it's only 11 minutes. Because of all this pressure and because he shoved Ahri all the way up to the turret, he could sit down here and apply damage and just be back in lane, maybe for, you know, a couple bars off of his turret. I would say a great trade if it's even a trade for Asian Imports.
Yeah, Asian Imports has already picked up now 3 turret plates on that bot lane turret. That's a ton of gold going over to them, and that's going to be huge as we approach this kind of mid-game.
We see it. I mean, we see that gold right now at 11 minutes, but hold on. Spikey's kind of in a wrong place right now. Hecker is doing so much damage, he's going to use the ult for it. Here's Urgot. Urgot is not going to do anything. He's just going to, he's like, I'm sorry, Nami, dude. You're fish food, dude. And unfortunately, Nami dies in the river.
Yeah, her flash just probably about 30 seconds to a minute coming back off cooldown. Can't make plays like that when you're down flash already.
No, I don't see them making anything out of it. Actually, scratch that. Morpheus is in a lot of trouble right now. They're gonna land the tornado, get some both. Here comes Blackie Strawberry. Jesse Bearking's in the wrong place right now. Urgot is gonna land the ult. Maybe Bear King does take the kill for some reason. But that was an absolutely beautiful turn by Morpheus, throwing that tornado out, and I just cannot stand in front of this Yasuo in a straight line like that.
Yeah, such a good turnaround from him. Knew to get the 2 stacks up just in time so he'd have that tornado, lands it on both of them, and does the immediate ultimate.
There's just no panic.
Beautiful.
No panic.
Man, I love watching Morpheus play. He's so good at this game.
Like, so, he is great. He is great. And they knew that Hecarim was coming. The wards were in the river. I don't think that they were like necessarily like planning for him to be there, but it just shows like the mechanics and the skill coming out of Morshies that he could turn a bad situation into a good one for himself.
Yeah, exactly. And I think Rush Hour also wasn't expecting Wacky Strawberry to run down. If you look, there's no vision in that river. So he was able to just get right down there, surprise them, and pick up the kill himself.
Might land it. Nope. I'm not going to go in for it. I mean, I wouldn't do that, but I'm not Morshies. Now, let's not say that, you know, Tenchi is doing a bad job here. Okay, he decided he wanted to go in, especially with Hecarim. It was the right fight to take. Okay, but as you said, they didn't have vision in the river, and Wacky Strawberry, he doesn't have any like speed buffs. He just walked down the river to turn that fight.
Yeah.
And so it just shows the power of this Victor in the top lane and how much pressure matters. Even if you might not get a lot of kills off of, you know, Olaf. Olaf is 0-0-0. He has no depth. Okay, and he's catching up in CS.
Yeah, I think the thing with the Olaf I want to point out here is he's starting off with that Spectre Scowl. He's just rushing MR so he doesn't die to
Wait a minute.
Victor in lane.
Trinimir's caught between a rock and a hard place. He
Oh, good
flashes
flash.
out, and he ults,
Oh,
but
no,
he might not be
Morpheus.
able to do it. Okay, sorry, Morpheus. Oh.
Goodbye, Trinity Riot.
So that was really great, but as we see, Spikey is probably going to...
Kenzito flashed. He saved his
it,
support.
and he gets a kill for it! He gets a kill for it! Oh my god,
Wow.
Kenzito, you absolute god! So he flashes in front of it. Now we're going to try to take on Crystallized Rain, but he doesn't expect the heal, and he gets a double kill on this Epidural in the top lane Horseshoes. And Wacky Strawberry are just going off right now, and Asian Imports are turning what used to be like essentially a 3,000 gold lead into a 5,000 gold lead with over 7 kills in the bag.
And so well played from Kenzito there. Flash to keep his support alive, held on to the heal so that he didn't have to use it. Let Nami heal him up and took down the Zyra as well.
Okay,
Beautiful
so maybe
play.
because, you know,
Tenchi.
Tenchi is a little bit overconfident there, deciding to take the ground right in front of his face. I don't think he's going to walk out of this one alive. No, Wacky Strawberry just walks up to the dude. But here comes Trinimir and bot, but he's probably not going to be able to land.
Missed the undertail.
Yeah.
Tragic.
But what a series of events for Asian Imports. Turning up the gear to gear 5. Wacky Strawberry is going to find a horse in the bushes. Probably not the best place to finish this one. The best place to be. We got some more action in the bottom lane. Crystallized Rain is top between the turret, or a dead turret that is. He's not going to make this one out alive, and Asian Imports are just applying their skill and force across the entire map.
Yeah, after that last kill they picked up in the bot lane, they got a cloud, or they got the Ocean Drake rather, got the bot lane turret, and Crystallized Rain had no place to go to once the Urgot showed up as well, and he just had to go down.
It's just kind of an unfortunate series of events right now because we could just see the power coming out from Asian Imports. I don't want to say that Rush Hour, you know, they don't have it in the bag right now, but look at this vision. Look at this vision. Look at this goal coming out from Asian Imports. They're showing their dominance here as the top seed of the central region right now, and it shows.
Yeah, I mean, I just wanted to point out that bottom side jungle for Rush Hour, it just lit up the board from Asian Imports right now. They
Somebody
got the
left
turret,
the lights on, man.
went right back down there, and it's like they're already on that side. It's like they're the blue team this game. They have all the vision there in jungle.
Trinimir's going to find himself kind of in a bad place right now. Yasuo doing a ton of damage. Lands the charm. This might be really bad for Morshies. Actually, he's blasted him. Doesn't get the knockdown, but Morshies is taking a ton of damage. How much damage is he going to be able to take? He's burning right now, and Olaf is just going to eventually lose his life. Here comes Epidural. Loses essentially all of his life right now, but they don't want to stay around this turret, especially with this Urgot. And I think that they're just going to run over to the mid lane, or at least...
I think Rift Herald.
Yeah, they're going to get Rift Herald. I think they maybe should have tried to stick around to this turret, knowing everybody's low, but they do have amazing wave clear.
Yeah, Caitlyn and Zyra offer a lot of wave clear. I think I like the move to take up the Rift Herald there. They have the Ocean Drake to sustain. They're going to be able to maybe just pop this right down the mid lane right now and take the turret.
Yeah. You know what? You're right. They're better league players than me. Okay. They decided to be decisive with this Rift Herald, but I think they might even just save it for now because they're in a really bad spot. Zyra's is going to lose her life right now. Beast Johnny is gone. He just gets bubbled and he's gone.
Yeah, it's not every day you see the Nami bubble pick up a kill, but that was a big splash right there.
Yeah, a big splash for a big team. Asian Imports. They're going to drop the the Rift Hero. They weren't able to get the mid lane turret. It would have been really good if they could get that Dragoner turret. There it goes.
Rush Hour charging down mid lane. That's going to be at least half of this turret's health gone too. They have all 5 here. They might try to take the entire turret.
I think that, wait, so this is the grand final. I don't think this is the best of 3. I think this is definitely going to be, a couple games for them to fill each other out. And Ezreal finally lands an R. He finally does it. 17, 18 minutes in the game. He finally gets it. And so because of that Rift Herald, that power play, they didn't have anything else other than their bodies. They get 2 turrets.
Have 2 turrets and half the health of the last turret right there. That's pretty good.
Yeah. I mean, I would say that's pretty good. That's essentially 8,000 gold in the lead right now, and it hasn't stopped. So that's the problem, right? So if they were 8,000 gold in the lead, and they were slowly building that up, and they gave Rush Hour enough time to build up to that, okay, whatever, maybe. But for the last 5 minutes, there's been nothing but kills going over in the favor of Asian Imports.
Yeah, Asian Imports, their bot lane has been so good this game. Ezreal specifically 5-0-3. Spiky 1-1-9. They crushed that bot lane, got the turret really early. Bear King did a really good job of accelerating that. He came down, got some really good ganks off, landed the chains, was able to pick up kills with that Fear Beyond Death, and got them a couple drags, a couple kills, a couple turrets. And now, you see Ezreal with the Triforce Mirror Mana to Caitlyn's Infinity Edge.
It's rough.
Ooh, yeah, that's definitely rough.
Now, Caitlyn, I wouldn't call her a hyper carry necessarily, but, everybody in late game essentially can turn things around. Why did he do that, Hecarim? That's just rude, man. That's rude. So I think they're going to... I don't know if they're going to be able to wait around for Dragon here, but I think that Asian Imports is just going to try to take their time, find whatever they need, but they're looking, and they see the Zyra, and Zyra knows that she is in a bad place right now. She is between a rock and a hard place. Tenchi does get the... well, no, the plants does get Nami, so they do trade. Support for support, not too bad. Now that's important because Victor and Nami both use their ultimates on that for essentially a support kill.
Victor also used his flash. Ari didn't have for anything except for her ultimate, so that's really good for Tenchi there.
Oh, they step in the traps and they go for Ghost there. But if they were about to have a fight, now this is where they need to fight right now. Maybe not at this dragon, but right when they used up all of their ultimates essentially for a support, they really should have been able to find something else than they did. But they're going to go back to the mid lane and just chill out.
Yeah, if I'm Rush Hour, the way I want to see us get back into this game is Ari needs to be looking to hit those charms, use the flash aggressively, use the ultimate pretty much off the cooldown to find picks, and just let Caitlyn get into that leaking build. Right now she's just at the Infinity Edge, but once she starts to get a couple of those Zeal items coming in, she'll be doing some pretty good damage in these fights, even though there is a pretty good front line with the Urgot on the side of it. Of course, Caitlyn just shred everyone.
I think in terms of the front line, while they don't have like an insane front line, that Yasuo's Wind Wall is kind of ish. He can protect the back line just by casting it up. I think he'd be using that offensively, but as we said, this Ari is going to need to find some picks. How can he find picks when they're all together? Lands the charm, really low right now, Zito, and here comes Hecarim chopping through the entire team. Teleport comes in. Where is Olaf? Dustin needs to get out of there. The Unstoppable comes out, and they're trying to get Morshi down. Morshi's not going to be able to die, and Tennessee is running for his life. That is 4 deaths in the favor of Asian Imports. Only Rain right now. This is just an absolute slaughter for Rush Hour.
Asian Imports, they lost Lucky Strawberry early on in that fight, and as soon as that Hecarim flank came in, I actually thought that Rush Hour was going to win the fight, but Zito stayed alive, Morshu stayed alive, and they were able to dish out all the damage they needed to pick up the kills on the back end of the fight.
And so, yeah, exactly. And so they were able to get some surprise picks, I would say, because Yasuo got somebody knocked up, and then the R from Ezreal came out and just chopped him in half. You can't expect that. And so they lose something at the beginning of the fight. Now they have, essentially all the pressure right now, and unfortunately just hit Baron, even though he charged through and feared literally everybody in that team fight, he's not going to actually be able to just hit Baron.
Yeah, he's not going to be able to just hit Baron right now. Unfortunate for him. He's sitting nearby, isn't playing for the game, he's just hit Baron, gets another Baron. That's unlucky for Rush Hour.
Unlucky right now. But I think that because we're at the grand finals, Rush Hour is going to be able to feel this one out. They're going to definitely be able to see whether or not they can find something to stop this this absolute wrecking ball of the team, Asian Imports. Now, Like, if we look at the standings right now, well, not the standings of the game, but like the standings itself of, you know, this match, Yasuo, I would say that as good as he's doing right now, Morshoes is a little rough on Yasuo. You know, he's not like 9-0, but I guess that's a huge standard for me to put him at. But this Ahri has been able to get solo kills on him at least 3 times. That is where I'm seeing Rush Hour. Wait, Ahri, never mind.
Oh.
Why did you? No!
Oh no, the flash too.
Wait, he's able to get out! No!
Rush.
So he doesn't
Barely
get it
lands
within the
that.
first like 5 minutes, but he's able to get it when it counts. And Ahri just face checking bushes. I mean, I guess if it's in your own jungle, you feel safe, but I was about to say this Ahri is where they're going to turn it around, but you can't be checking bushes like that. With
Yeah,
your face.
especially when you have the mid down already. That's going to allow Asian Imports to get all up in your jungle right there. You're going to be able to go down all the way they need to, and you can't just face check that when you're down already like that.
But I suppose maybe let's not beat them up too much because Asian Imports, they're over 10,000 gold in the lead right now. It is a rough, like very tall mountain to climb if you're Rush Hour, and I think that they're just trying to kind of make sure they don't tilt and get ready for the next match, because realistically, this would be a tough one to win. Okay, this is almost nigh impossible. Like nothing's impossible in League, but this is impossible. He gets thrown over the wall, and Kennedy is actually able to survive for just a little bit longer. They both have the Black Dusted. Baron takes out the Ahri, well not the Ahri, he takes out the fish, chops him in the sushi, and they do get a traded kill off that one, but there's no way they're going to be able to sustain that kind of pressure because Black and Strawberry just jumps in front along with Morshoes, and they're going to be able to take it out, double kill, they're going to get a double inhibitor, and I think this might be it. The death timers are pretty long right now, and
Yeah, they have Baron buff first going right
and the ADC is just tough, and I think that Asian Imports, unless they want to play with their food, they're just going to focus down the Nexus, and that will be... Wait.
I gotta pick up the next kills. Okay. Just add insult to injury right now.
Well,
24 minutes, that's a pretty quick game. Asian Imports really making quick work of Rush Hour.
by the numbers, boys, GG going over to Asian Imports. Game 1 goes over to Asian Imports.
Such a good job of Asian Imports, really accelerating their bot lane. Bear King getting those really good ganks off in the early game, and kind of setting the Kate Zyra behind. And when you're behind as Kate Zyra, it's really hard to get yourself back in the mid game. These are champions that are supposed to smash the lane, that are supposed to be ahead, get that turret damage in, get the plates early, and they weren't able to do that.
Yeah, they weren't able to do that, and Zyra Kate is, you know, a high damage lane, especially with all that CC. Unfortunately, they weren't able to protect themselves against, you know, literally getting skill shotted by Urgot and then dying. Of course, we got to give credit to Asian Imports bot lane. The Nami landed some super clutch bubbles, and she was doing so much damage. And it was oppressive, right? Like, of course, Nami is who she is, right? Lots of CC, lots of healing, but I would say an exceptional job done by the mid lane of Asian Imports.
Yeah, seriously, Spikey's looking so comfortable on this Nami, and when you pick it against that Kate Zyra, it kind of just negates all that poke that they do in lane. They're supposed to be this big damage bot lane, but Nami just heals up all that damage, and essentially your bot lane is not able to do what they're supposed to do. They're not going to be able to get ahead, and Asian Imports really kind of capitalized off of that this game.
And
but
yeah,
I did want to give credit to Tenchi. Actually, on the Arya's game, he looked really good, landed a lot of good clutch charms, but at the very end of the game, Asian Imports was just too far ahead. He wasn't able to kind of carry some of these late game team fights, but props to him. He did a really good job this game.
Yeah, and I think that he would have been a little bit more ahead if his jungler and his top laner were more in sync with him. So we saw, Morshoes getting all these kills, even though he wasn't, the star of the game. He got a couple kills because his jungler and his top laner just miraculously, they planned to do this, but like just miraculously were there, right? And so I think that on the Asian Import side, they did really good in terms of pressure and knowing when to pull the trigger. Rush Hour, I think for the next, let's see here. So the next match that we're going to be having is going to be Dom versus Danny Magnum, 2 teams that I haven't actually casted before.
Yeah, I don't think I've casted either of these teams before too, so that should be pretty exciting for us. Get to see some new names out there.
Yeah, we're going to be jumping in for a little bit, and Dom.
I must not fall.
Oh my goodness. And so I think that this is a all right, so we haven't casted these guys before, and I think that maybe Asian Imports would have just taken the Grand Championship. I think that was the last game.
I think they did.
But we'll have to wait and see
Oh,
after
I like how
the
you
standings right
celebrated
now.
your day.
So since these are some new teams, we're going to be having a new relationship with these guys. So what are the bands coming out right now? We got a Leona and we got a Kaisa.
Kind of mixing up the bands for each lane here. We have a top lane band, mid lane band, AD carry band, and a support band already.
Let me
There's
at 'em.
target bands, but not taking out any of the really big power picks in the meta right now.
Oh wait, it's Korean Banana. Okay, so this guy's insane.
I've seen this guy
Okay,
earlier
so-
before I
so-
remember this.
Okay, Korean Banana is insane. Okay, so apparently he went like he was Irelia a couple weeks ago. I think you casted him.
Actually, I didn't cast him. That was the week before I casted.
All right,
but
the week before.
Korean
but
Banana,
yeah, this,
insane carry top laner.
yeah. So insane went like I think 12-0 at one point. Essentially, just destroyed the other team right now. Okay, so we're gonna have to keep an eye on this guy. So thank goodness we have somebody to look at. So
He's on the
they
Irelia
let him
too.
have it. They let him have it. No, no. Oh, jeez. Now, okay, so Dawn, they have the Nautilus. Last week we had an extremely powerful Nautilus. He's been receiving buffs. I mean, he has a buff, I guess. His passive now locks him down for a full second. It used to be like 0.75 seconds, which doesn't seem like a lot, but a whole second, that 0.25 seconds, is enough to lock people down. Now, Irelia is ultra mobile, and he's going to be going up against the Nautilus unless they send them into the top lane.
Yeah, Nautilus could actually go anywhere. It's kind of a flex pick right now.
Yeah.
I've seen it built full AP in the mid lane. I've seen it in the top
What?
lane as a tank. Seen it as a support. And right now, it could still be a flex pick.
I love him as support because he just seems so dumb to play in support. He's like a bigger Thresh. If Thresh, you know, you had to press Q every time you landed one. Now, we got an Evelynn. Evelynn is super powerful. I mean, obviously when you have a character that can just fade away from sight and just essentially walk over wards, it's going to be kind of a terror. And the Zillion is an okay pick mid lane.
I like it with the Irelia.
Life is too
Can
short
speed up the
for
Irelia in
fear.
team fights.
Oh no.
And if Dom can ever get close to taking down Irelia, just pop off that chrono shift on him and he's going to go right back up.
Oh. So I guess we're looking at the team comps right now. We have another Caitlyn, Hecarim. So what is going to pan out of this one? They take out the Alawi.
Impure fools.
Actually, I like the Vayne band. Vayne's been such a strong pick recently in solo queue. She's been kind of sitting at the top tier of the 80 carries, and I haven't seen her picked much in this tournament so far. I haven't seen her in late night league yet.
Vayne is, you know, she's the traditional ultra carry. You know, you never want to encounter a Vayne in the jungle and it's like
Your
25
worst
minutes.
decisions will haunt you.
So they're gonna take out Morg. Morg is definitely, I mean, there's not a ton of like CC on the side of Danny Magnum.
Yeah, I don't really like the Morg band that much because, again, the Nautilus is probably going to be the support for Dom.
Playtime's
But
over.
already with the Morg band, you kind of just already ban out a role that's already been picked with the Morgana.
Right, and so they also banned Alawi right before that, which is odd to me because they already picked Irelia. I'm not sure if they just don't want Irelia to face down Alawi. Alawi is extremely good in team fights if you get her up to, you know, where she can actually fight. Tristana, you know, the standard bottom lane pick, especially versus Caitlyn, doesn't have the upper hand in the, you know, first 5 minutes, but after she gets kind of, you know, the levels up, she'll equalize Caitlyn in terms of range, eventually overtaking her.
Yeah, Tristana is one of those big late game hyper carries. Can actually even out damage the Kate when you get to these late game fights.
Mhm.
And so if Tristana and Kate can both scale to that late game, it's gonna be a really explosive game from these 80 carries.
Mild Turtle.
I
Wow.
casted that guy before.
Wow, what a name. So we have extremely beefy composition over on Dom's side. Is it just Dom? We
Yeah,
just call
Dom.
him Dom. Okay.
I believe it's Dom.
Let's just call him
Yeah,
Dom.
Scion and Nautilus, and Hecarim too, that's a huge front line. Caitlyn and Talia are going to have so much room
Yeah.
to work with, and that's going to give Caitlyn time to free fire, so if she can get ahead in this game, it's going to be really hard for Danny Magnum to just take down that Caitlyn, unless Korean and Banana can just get right on top of him.
Now, I think that since Korean Banana has just been offered his, you know, 12-0 pick, that might be a reality. So they can't physically block Irelia from just pressing Q and like dashing to the Caitlyn. What they're going to need to be able to do is be able to lock down the Irelia. But because of her passive, when there's a lot of people around her, she just shrugs off CC. And I think that because they saw the Irelia coming out, they want to apply as much of that CC as humanly possible right now. Because they know that Korea and Banana is an absolute terror. and especially with a Zillion giving her maybe an ult, maybe a speed buff, it'll be rough.
Yeah, that Zillion Aurelia combo is pretty terrifying to play against. I've played against it a few times myself, and it's really difficult if Aurelia can get far ahead. But the thing is, even with the Tristana in this matchup, is that if Aurelia does fall behind, Zillion can just buff up the Tristana instead. So they have a multiple threat comp
Oh
here.
yeah. Okay, I didn't think about. For some reason, I didn't think about that. But Tristana has her buff to make her shoot faster, especially if that Zillion. Oh, that's gonna be terrible.
Yeah, if it goes late game, I think Danny Magnum has that better late game team comp because you can have the Aurelia and the Tristana just to shred through all the big frontline members that you have on the side of Dom.
Yeah, when you have that many tanks, you don't have a ton of DPS. I mean, Hecarim does a lot of, I would say, early to mid game damage, and he has a lot of potential in terms of like CC and stuff. But I would say that Danny Magnum's team has a ton of mobility in order to either I would say dodge the Hecarim or get away from him when he's charging at you, or after the charge and after the ult, be able to re-engage and start the fight again.
Yeah, 100% agree on that. Another pick I kind of want to bring to light here is the Evelynn. She can be such a huge impactful pick if she can have a good early game. Because once you hit that level 6, you get that stealth, and you can just dip in through every single ward that's not a control ward, pick up kills across the map, and you do huge damage with that Evelynn. You get them low enough, get the XQ with the ult, and nobody can live through that.
Perfect. I think that because they did pick Evelynn, a secondary effect, and I don't know if there's going to be a huge effect, but because that they know she's going to be on the field, a lot of their gold might just go into vision wards.
Yeah, they're probably going to pick up a ton of control wards here.
There's a ton of control wards, and, that might take a little bit off their items. I don't know. But I'm definitely going to be looking at Korean Banana because Irelia is personally one of my favorite picks for the top lane. Of all time, I guess. She's just I love her design. I love the way her kit works. But versus a Nautilus, that's also one of my favorite picks. And so a huge tank with a lot of CC and a lot of utility versus a kind of huge tank, not really a frontline, but like a bruiser. I mean, she is a bruiser. We're going to have to wait and see how that matchup works out.
Yeah, I love playing Aurelia too. Such a fluid champion.
Yeah,
so
exactly.
good.
That's
Landing
the best
those
way to describe
combos,
it. Yeah.
going in, hitting all those abilities right after each other. So much fun to play.
I love her since the rework. Like, it just looks beautiful whenever she just wins a fight. And Aurelia can get super scary, like, not even at the late game. At late game, I think she actually starts to fall off a little bit. But, mid to early game, she can be a terror right now. And so we're saying that, a lot of these characters on both sides, Trist and, the Caitlyn is going to be like hyper carry-ish, but last game we stopped at 25 minutes. And that's actually the average for league games right now, is around 20 to 25 minutes, not like just after surrender time. And so I don't think that we're going to get to like ultra late game because of, oh god, if we get to an hour, we're going to have to, I don't have a watch, but
I saw you looking at your arms without a watch.
Where's the watches? I don't have an, wait, Zillion has them.
That's where they are.
I'm
of course,
not,
time master right there.
I'm not super good at the puns just yet. That was my partner. He was standing here. I'm filling in for him right now, so he has all the jokes. But for now, I think that we're going to kind of wait and see. We haven't seen these teams play recently, like maybe 2 or 3 weeks ago. And I think that we're just going to have to wait and see.
Yeah, exactly. And another matchup I wanted to highlight a bit, again, still in this top lane actually, but Aurelia versus Sion actually. Aurelia, with that Conqueror, can just crush any tank in the early game.
Yeah.
Just having that Conqueror, the extra true damage, the extra sustain means that Aurelia is just going to run through that matchup. She can land the stun. I forgot the name of the ability right now, but the Flawless Duet, there we go. She can land that Flawless Duet and get some stuns out, get the Q reset. It's a beautiful combo and can really just take down the Sion pretty easily.
And I guess the thing in terms of like skill ceiling is that Sion takes a higher skill ceiling because he has to actually aim his abilities. He has to be able to hit him with the ult. Irelia, she could kind of just point and click and go. And obviously both of these players are skilled enough to handle themselves at this bracket of play. But I think that it'll be a much simpler, much fluid, as you said, task for Irelia to take on that Sion.
Yeah, exactly.
And so I think that I keep on saying I think that, but and so so what else do we got? We got the Talia versus the Zillion. So Talia, we can't discount the Talia because she is an absolute terror. She does a ton of damage, basically at all points of the game. She has a surprising amount of mobility, a surprising amount of damage when you just decide you want to engage on her. And she could basically be anywhere on the map when she wants.
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to see what she does past that level 6. She can show out lanes so quick with that threaded volley, and moving down with the ultimate towards either top lane or down to top lane, or down to bot lane rather. She could really be a menace across the map. I'm really kind of excited to see what Savage does with that pick.
So here we are back on Summoner's Rift. We are at 22 seconds, nothing too crazy right now. Dawn versus Danny Magnum, round 1 here at the Esports Arena Santa Ana. Welcome everybody if you've just tuned in, and thank you so much for watching. I am Caster Orion, or at OrionCast Twitter, and my friend over here is...
Seal at Sealcast Twitter.
Wow, we both have @casts?
Oh, the matching, it was the perfect duo
I can't
right
believe
here.
It. Wow. Hey, brother, dude. Okay, but
actually, I wanted to point this out as well. Danny Magnum's support is Danny Magnum. They named their team after their support. I love it.
That's
giving
great.
credit to the little guy right there.
Is that his actual name, or is that like an innuendo?
Minions have spawned.
I can't say that on air. I can't say that on air. Anyways, we got Danny Magnum and Maissa Daenerys in the bottom lane. Unfortunately, that is a really complicated name, and I'm going to just be saying Tristan and Alistair until the time ends and the universe explodes. But as we see, it's a pretty standard start right now. Nothing too crazy. No 5-minute invades. They're just going to standard start.
Yeah, one thing I want to see this game is Hecarim really looking for those early game picks. Going up against the Evelyn, who is not that strong an early game jungler. So if Hecarim gets a couple good games off before Evelyn can hit level 6, we're going to see Justice Duck take over this side of the game.
Exactly, and Justice Duck, as you said, is definitely more of an early game, he's pretty good at all stages of the game because of his utility, but we're gonna have to wait and see if he's able to pull out some ganks before Evelyn gets that power spike.
Yeah, I'd like to see him maybe focus that top lane, maybe not let Korean Banana take over this matchup as much as he would like to, because we've seen what Korean Banana can do on the Australia. If Hecarim can help shut that down, it'll really give Dawn an absolute action in this game.
But he gets caught in the jungle, just as he said. They didn't want this to happen, but he's gonna burn. Maybe a little bit. He does use the potion, but a lot of summoners. But unfortunately, Justice Duck is cuffed between the jungle and everybody on Danny Magnum. The first blood goes tragically over to the Tristana. A great play out of Danny Magnum, making sure that a bad situation turns into a profitable.
Yeah, I mean, Justice Duck does do the right thing right there. Tries to invade onto the Evelyn, but his bot lane didn't have priority, and the Tristan and Alistar were able to roam up, help out their jungler, and pick up that early kill on Justice Duck, who doesn't have the flash this game as a Hecarim.
Yeah, and I think that... Oh, he also doesn't have Ghost.
Yeah, usually you see the Ghost. This time it's Ignite.
Yeah, he took this Ignite. Like, there's not a ton of, sustain except on the Aurelia side for, Danny Magnum, so he's looking for that level 1. He wanted bad.
Oh, he's
going
gonna
to go in for it. He actually does it. He survives the turret shot, and the minions don't get enough damage on him. The green banana peeling the banana and getting the kill.
Man, solo kill at 3 minutes in the game. That's not good if you're Milo Turtle. That's such a hard matchup to do well in if you fall behind as a Scion here. And I realize this snowball is better than almost every single champion in the game.
Oh, he hitboxed.
Yeah, he got the minion. Yeah.
Yeah, like it literally. Okay, the animation touched Tristana with the minion.
Yeah.
Riot.
Tristana got. She has that Guardian Angel minion right there, saving her life. But she already has the red buff. Sure, Caitlyn has the range advantage, but when you have the red buff, that just gives you so much priority in this bot lane. Yeah, exactly.
And so you don't expect to be killed under the turret after 3 minutes.
Yeah, not many people are, courageous enough to go for that turret dive in 3 minutes. But Korean Banana knows exactly how to pilot the champion. He knows the limitations of it, and he instantly takes down Mile Turtle right there.
Like, I'm convinced this guy counted the minions who were in front of the turret because he left that fight with literally 5 minutes.
Yeah.
Okay? And yeah, he was chugging a potion, but he had to calculate that. I don't know how he did it, but a beautiful kill by Green Banana. We're going back and we're still talking about it. Danny Magnum showing the horns. These these are just two giant tanks slapping each other.
Honestly, Gold Nightmare's been doing a pretty good job of landing those dread blinds, landing the big anchor that he just tosses right at the Tristana. But if Caitlyn had managed to layer CC into a trap there, that actually could have been a kill coming through, but not quite enough CC timer on the Nautilus to allow the trap to arm in time.
And so I think that because, well, yeah, so I think that because Hecarim kind of got killed early game, we might not see a lot of pressure pre-6, you know, as we wanted from Hecarim. So the bot lane instead is just going to kind of be able to just, you know, toy around with each other, get CC up. We already see it in the vision. There's not a lot of, you know, focus on the spot lane. They're just content on letting each other, you know, poke around. And that's because Tristana can easily get out. He has an amazing disengage out of Alistar. He's just going to take some poke on a Mild Turtle. Now, I would say poke, but I think that Mild Turtle is not going to be able to get out of this one without taking something with him. He takes a flash next to him. You can't even walk up and hit minions in this lane against him.
Yeah, Korean Banana Hughes right to the sun, gets right behind him as knockups about to come through, so avoids all the damage, avoids the CC. Let's
He does use his jump, lands the red line, and this is really bad right now, but up the top lane, Mild Turtle's gonna get sold underneath the tower once more, and it seems as though he does get the kill. Well,
great kill.
Lands a trade, do not face down the Scion. I think he's just showing his power right now. But the outcome of that bottom lane fight, nobody died, a lot of summoners were burnt, a lot of hearts were broken.
Yeah, 100% agree. But the bot lane rather of Danny Magnum being down almost all our summoners now. The only one they have is that exhaust. Yeah. It's going to be a really big area for Justice Duck to target once he hits that level 6, I believe, especially with the Infernal Drake spawning early. Almost everyone wants to focus that. So I'd be shocked if I didn't see Justice Duck repeat gank down in bot lane.
Exactly. I think that, you know, we're seeing a reverse now where Tristana is pushing up against this turret. Now Caitlyn is in the spot that she likes to be in, right? Like being able to siege a turret, pushing up all the way against the turret, and preparing her team for that dragon as well.
Caitlyn always wanted to be sieging turrets pretty much. Her headshot now works against turrets, it didn't used to, so she gets that extra damage against turret. And in a meta where turret plays exist and you want to be focusing down the turrets as early as you can to get the extra gold, Caitlyn's doing pretty much everything she wants to here.
Now, we do see that Evelyn does tuck down a control ward down on the Dragon Turret. They're not going to be able to do it without, you know, Red Team knowing or Danny Magnum knowing. As you said, they're going to focus on this. Only top lane is tap teleport, so we're definitely going to see that. However, Hector is coming in, jump on top of Aurelia. Now this is ultra bad for Korean Banana. Does land that ignite. That is it for Korean Banana. A beautiful gank by Justice Duck, cooking him completely with that ignite. Now, I think that Danny Magnum, they're going to try to stop the move here and just take this Infernal Drake. Unfortunately, Korean Banana is not alive. He's not able to teleport in. They're just going to dissuade him, but
Beautiful partnership.
a beautiful partnership. I don't think that, oh man, he stepped too far forward and there was just no way that he was able to, you know, really capitalize on that.
Yeah. I mean, Dom thought they got the head onto the F1 match, but Julian means that you're going to have to decide F1, and now they have all 5 members down here. And they're going to bring down. Headrum's still now getting there. Doesn't have the line.
Water slide.
F1's down though.
Evan will not be able to smite this thing. Here comes the teleport, and the dogs are going to just take the dragon that Danny Magnum just basically spent all of their time doing. That is an absolutely tragic end to the story of that fight.
Yeah. Beautiful turn from Dom, but that feels so bad for Danny Magnum. You think you're going to pick yourself up at least in Infernal Drake. You're like, okay, their jungler just getting topside. We'll be able to finish this in time. But turns out once the Hecarim, he can just run right back down there. Scion TP, and soon enough, there were all 5 members of Dom, and they picked up the Infernal Drake.
So we just talk about that, you know, that teleport command, just mere seconds of it. And also,
Throw another rock.
like, Evelyn was taking the dragon. And so Alistar left that fight at essentially full health. I think that maybe the aggro switching was not like exactly on point for Danny Magnum. A great try, but unfortunately that Infernal Drake, an extremely worth pick, goes over some.
Yeah, I think they didn't, or I think Team Danny Magnum didn't have player Danny Magnum thinking of the dragon like they should have. So it ended up with Evelyn going down pretty early and not being able to pick up the Infernal. But that's really nice for Dom. You really want to keep the Infernal off of the picks, like the Evelyn, like the Irelia. And sure, it's not that incredible on members of Dom themselves. It helps, but it's more of taking it away in this scenario.
Exactly, and especially when you got Tristana on the other side. You don't want people jumping in, but as I said, there's probably anywhere at all on the map right now. Zillion doesn't have his flash, but he does have his chrono shield, and that is an extremely valuable, ability to just be given away like that.
Yeah, both thumbs going down from the Talia right there, though, to try and pick up that kill. Brilliant, you're gonna take that trade any day.
I think that she might have mistimed the ult going down on Evelyn in the Dragon Pit. I think that was still in her mind.
Yeah.
Oh boy. We don't see a lot of craziness in this bot lane this time around.
Yeah, it's more of a farm fest here.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, we got the farm animal, we got the Alistar right there.
Yeah.
He just wants to farm up. Makes sense. I'm sorry, I had to.
They pay me. But so aside from 3 minutes in the game, this Korean banana guy is not turning on like he used to. And so, well, I'm not gonna say that he's lost his touch, but that's a little pop. He does miss the ultimate on Techno. But here is Evelyn. She's gonna pop out of the shadows, right about now. They're gonna take the fight. Chaos going on right now. Not running right to equalize against Irelia, and they're just gonna keep on fighting. Nobody's walking away right now. Sion's doing a ton of damage, and Waterslide's not gonna be able to do enough damage to fight. He has to run. Gets a slow, lands it, has to flash away. Flashes in, and he
Follow flash, Wild Turtle. Clean play from him.
Mild Turtle or Wild Turtle? Is that in our budget? No.
Did we get Wild Turtle for turn? The Q damage is enough to take down Tristana there. Man, Ironhide, beautiful play from the Kaylin.
And just finding these picks everywhere. Like in that dragon fight, a long time ago at this point, he was able to just find a certain pixel right next to Dragon Pit and take out Evelyn. This time, he threads the needle. I mean, you just gotta right click on him. But he does get that Tristana. That is not great. Especially you do not want to fed at this point Caitlyn at around 12 minutes in.
Now Caitlin's getting on that turret. That's going to be a couple turret plays going down. But when Caitlin's getting this far ahead early, it kind of means that she just gets to bypass her weakness in the mid game and just go straight to that late game where she's huge and be a hyper carry.
There we go, in flashes it, doesn't get the Caitlyn. Gonna take the trade and knocks the Nautilus back in, but Tristana is just really late to the party right now. She's deciding to go in.
turn
Has
around.
the flash in, but he knocks both her and the support up. Danny Magnum has to pop the grateful. Walks out alive, and that is 2 summoners and an ultimate against a fed Caitlyn, who is just gonna be really happy to take that.
Yeah, Danny Magnum's bot lane using all their summoners to try and pick up the kills and have to barely scrape out with their own lives here. I love the way Ironhide and Cold Nightmare played that though. Such good CC coming from Nautilus. Kaylin never giving up her positioning. Yeah, beautiful to watch.
I think that they knew that Caitlyn hadn't gone back yet to buy other items and spend all that gold, and they said, dude, we need to take out this Caitlyn. Unfortunately, with the pixel,
Oh, there's all.
hey, in the push, and he absolutely goes down, explodes, and actually, they're going to be able to make up for the errors that they made. Maybe they do get the Caitlyn, gets the bounty. Now Caitlyn's going to have to go back. She's going to have items when she comes back. But that was a beautiful play by Danny Magnum, jumping in and just taking advantage of the overconfidence of that Caitlyn.
Yeah, Ironhide getting really far ahead. Maybe getting a bit cocky. Tends to stay a bit overextended here. Gets punished by Danny Magnum and Tristana. Not just his name. Mysa Daenerys.
It's Mysa Daenerys.
Yeah.
Good God.
It's either Misa or Mysa.
Misa.
Not sure.
In either case, they're going to focus around this dragon. It's another Infernal break. What a treat, Link Savage. Now in front of an Alistar like this. The bomb takes him down 1 HP, and the range on Tristana is just going to seal that fate right there. That is a... Okay, so we're saying that the Caitlyn was getting fed. Now this Chris is going to be able to get this Infernal break. Plus, maybe another kill on this Hexen. Has to blow his ult. He needs that for the Infernal break. I think he might give it.
Yeah, you don't want to have to use that. It's going to give them... It's going to give Danny Magnum pretty much complete access to this break, and that's going to be 1 Infernal on either side now.
Okay, so this was a really smart decision by Netflix. Unfortunately, he does get the Nautilus. Now we're going to set the dragon. No way to do it. Cold Nightmare is kind of in the wrong place right now, but just comes with the kill. He dies. Cold Nightmare takes Iron Vice has not enough of a thick fight to take this one out. A triple kill going out to Korean Banana. And that's going to trade over the Dragon over Danny Magna, but unfortunately the kills go over in favor. Well, actually not unfortunate at all. Danny Magna takes it all.
Yeah, so Korean Banana had a bit of a slow start after picking up those early kills in lane, but now great TP, picks up the triple kill on the fight. He's going to be huge. He's going to be able to sit in the side lane, split push as the game goes on, and nobody can be able to match him that 1v1.
Wow, that is a big irrelevant.
Yes, it is.
That is a big irrelevant. She's going to go back, and I think she might just be able to buy a Trinity like off the bat.
Yeah, she might just have the Triforce now.
Either the Triforce or... Yep, nope, Triforce.
There it is.
That's how you play it, I really think.
Yeah, I think Titanic Hydra would probably be the best bet in this game. You don't really have too big of a front line for the side of Danny Magnum. Gives you a bit more surviving survivability with Titanic rather than Gravity Hydra.
You're right. There's not a big front line. He's Alistar, but he's not like... He's not that needy of a challenge.
Yeah, when he doesn't have the ultimate, he's not too tanky.
And his speed. American. USDA approved. Danny Magnum.
Let's see if he gets that USDA Prime stand by the end of this game. Right now, 0-1-6, pretty good start.
You see Irelia kind of creeping around the background, and I think that Miles Turtle is... He might die for this, I think. Irelia has a lot of mobility. Nope. I don't think he wants to sit underneath the turret with that Irelia and Zillion. Yeah. Dude, he has a red buff. You need to move out. You need to go away right now, dude.
Zillion's there to speed up, too.
Eating those traps with his leg. Okay, they're gonna collapse on this Nautilus. This is probably not the best place to be for Cold Nightmare. He's trying to get for, you know, a Vision Ward. Does use the ultimate.
He's so tanky, I don't think it matters here. He can just face check anything right now. Take down any ward he wants to because he has that big debut shield. Has the aftershock as well, so once he lands the CC, either just by an auto attack, a drive line, or the ultimate.
And as the game goes on, as the game goes on, that shield will just get bigger and bigger. He's like Sion's shield, where he gets scales with his health. And maybe at 20 minutes, you're going to have a support tank that essentially can frontline like a top laner.
Yeah. Right now, Dom, again, with that really beefy comp, looks to be working out a little bit for them, but I'd be worried if I were them. You can't really put a tank up in the top lane against the Fed Irelia. Korean Banana probably is going to take this 1v1 pretty well as the game goes on.
So they're going to kind of, well, I wouldn't say give the turret. I think there was that turret's time to go. But Aurelia's going to jump in, going to go in for this, no, not this time. Going to go in for that Caitlyn. But he's going to stop absolutely right now. Korean Banana does get the kill. And unfortunately, this Caitlyn is going to be right in front of him. He's going to dive in. He's burning. Nope. Decides to go down. Miles Turtle going to give up his life, and the Zillion ult is going to save the other guy's life. Ironclad, get out of here. Does this?
They don't want to stay here against her.
Okay, this Irelia is just way too busy right now.
Yeah, picking up that Triforce, that's kind of spelling out the best for anyone who wants to try to face her in lane right now. She's huge, 8-3 already, 700 gold down.
Especially if that sustain and that stun, like the equalizing stun, it's rough. You can't exactly like that, but oh my god, he got
nice cancel.
Right in the middle of the front. Now, Danny Magnum is going to try to get out of this game. I think that...
Talia has the ultimate.
Okay, going to run into the ultimate, jumps on top, doesn't land on support. They're now just not back, but I think that Carry is going to be able to get the kill off of that one. That is an absolute nightmare, but unfortunately he does lose his life. Both carries trade their lives, but the pressure goes in favor of Danny Magnum as they had to send down a jungler for a fight that should have just been in favor of Dawn.
Yeah, that exhaust coming in really clutch kept Misa Daenerys alive long enough for him to take down Link Savage. And true, they did end up trading kills there, but you take that if you're Danny Magnum right there. That would look to be way in the favor of Dawn.
Definitely. They're going to try to stack up for the dragon here, maybe in a couple minutes, so they're just, you know, clutching around down in the back, dragon pit.
That's another Infernal spawn, yeah. Green Infernal was the first Drakes of the game.
Haven't seen that in the
No, interesting, we haven't even seen a single Mountain Drake today so far.
That's okay.
Are you saying you don't want to see teams rush down there in 5 seconds?
Yeah, you know, kind of. I'm not. Yeah, it's not my thing. I like long, prolonged fights. how the draft is.
That's fair. I respect that.
So now they're finally able to get all 5 members, but Echo unfortunately like 5 years stunned and he loses like lead. They don't have a jungler, but Daenerys just jumps in front of both tanks. He's not going to be able to take this one alive right now. He does have the chrono ship. Jumps in. Didn't feel like making that one out, but now Danny Magnus has the power right now. Miles Turtle is trying to take down Daenerys. He's going to be able to do it. But his life force, he's just going to get the fever of and I think that Danny Magnus is not going to be able to handle it. He does lose his life for it, but it's a double kill in the favor of this Dawn Scion, and nobody's going to be able to have enough pressure to take down this dragon. And the kills go in favor, well actually they're equalized, but essentially, tanks versus tanks, so much happening, no dragon takes.
Yeah. I'm surprised that Miles Turtle's this tank already in the game. Usually you don't see the tanks start to hit their power spikes until later when they can just beef up and take all the damage the other team there. He tanked up so much in that team fight, was able to kill 2 people on the back end just by himself by staying alive that long.
I would have liked to see a bigger commitment from Dom at that point, even though a lot of the numbers were low, essentially ran away at that point. Get it, because junglers have smite. That is 2 over the favor of Danny Magnum. Not too big of a deal, I would say, even though that's a huge buff, because Dawn also has Ruin Infernal.
Yeah, I think the second Infernal going over to the team with the Evelyn is pretty huge, because Evelyn not finding huge picks in the early game here, kind of needs that extra help from the Infernal Drake to get killed onto the kind of less tanky members of Dawn. Talia and Kate are going to be her big targets in this game, and she can lock them down. Right now, there's very little MR built up. Caitlyn has none. Talia just has the Merc Threads.
Yep.
And with that second Infernal, that might be enough damage for Evelyn to pick up these kills on those carries.
I think the biggest challenge for Evelyn right now is because, so we saw both teams kind of facing off in front of each other with all 5 players, and we just saw how equal the power was. Even with Korean Banana there, their Scion essentially just walked over to their carry and smacked him with pieces, and his support. So, Evelyn is going to find a lot of trouble piercing through that front line if Caitlyn decides to even stand remotely close to her tank.
Yeah.
And this Cold Nightmare guy is going to be standing next to Caitlyn 100% of the time. The moment an Evelyn pops up, she's going to be locked down for a solid 3 seconds, I would say.
Yeah, she's going to have a really hard time if Cold Nightmare does stay right next to that Caitlyn like he should.
As they should. They may make mistakes.
Yeah, there might be some mispositioning.
So we're going to position against the Baron. We don't have an Earthquake, so it's not going to be these plays.
Yeah, I don't think there's really too much for the Baron threat right now at this point in the game. Again, like you said, no Mount Drake's going down.
They're going to lose the middle lane to Courage.
Yeah.
Scion. The Sion's going to go right over here. No, he's playing. I think he's just kind of moving around right now. There is no advantage to that. He's burning his top.
Yeah, he's playing like he's on the upset right now. It's not really
Okay, but these guys take, taking 4 people, but, okay.
for 20 seconds.
Yeah, for a solid 20 seconds. Okay, I think his team could have literally done Baron in the time that they just decided to stick around. So there was no advantage to that whatsoever other than flexing your muscles at the team and saying, I can literally tank your entire team, or at least 4 of them, for a solid 20
Yeah, that
seconds.
would have been a 200 IQ play if the other 4 members were on Baron, but instead he was just up there by himself.
Yeah.
And now Danny Magnum gets to start up Baron because nobody on the back there to respond.
So, I mean, Dawn on the other side of the map, I don't necessarily think that the goal is happening.
Yeah, no, there. Ekron's just starting to get over there now. He might kind of have anything going on.
Okay, we're going to see this happen.
Yep, you know what's happening now.
He has to go into this, man. He has to go into it. He's going to make a god play. He's slowed down. He's going to try to hold over the wall. He does not get it. Water slide. On the backside, the Ignite does take him down, but it doesn't matter. The Baron goes in favor of Danny Magnum, and unfortunately,
Yeah, 4 members have Baron for Danny Magnum. That's going to allow them to see really well. Tristana takes down turrets super quick, and that's exactly what you want when you pick up Baron, take down the turret as fast as you can, as much as you can out of Baron buff.
And Brilliant has so many good, champions to put his buff on. Tristana, now you have an artillery gun essentially firing at 3,000 rounds per minute. With Irelia, you just get so much life steal and so much sustain. It's surprisingly tanky.
That might be a kill on Kayla.
He does withstanding assault at sub 1% health, but I really does have to flash out. Okay, Barry was all in, but flashes anyways for it. They are really scamming the side right now. Like, I think that they're just flexing their muscles right now because there's no reason at all to burn 2 flashes to take down the Silent guy and not get the turret.
Yeah, I'm actually really surprised they're getting back to that. I thought they would have just backed off, maybe reached that once the health bars went a bit low, but they just kept pushing on, picked up the kills just by simply outplaying the members of Dawn and picked up the second turret off of it.
Okay, so they were very related kills, so the play in the very end worked. The play in the very end worked, but it was ultra cocky. Like this was, they were just rubbing it in at this point. The CC on the side of Jenny Magna is ultra potent. The damage coming out of Series is enough for her to literally jump under the turret and start meleeing people with her gun, essentially.
Yeah,
And
I mean,
yeah.
that fight was turned around by Kilo the Clown, landing multiple 2-man stuns onto people, or finding multiple 2-man stuns, getting the huge damage out from the bomb, taking down Ironhide. Ironhide didn't end up getting the kill and actually kept him alive.
He got all out of it, but he does
yeah.
get the kills on him.
Banana.
Okay, so Cream Banana followed him with the ult. That was, I mean, Hecarim didn't really do anything, but at the moment, getting that, they're gonna get it, and it's not, you know, another Pearl Drake, but a dragon not given over to the enemy is a dragon over.
Exactly. Oakland Drake gonna help them as they try to get these objectives as the game goes on. Gonna help them. That was a lot of auto cancels from Daenerys right there. I'm not sure what that was impressive actually.
He was able, I think he was just spamming S.
Yeah, he had to have been. That was beautiful.
So, alright then. How do you think Dawn is going to get out of this game?
So I think for Dawn to get back into this game, they have to rely on Talia and Caitlyn. Again, they have such a big, beefy front line that as the fights go on, if they can manage to pick out Brazilian early, they can use the turn tip on the wrong person, that's going to be huge for them. But it's kind of also on Kilo to not mess up with the chrono chip, because that's pretty much the saving grace for Danny Magnum in some of these fights. I think that it might be turning around for the side of Dawn, and then the member who they finally get low gets brought right back to the HP off the red direct.
I'm surprised to see a lot of like just Talia double stuns. There's not much to do about that. Okay, he's gonna go in for it. No. So Talia is facing down Korean Banana, who is currently 10, 3, and 6. I wouldn't even be safe. I wouldn't feel safe standing anywhere close to that turret.
Yeah, I really was just gonna turret dive here this money, and she has a couple pink items in there. She has Mechanic Hydra and Derek's Gauge, so it's gonna help her keep up. She's trying to
The double stun goes in, not if Tristana was right there, she would have had it. But dude, these bombs are so oppressive. Like,
yeah, Zillion's can go as well. Big damage in these fights. I'm not a big fan of his build here, actually. He's opting for the double passive, the Luna's Echo and the
tier.
Seraph's Embrace.
Oh, the Seraph's
They
Embrace.
both have the same passive on the item, so you don't get the actual benefit from it. You don't get the extra 10% CDR
Don't
from
tell
the
him
item.
that. Don't tell him that. He believes he's getting both passes.
He believes he's getting the 40% CDR from just 2 items.
It's the faith that's winning him this game right now. He believes he gets both of those passes.
I mean, it is really big damage coming in from him, so who am I to call on the build? He's the one who's 2-on-12 right now.
I think, okay.
You go kill this fun.
So I don't, okay, so he's been landing some pretty clutch stuns this Zillion, but I think that because Korean Banana has been basically in every fight this Zillion has also been at, because they kind of skip mid game. Now, this Talia has the flash in place, and maybe get out of that, that was definitely a panic.
Yeah, we've seen that 2 games in a row now. We saw that from the Ari in the first game, and then now the Talia in this game. I guess it's just the blue side mid laner. So something wrong with their computer right now or something. Flashing in place.
So let's not, okay, let's give him a break. Let's give him a break. Link Savage, he was playing great. He had a lot of damage, but unfortunately, Zillion has Chrono Chip and also has Great Banana on the side. I think that Nautilus might be dead. No, way too tanky for that, but man, that's a lot of damage coming from just one bomb.
Yeah. You can't really do much when Zillion's that far ahead. He has so much control over where you have to position on the side of Dom. He can just throw the bombs, block you off from an entire path, and allow the Tristana to take down these turrets in these situations.
Okay, this Korean man guy is... This is going to be a rough game for them to get out of it. If they can get out of it.
Yeah. I mean, Baron's back up, so I think we're going to see Danny Magnum fall back towards that pretty soon. But Dom's going to have to go and try and steal that. If Justice Dom can manage to get in there, get this mic steal onto the Baron, that might be Dom tapping back into the game.
So that is like the God play, right?
That is the God play, yes.
That's the God play. Okay,
Oh,
so
this is the God
he does
play.
get Evelyn. I think that Evelyn's not
had
going to
a
find her way
flash.
out of this. He does use the smite. That's going to be 15 seconds before they can do the Baron, but here comes the rest of Danny Magnum. Okay, so Dawn does not have a... oh, they do have their middle inhibitor. What are you doing? Creep banana!
Oh, it was a bait.
Oh, wait, it might have been a bait if they're going to start the Baron, but he's able to take on essentially this entire team, and he gets the kill anyway.
Gets the
Creep
kill on
banana
1v4.
might actually be able to run out of this. No, he doesn't. No, he doesn't. But he does distract the team long enough. I don't think that he's going to this Baron would have been basically dead by the time anything happened. So, here's the God play. Tech Rip is right here. But the thing that stopped him last time was the zillion bucks. He slowed to all heck. He's going to have to run away from this right now. This was a total bait. Justice Duck is going to have to run out of here. Block the score. He loses his life. Here comes Link Savage. Tech the Alistar bumps up. Link Savage loses his life. Whole Nightmare has to flash away, but I don't think he's going to be able to flash away from a literal machine gun. Here comes Alistar. 3 kills going over in the favor of Danny Magnum, plus the Baron if they decide to do it. Maybe not, but that was a massive bait.
Yeah, Danny Magnum is doing such a good job of frontlining here. It's allowing the Tristana to just free fire in all these fights, get so much damage out. She's already super fed, ultra fed. See how much has free speed, I have 11 kills on her. She's able to do so much damage. Have a good breath on top of
Back in the early game where like both of these, carries could kind of face each other down, but not when you got the USDA approved Angus beef of Danny Magnum, the player, just protecting all the carries. Unfortunately, Miles Turtle has seen this story before. He died here last time. He's gonna die here again, and unfortunately, Daenerys is gonna get another kill off. The Queens are just kind of falling apart for Dawn right now. They're trying their best, but unfortunately, they just lost 2 players, and it's going to be a rough climb up. 10,000 gold deficit, around 9,000, but there's nothing that they can do with this Baron other than play to the God and run it.
Yeah, it's going to have to be right now. The Baron's just about to go down.
It won't happen.
Yeah, not going to happen. All 5 members of Danny Magnum there. They're going to be able to take down the Baron.
So Link Savage was kind of trying to be cheeky. She might have wanted, or they might have wanted to kind of see if they could get something out of that. Ultimately walks into a warded bush, loses his life immediately, and gets another kill over in the favor of Danny Magnum. And I don't think that was, too much of the bleeding here, because they are now within 10,000 gold of each other. Not as fun. But, man, this Korean banana guy.
Barely landing the stun. Oh, it's beautiful.
Oh, I love this update. I love this update. These look so good.
Yeah.
Everything looks so great.
The blades flying around these fights is beautiful to watch. The auto attack is so smooth.
Yeah.
That's gonna reset. I'm pretty sure they come back to this reset, get them purchased with the gold and stop some of those kills. They're just gonna run straight down this mid. They already have an inhib down there. They might set up Irelia on the side lane, try to 4-1 or something, but I don't really see the point in doing that when you can just run the entire team of Dom down with the Irelia Zillion combo. They might just run everyone down bot lane.
Yeah, you say that, but they're going to run down bot lane and just take out another inhibitor. There's nothing that can really stop them. And here's the thing. In order to kind of get yourself out of these kind of games, you got to find picks. You got to find people who are being too cocky. Unfortunately, everybody who can do that is super beefy and super tanky and is Irelia. And Danny Magnum is just doing a great job kind of staying as packs of 3 or 4, and you can't really find those picks unless you really put yourself out of position for it. And so, Dawn, I think that they have a long way to go in terms of getting out of this game if they can. But we'll wait and see.
Yeah, I think if Dom wants to try to find a pick, they're going to have to lay down some vision. You can see when Danny Magnum's going for this top lane right here, there's not much vision from Dom in that area in the jungle. So that's really difficult for them to find a play here. Danny Magnum has all the control. And
they're just ultra nervous, right? Like, you say about the vision, but I would just be afraid to walk into the jungle, especially when I've been caught there for so long. You know, and so
exactly.
The pressure coming out from Danny Magnum is immense. Unfortunately, we got the tail end of a Scion charging and missing a flash, unfortunately. So Valkyrie going to the bottom lane, now they're in the top lane. Caitlyn is super low, you don't even want to go in there, she's going to die. Takes another kill out of it. This will be the end for Dom, the double kill, almost a triple kill going over in the favor of Green Banana. The stacking the cards up right now. Dawn played a great game. They were pretty much even up until around 20 minutes, but unfortunately, the plays coming out from Green Banana, the absolute powerhouse of this team at the moment, essentially, with the help of a 2-0-18 Zillion. I just don't think that the cards were in it for Dom.
Yeah, Danny Magnum played super well from the mid game going forward. They were able to kind of just capitalize off of the plays they made. They were able to pick up that second Infernal Drake, and from that moment on, they just took over the game completely. That extra damage that they got from the Infernals helped them so much.
Yeah,
it made it so the tanky members of Dom weren't that tanky. You saw the Scion tanking up earlier. Yeah, but as the game went on, Zillion got the extra damage. He got so much accelerated in his build because of all the damage that he was able to buy. Like again, I was talking about his build earlier, the Luden's Echo into the Seraph's Embrace. Had the same passive, but it's pretty much the most damage you could get for those two items.
Exactly, and so it just shows the value of that Zillion. So he didn't get a lot of kills. He got 2 kills, I think, by the end of the game, and like 18 in assists.
Yeah.
But like all the damage that he did was on his powerhouses, right? The Irelia, the Tristana. The Tristana really turned on in the mid game and just, as you said, melted the tanks. Unfortunately, while Irelia could like take basically everything, you know, from the team, the Scion wasn't able to tank everything as well, and they were kind of split up in a lot of fights. I think that Dawn, for the next game, they're going to really have to try and figure out a way to maybe ban the Irelia. I mean, Irelia, you know, she's a great champion, but she's not the only champion that Yellow Banana can play.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
I mean, Irelia played super well at game, but she was really enabled by the Zillion pick here.
Yes.
Zillion allowed the team to do so much. I love the creativity coming out from it too. Even using the Alistar, or speeding up the Alistar so he could get that headbutt pulverize combo down onto other people as the game was going on and get even more picks.
And Danny Magnum, the player, why did you do this to us, guys? But Danny Magnum, the player, you know, in the mid game, I mean, the early game, he did an okay job, sometimes missing those charges. He missed the charge and headbutt on the Caitlyn, and that kind of turned the fight around for them. They did get the kill eventually, so it seemed as though he might be a little bit slippery coming into the mid game. But as we got into the mid game, he was always there to knock up the carry who decided to walk in and really capitalize on the mistakes of Dom. And so even though he was just the support, he was the front line, and he was able to, you know, basically, I would say, carry this Tristana to a lot of picks that he wouldn't have necessarily gotten.
Yeah, Tristana really excels when she has an all-in support like the Alistar in this game, who can get reliable CC for her and allow her to get the room to free hit, get that kills, get the resets, and she was able to get super far ahead off of that. I think she picked up like 13 kills this game.
And unfortunately, it wasn't exactly like a slugfest. Like, they were okay kind of equalizing each other at around 20 minutes, but the moment that Aurelia got that triple kill was around, it was 2 kills and then he assisted on it. That was when things were like, okay, we might need to find an answer for this top laner. But even if they found an answer for it, they had an extremely strong ADC. Their mid laner could resurrect people, literally, which is not a great sign if you're kind of bleeding. I think that Danny Magnum, the team, really found their step forward in this one.
Yeah, I love the way that they played around and everything.
And so I think that we're going to throw it over to a break for just a second. We'll see you guys in just like maybe 2 minutes, but don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
gosh, Piercing Osprey actually able to secure the kill with the tidal wave, and the Drake is stolen by the Velcon. Here comes balls deep. Everything is falling apart for Boomba. Betsnet is trying to slow him down. Ballboy is going to try and zone. Good ult from Rion. Now they're looking for the Baron, who's going to get the smite. Shockwave catches 3. Here comes the damage. Dujanet going to get 1 kill. Chad Juggle back in the pit. He wants to take down the Baron. He gets the smite, and that is Baron for Fruitling. A lot of damage. The axe hits 3. That's
They can try to take this Baron, but for both teams, it would be really dangerous to do one-shots to KO.
Here's going to turn it around. Here's the tidal wave as well. Catches 2. Morshoes flashes away. They're going to turn around the shutdown for Morshoes as he looks for more. The Paddle Star will not land as Wacky Shop is here. Ultimate on the Heimerdinger. He is not going to serve. For the ult, looking for the Quadra. Qatar so low. The taunt. That is the Quadra. He tries to jump. Did he get the pentakill?
Welcome back to Week 5 of Season 2 Late Night League. I'm Seal, joined by Orion, bringing you this cast straight from Orange County, California. But again, these are games coming from our locations in Roseville, Spokane Valley, Oakland, Tulsa, Fort Worth, and Colorado Springs.
Oh, you got them all.
Yeah, got them all.
Huh.
And we're about to head into another game. It's going to be Boomba versus God Squad, coming from our Central region. And I believe we also have our standings for the Central region.
Coming up soon. We're going to see where they lie and where they need to be in this game. It's going to be Boomba versus God Squad. Now, God Squad, I think, I think they're in the Western region, or they're all in the Central region.
I do believe they're in the Central region, but Boomba looks like they've picked up quite a few wins during the course of Late Night League so far, getting themselves 12 points and second place in the Central region.
Now, they are kind of behind Asian Imports, but we saw like the power of Asian Imports in the last 2 games. And God Squad has, they were here last season as well, and they did a pretty good job. They also have a great mid laner, but they also have a great support. So we're going to have to see, it's not Asian Imports versus God Squad, it's Boomba versus God Squad. And Boomba Time himself, I think he was playing support last time we saw him. Really great player, is able to land CCs all the time, super good on map awareness, and I think that's kind of where we're going to have to put our eyes to on this one.
Yeah, I'm really excited to see the game. Boomba, very fun team to watch. I got to cast them last time I was here. And God Squad, we're about to get into draft for the game right now.
And we're going to pull it up in just a second, maybe in a couple minutes, but we're going to take a look. And
already halfway through the draft.
Now, Boomba Time, okay, I keep on calling them Boomba Time, but that is actually just a player. So it's the opposite problem last time. Now, we're all the way through the draft. So tell us about these bans, my friend.
All right, so looking at the bans, we're actually seeing a bit of focus towards the AD carry pool. Draven and Callista jumping in at the bans. Same with the Varus. Usually not that high priority of the ADCs we're seeing banned. Usually it's the Lucian, Ezreal, maybe even a Vayne ban. But they're kind of shying away from that. Maybe target bans for this.
To note, last time I casted, I think that was last week, Boomba Time did pick a Draven, and he did an enormously good job. So it is a comfort pick for Boomba. However, they didn't win that match, I think. So they banned him out just because. Okay, so if we're looking at the bans on God Squad, all these characters, not Kled, but okay, not all of them, but Draven and Lissandra were on Boombas, and they did a fantastic job. And so they know, and these players are researching each other. They know that Boomba Time plays on Lissandra. They know that the Lucian or the Boomba Blood guy plays on Draven. And so they're definitely target picking.
Yeah, and one thing I want to notice this game is we do have another Hecarim, but this is actually going to be going towards the top lane as God Squad has the Lee Sin already for the jungle.
And and another support? Oh, Nautilus support. Beautiful. Okay. So we've just been seeing Hecarim all over right now, huh?
Yeah, Hecarim, really big pick after the recent buffs that came in. The Conqueror changes again. I already talked about it. Helps him so much in that sustain. And in this lane specifically, though, against the Renekton just got huge buffs on the last patch. Buffs to his base stats, buffs to his Q healing.
Oh, why would you do that?
It's going to help him so much in that 1v1 against Hecarim. I actually think that's going to be in Renekton's favor.
I love Renekton, but I also hate him because, like, I used to be a top laner back in the day, and I could do everything against all the other top laners. I could face down essentially anything. But whenever there's a Renekton, watching his energy bar and like knowing when he can like lifesteal off of his abilities is always so difficult. But maybe that's because I'm plat. Okay, so, but I'm gonna be looking for that because Renekton, he's just a classic pick. He's all the way from season 1. Very, I mean not very, but he's able to weave through team fights. Does a lot of damage. Not a late game champion by any means. I don't
definitely
think.
an early game pick in the Renekton. He's there for lane. Hecarim kind of a bit slow to ramp up. Doesn't really start to get too far ahead in lane until you hit maybe that level 6 and get that Triforce in there.
Especially when you're not in the jungle, like you can't really apply utility to like across the map. It's just going to be kind of in the lane, and so I think we're gonna have to wait and see because last time we had a Lee Sin, and it was really difficult to play around a Lee Sin because he bounces around all the time.
Yeah, 100% agree.
Yeah.
And another thing I wanted to highlight this game is that bot lane matchup is Lucian Thresh versus Twitch Nautilus. Usually you see Twitch paired up with something like an Enchanter support like a Lulu or a Janna, kind of just buff him up and keep him or keep peel for him. But here we have the Nautilus, who's more of an engaged champ.
Yeah.
So not really too much protection there for the Twitch. So I'd be shocked if I don't see the members of Boomba targeting Twitch this game.
I think that Boomba's going to really be sending other people down to the bot lane, even though that's an engaged support on Nautilus's side. I think that it's less for the Twitch and more for the team. We're going to see how that plays out because, as you said, Twitch really loves those Enchantresses support, right? Janna, when he has his ultimate, it's awful, right? It's awful because he has attack power and he could hit from literally across the map. And that's what you want to play Twitch as both an ambush and also that crazy backline, longer range than Tristana and Caitlyn DPS as well. And so we're going to see, I'm expecting a lot of early game pressure from Lee Sin.
Yeah, Lee Sin, one of those really big early game junglers, can take over the matchup early, even before that level 6 comes in. But once that level 6 comes in specifically, that Dragon's Rage allows him to make plays across the map. So much fun to see him get these kicks off, get the insect hops. So much fun to watch.
Lee Sin, the classic, the absolute classic. He has never been not relevant in the game.
Yeah, seriously.
Like, he's just been, like, I wouldn't say he's, like, top tier. Well, he's top tier in like, the right hands, always, 100%, right? He's never been, like, not relevant. He's been in every world championship. He's been in every tournament, like, with, like, a 50% pick rating. It's crazy.
Yeah, and now with the Conqueror changes,
yes,
people are taking that on him now. You used to be like the Electrocute. It wasn't a perfect fit keystone for him, but now the Conqueror allows him to sustain even better. Again, similar to Hecarim, actually. He has the innate sustain on the W.
Yeah.
It kind of just amplifies that and allows him to do true damage and pretty much beat any other early game jungler. Again, in this case, though, the Udyr, another incredible duelist. You're also going to be seeing Conqueror on him, most likely. And both of them, I think Udyr actually does win that 1v1, but Lee Sin has an advantage with that playmaking ability once he gets access to Davin.
Maybe,
to the Dragon's
maybe
Rage.
not in the fight utility, because Udyr can essentially, you know, pop, I think it's Bear, and he just, like, stuns everybody in the fight. Lee Sin, though, playmaking ability, can leap across the map, protect people, kick people in the face. Udyr is a Season 1 champion, okay? He just auto-attacks people. So I would like to see, because I hope they're going to put him in there as more of a tank, but they do have a lot of tanks on the side. They have Thresh, who's not really a tank. He's more of like a guy of health that is kind of a tank. And they do have Renekton, who is a kind of like Vlad in terms of sustain. And so I think that this is a really close range team as well. They got a Vlad, they got a Lucian, and a Renekton. They're going to try to brawl.
Yeah,
and,
they definitely need to get right in the action. It's going to be almost all melee champions on their team. Vlad, one of the shortest range mages in the game.
Yeah.
And Lucian as well, shortest AD carry range in the game. They need to be up in their faces for God Squad. And God Squad, that's exactly what you want to have. You have the Hecarim.
Yeah.
Huge AoE with the ultimate. You have the Lee Sin, can get access to that backline really easily if they have to be in that close range. So actually, I think the team comps here favor God Squad slightly. And
so we won't know until we get into the game. I do think that it favors God Squad, but that's only because I like Twitch and Nautilus better than any of the other champions. I don't like Vlad. But
Vlad can be really scary if he can get ahead, but it could be difficult for him to do that in this game because Talia can be a tough matchup in the mid lane.
Yeah.
She can farm from relative safety, and she can provide really good gank assist once Lee Sin starts to pop off.
And Vlad doesn't really have that. He does damage, but we're going to get into the game. 12 seconds in. Welcome, everybody, if you're just joining us, to Late Night League. I think it's April 29th?
Yes,
April 29th. I did that without looking at a watch. I keep on looking at the watches on my wrist that aren't there. But welcome, everybody, back. If you're just joining us, this is Late Night League. It happens every Monday until the season ends, which I hope it doesn't end very soon. But we'll get that to you later. We're from across the country, from Orange County to Spokane Valley. If you want to participate, can't do it right now because it's in the middle of the season, but for the next season, when it is announced, anybody can join. Anybody can join. It is essentially an open tournament. They have online qualifiers on esportsarena.com, and that'll tell you when you guys want to join up. So now, on the slab, we got God Squad versus Boomba Time. This is the winners final of the Central region.
Oh, Golden God getting a bit of early poke out onto the Vladimir.
Oh, okay, so it's Golden God. So Golden God, he wasn't playing last time I casted. He is an insane mid laner. He's an absolute insane mid laner.
Awesome. I love seeing insane mid laners on Talia. They can really land those seismic shoves incredibly well, and that's so much damage if you can land that combo. And Vlad has a way to get out of it with that Sanguine pool, but if she can catch him with that when he has it on cooldown, Golden God can really take over this matchup.
I think that, I favor Talia more than Vlad because Talia seems to have more options in terms of mobility, map pressure, and I believe she does more damage, personally. Yeah. But we're going to have to wait and see because it does look that Boomba Time has a lot. I keep on saying Boomba Time. It's just Boomba. Boomba Time is the player. A lot of sustain. That's the word I'm looking for. Sustain.
Yeah, and Vladimir, typically one of those scaling picks. He's not that strong in the early game. And that's where I think Talia is going to have the advantage in this matchup. She's decent in the early game, not incredibly strong, but much better than the Vladimir in those early levels.
Okay, so personally, from my experience casting these games and playing the game also, I'm only plat, so I'm not, crazy challenger or anything like that. I have never really seen a Vladimir, like, pop off in terms of, like, carrying a game. Like, he does a lot of damage, he can sustain. He's an absolute terror when he is, fed like anybody, right? Like a support can solo a game if you feed him long enough. But I think that Boomba Time, the player, is going to be able, or is going to need to kind of support his team and be that nuisance, the guy that just won't die in a team fight, which is what Vlad does.
Yeah, Vlad, one of the best team fighters once you get access to those cooldowns in those later stages of the game. Has the Sanguine Pool, has that Hemo Plague, and you can pick up a Zhonya's Hourglass, get so much healing, so much sustain.
Oof, resurrected. Oh, they're both tanks that sustain, and they're just going to poke at each other.
Yeah, pretty much. Surprisingly, though, that Hecarim's actually winning these early trades against the Renekton. Renekton's typically more of that lane bully champ. Hecarim doing a really good job in this matchup.
I think that he's going to try to saw through, well, because Renekton went sword and potion, and Hecarim, he's going to go shield and potion as well. I think that as Hecarim's mana goes down, as it carries on, Renekton, because he's an energy champion, and because he, essentially wants to brawl, I think that'll be the time when, like, the CC starts to equal out, and Renekton takes over.
Again, with Renekton, starting with that longsword 3 pots, he has a lot more sustain just from health potions in this matchup. And like you said earlier, the Hecarim, he's going to be having mana issues since he didn't take that corrupting pot. Oof. He's not going to be able to get any mana, but... Ooh.
I hate that skin because everybody thinks of, like, the hook, but it's just like a loop.
Oh,
it's
yeah,
just a loop.
It's the lasso on this one.
It's just a lasso.
I'm actually kind of disappointed they didn't go for the matching bot lane. If you have the High Noon Thresh, there's no High Noon Lucian here. It's just a project, but still a good skin all on its own, right?
Yeah, I guess opposites attract, but in this specific situation, lore-wise, aren't these, like, two mortal enemies?
Yes.
Yeah, they, like, Thresh ate Lucian's wife at one point, I think.
He absorbed her wife's soul into his lantern.
Well, you find the strangest
happy
allies
moments.
in the strangest places. I'm a writer, so I look at all the lore and stuff. And Riot's writing department is actually highly decent and highly competent. They're mostly marketers, though. So.
Yeah, their lore is incredible, even though they mainly focus on the game. Their lore, their music as well, just incredible.
Did you see the new champion?
Yumi, the cat?
It's literally a cat in a book.
Yes.
Who thinks of things like this? The people at Riot. The people
of course.
at Riot. But because we're talking about lore right now, it's pretty obvious that there's not a ton going on between Godscon and Boomba right now. They're just kind of, I would say they're just farming up right now. The junglers, I'm surprised Lee Sin hasn't tried to do anything with God Squad's bot lane. You have a Nautilus, you have a lot of CC going the way, and they're just going to poke in right now. Wait, I think that Nautilus is kind of in a bad place right now. He does land the Dredge line on the wall, walks out of that, but that's not the poke you want to take. And Lee Sin just kind of walks away after that.
Yeah, I mean, that's one of the best engages you could get off of Thresh. He lands the Flay, lands the hook right after. But against the Nautilus, guy's way too tanky to go down. He has the Aftershock as well. Big, meaty shield on that W. He's not going to be able to go down in this matchup that easily, especially when Lucian hasn't been able to back yet.
Would you say that, like, these junglers aren't exactly trying to make a ton of, like, picks because they know that these lanes are just ultra meaty? Like, and if you try to Lee Sin into a Thresh, wait, is the dragon going to hit him? It will.
Oh. Okay,
so he AoEs the dragon, and he's going to have to ward hop out of this. He flashes in for it. He goes back,
oh,
but the dragon is still there. He lands the hook. Now Thresh is going to get first blood for no reason. A double kill going over to Boomba time. That is an absolute nightmare for God Squad, and that's not something you would expect. I'm losing my voice because it's so hilarious because he didn't think about AoEing the dragon.
Vin Dodgen took that fight. He landed the Sonic Wave, took the Resonating Strike, and immediately took aggro from the Drake. Oh, you hate to see that if you're God Squad.
Oh, dude, so that is a disaster, but only because it gives up gold. This dragon is not the craziest thing to get in the first couple moments of the game. It's not an Infernal. It's not an Earthdrake. They're just going to lose 2 kills.
Ocean, still a pretty good laning Drake, at least. It gives you that extra sustain in the mana bar and the HP bar. So as long as they don't get poked out too heavily, they're going to be able to pick it back up. And
okay, he has to flash out of this.
That's our early flash one from Twitch. That means we're probably going to see some action down this bot lane.
Udyr is close.
Boom Bear might try to punish that flash being down.
I really want to see why that Lee Sin was there and why he was just meleeing the guy for like a solid 5 seconds. Absolute tragedy in the Dragon Pit, but right now they're going to equalize. We do see Udyr coming around the side. They know what's happening right now. Thresh hasn't used his hook. He does use his play. The Dredge line misses, and unfortunately, Nautilus is going to go back to the depths. Boom of Blood does get the kill. Oh, what's up?
Twitch popped the ultimate there to try and kill Lucian, but didn't quite have the damage there.
I think that Thresh threw his lantern out because he didn't use it with Udyr, and so he used it to kind of protect from some of the poison damage. He wouldn't have been able to get it anyways, but we see Lee Sin, he is not level 6 yet, so we couldn't kick Renekton back into the thing. But he does get the flash.
A Summoner Blown. That's a successful gank.
That's a successful gank. I think that Lee Sin maybe need to do that a little bit earlier on, but for now, good trade.
Yeah. Yeah, especially with Renekton being that early game champ, he has a pretty big lane or CS lead in lane right now. So Lee Sin correct to focus that lane, try to punish him, get down that flash early. And now that means that we might see a repeat gank. Lee Sin has access to that Dragon's Rage now. He hit that level 6. He has his play painting ability now.
And he just used his teleport. This is kind of like a good time. Okay, so Renekton's taking the bait. Unfortunately, Lee Sin is not there.
Yeah.
He's just... I think he was trying to go for the red, but then he saw Udyr there and just walked away. I think that there might have been some miscommunication there because Hecarim, that was a clear bait.
Yeah.
Like he was just standing there, essentially.
I think Snowflake definitely could have just maybe mentioned to Bin Dodgen that, hey, there's a potential to kill the Renekton here, but Lee Sin was looking to steal a red buff on the invade, didn't end up getting it, and it's just a trade of health bar that favors Stumpy in this matchup.
I really think that Hecarim needs some new skins. Remember when the skin came out and it was like the best thing in the world? Like, he runs and he has like rainbows behind him. Give him a new skin, guys. Okay, both players missed their abilities. It's all good. Don't worry about it. We didn't look at it. It gets knocked into a wall. These two teams are really playing it slow.
Yeah, they're kind of playing for that more methodical. They're both kind of late game scaling teams at least. The Vladimir, again, really good scaling champ in late game. And on the side of God Squad is the Talia and the Twitch.
He respects the stun out of Udyr and that red buff.
Yeah, but I do tend to agree with you here. In games with the Lee Sin and Renekton specifically, and as well as a Thresh solution, you typically see some more kills in the early game than just 3 by 10 minutes.
Now we do see Lee Sin walking down. They know he's coming here. All right, so he's going to drop the slow onto Thresh. The culling goes out, and Lee Sin is just eating the entire culling. He flashes forward. Booma gets it, but he trades his life for it. Booma Blast is going to get ulted. I don't think that he's going to be able to walk out of this one alive. 2 kills goes over to Lucian. Now Udyr has to run his butt out of there. Booma Time walks right in, and he is now in the middle of 3 people. He runs towards the turret, but I think he might be able to get a kill out of this. Talia is just sandwiching, well, no, it's just a Vladimir. And this is a bad place for Booma Time to be in right now. He flashed forward thinking he had enough damage to take down Beast Lance, but unfortunately, not enough.
I think the Nautilus actually blocked the Tides of Blood damage from the Vladimir, so Twitch didn't take that extra damage. It might have been a kill, but Booma Time trying to pull off that early aggression doesn't quite have the items yet, doesn't quite have the damage yet to take down the Twitch, but good effort.
Yeah, I mean, it was a fortunate situation, I would say, for Boomba. They did get, I think, 2 kills out of that one. I mean, definitely a good trade even when there's not really a dragon nearby. Lee Sin stood way too long in that calling.
Yeah, 100% agree.
Yeah.
He tried to get that kick out and Q right back to him as soon as he could, but
No
Boomba
insect
got
this time.
so much damage off from that calling.
No insect this time. I'm glad we're having a little bit more of a relaxed game right now. Like, it's not a bloodbath. I see. Okay, I'll bet you 500 RP. We get like 10 kills by 20 minutes. I'm not gonna do that. Sorry.
I'd take that bet actually.
You would take it?
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean,
is
this
that $5?
is definitely a slower game. I mean, as the objectives start popping up, we're seeing Rift Herald, some pings go down onto it from right now.
Okay, he thinks that he's not being
seen. Oh yeah, at least an
right
on
now.
award right there.
Okay, he doesn't. Okay, they're slowing each other down, but they're just kind of fighting each other across the wall. Who's he gonna pick? Udyr goes back in, but now they're on the back foot. Here comes Vlad. They don't want to get stunned here because now they have the mid laner, and no, so they're gonna just move up. But Talia is right behind them. They are less than 50%. This Renekton is huge. Joe's in. I think that they're just going to bait for this, but they know what's going on. He lands the Q. He goes all the way, but he doesn't get it. Talia is still there, doing a ton of damage. Renekton recovers some health off of it, and they're just going to bruise each other. But Lee Sin decides he wants to go in, but Renekton is right there.
Yeah, both top jungle duos really low health after that exchange on the top side. No kills going down over.
Just shows kind of the trigger control on the side of Boomba. Like they thought, or they could have tower dived that, but they didn't see the Talia, and I think it was a good choice for them to kind of just walk away with that with, you know, some summoners.
I 100% agree. Sure, even with the Vladimir, he's one of the better turret diving champs since he can reset the aggro with his Sanguine pool.
And he recovers a lot of health too.
Yeah, exactly, but he doesn't have access to that much damage at this point in the game. Oh,
Lee Sin
I don't know about this one though.
Getting out of there, recovers health. Okay, now he's trapped between the jungler and, wait, no, now he's trapped between the rest of Boomba Time. Gets the kill off of him. Golden God is on the wrong side of the turret, but here is the rest of the team. So, Twitch gets hooked in. I think that Boom Blunt is going to die. Golden God is burning to death right now. Beast Lance is being chased away by the Thresh right now and the Vladimir. He hasn't popped, well, he has popped his ult yet, but the rest of God Squad is coming in to clean up. Now, this is the wrong place you want to be in front of a Twitch right now. He is doing a ton of damage. He's going to basically burn to death, or at least sizzle to death. He doesn't use the expunge, and he doesn't get the kill off of Boomba Beast.
I think he didn't have the mana for the expunge. So close to getting that kill. Just now levels up, has the mana now, but
I think that was
really
2 kills.
Unfortunate timing, yeah.
Yeah, and so there was just they were just piling on right there. 2 people got caught, and the people who caught those people got caught. And in the end, I think that both teams walk away with more or less an equal trade. I mean, we look at the gold right now; it's within 1,000.
Yeah.
So
really even trade on that. Lots of back and forth and kind of a prolonged team fight. I'm glad I didn't actually take the bet against you because we're already at 11 kills now.
Nice. Nice. But
that could have been 500 RP in your pocket.
Yeah, a little bit. I mean, it's only $5, but it is 500 RP. I would have had. Wait, would the poll have been like 1,000? Okay, I'm not a math major, guys. I'm an English major. But so what we're seeing here, I think, with the Lee Sin is that he's kind of been putting himself in the wrong places at the wrong time. I think that there is something to be said with the map pressure. Doesn't land the hook.
Good
and the
sidestep.
map, yep, and the map awareness out of this Lee Sin. Not saying that he's bad at any point. Okay, so Twitch lands the Blade of the Ruined King. Now Boomba Blood is slowed. There's no way he's getting out of this. And he throws it. He hits him in the face with the anchor, takes the kill after his precious ADC used all of his abilities. And That'll be good. That'll be good for Nautilus. He has a 300 cold bounty on him now.
We're seeing some pretty unique support kills today. We saw the Nami get the kill with the bubbles.
Just the
Nautilus get the
bubble.
kill with the anchor. I'm loving it.
Okay, so kill secured.
Exactly. Kill secure, not kill still.
Now, to look at it, Booma Blood still had his flash. He wouldn't have been able to get out of that in the first place. Booma Blast takes the Lee Sin into the wall with him, loses his life because of it. Now this Twitch has
he
a
still
lot
has
of
Dragon
damage now.
Rage.
Double kill, throws him in for the Lee Sin. Now this guy has to walk out. There's no way you're walking out. Of 4 people of God Squad, a triple kill goes over in favor of this Lee Sin. I don't think that it's the best kills on him, but dude, 3 kills in your jungle right next to a turret, there is nothing better right now.
Yeah. Vin Dodgen had a bit of a slow start to the early game. Wasn't finding too many early kills and made that mistake going in onto the Udyr by the Drake, but makes up for it now. Gets a triple kill, gets his team back in the game, and now they're going to take down first turret in the bot lane.
Is this the caster's curse? Like, am I just being like, this Lee Sin needs to work on things?
I think it
Literally,
is.
within the same breath, he gets a triple kill. And now God Squad. Okay, I just want to say I like this game right now because neither team shows up like they're just rolling over the other team.
Exactly.
Right? They are, I mean, good for better or for worse. They're somewhat on equal footing. The top laners aren't really doing anything to each other. The junglers are applying as much pressure as they can. Lee Sin buying 2 phages, 1 for each hand. He sells it back.
There we go.
Okay.
It was a misclick.
1 for
Finishes
each.
the cleaver.
But,
So he could have gone with a double hammer.
He wants both of those. He wants both of those passives. But mid laners are doing pretty good right now. Vlad hasn't gotten any kills for himself, but he also hasn't. Actually, he's kind of behind Talia right now. He's gonna wait for that late game team fight. Vlad that's where he shines. That's where he needs to get out of. Okay, so Twitch is right next to this Udyr. They know that they're doing Rift Herald. Oh my God, that is way too much damage.
This Twitch is so fat. 3-0-6 already at 17 minutes. No deaths on the Twitch means you have so much access to these late game builds. He's already got the BF sword. He doesn't even have his tier 2 boots yet, but doesn't even need it because he has so much damage already.
Okay, so he couldn't click on the ward. He couldn't click on the lantern because of the ward for a second. But yeah, this Twitch, like, he has a surprising amount of range because he's Twitch. You literally can't just stand in front of him because
You can't outrun him.
yeah, if you don't stun him and get the rest of your team on him, anybody on Boomba's side will absolutely melt to the rat. Here he goes again.
I think in just a standard straight up 5v5 team fight, front to back, God Squad wins mainly because of the Twitch. But Boomba, if Stumpy can manage to get a good flank off right onto Beastlance and take him down, that's the biggest chance that Boomba has to win this fight.
I think on Boomba's side they have less answers to what God Squad is packing right now. So God Squad has a lot of damage and a lot of utility. Okay, the Hecarim can do a lot of damage. Bin Dodgen has 3 kills, so he's going to be punching pretty hard right now. Golden God is Talia, and as we were talking about Beastlance on that Twitch, they have a lot of damage on the side. But on Boomba's side, they only really have that Lucian. And I know that Vlad does a lot of damage, like sustained over the course of an entire team fight, but that is not the way God Squad is going to want to play, right? They, like we said, they are almost all melee range. They want to get into that 5v5 fight and delete people. And so I think we're seeing opposing playstyles right now, and it's on the favor of God Squad.
Yeah, I agree. I think Stumpy, with this Renekton, he has a Spear of Shojin completed. That's pretty much the ultimate, I'm just going to sit in a side lane and let people come to me build, but he's not playing to that right now. And I think that Boomba needs to kind of play toward that. Actually,
Okay.
Here we go.
Yeah, so there's nothing he can essentially do there. He's going to have to kind of sidestep, but wait a minute.
There's the Spear of
Renekton is
Shojin.
just it has so much sustain. Okay, so as we were, it's the caster's curse. Oh, good God. The bottom lane of God Squad just completely melt. They don't respect the Renekton sustain and that spear, as you said, plus the Udyr. Okay, we're just gonna talk about player skill now and not like say like this guy needs to do this, this guy needs to do that, because the moment we say it, lands the hook, doesn't go in for it, but I think he could have gone in for it.
Yeah, there's nobody really there to back up.
Like
Snowflake's
Vlad,
in the
maybe,
same area, but Boomba definitely could have gotten the kill on the Lee Sin had Beast taken that hook.
Man,
But yeah, Stumpy, like I said right before, Spear of Shojin with Renekton is such a deadly combo. With that debut alone, he gets multiple resets onto his other abilities because of the cooldowns.
right.
And
I was gonna find
you really saw it right there.
Okay, Talia's in the wrong place right now. She might not be able to get out, but Talia does do a lot of damage. Does flash out. I would say a perfect flash.
Yeah, good flash, good exhaust, keeps herself alive.
She does a lot of damage too.
Yes, she does.
Okay,
she's actually going
she's
in.
like, no, you're in here with me, guys. You're in here with me, and they have to run away.
See, they get the catch onto her, and she's like, no, you don't. I'm going to make you run away now.
Now, the pressure that she applied in the top lane, that's going to kind of give Boomatime enough, I would say enough room to get this Drake right here. Been dodging. Oh my god, he gets it! He gets it!
And flashes out.
Oh my god.
Wow.
Okay, I was like, okay, there's no way he's going to be able to do this, but he's Lee Sin. He gets percent health damage off of his Q, so that makes it so his smite is especially deadly. And very surprising in terms of damage as well. Wow. That
Great steal.
Okay, so all that pressure that they applied in top lane on Boomatime's side, or on Booma's side, is gone because they got the Drake that they wanted. No, Godscott got their Drake that they had applied that pressure for. And so, wow, that's kind of a tragedy. They didn't lose anybody, but it is a tragedy.
Yeah. Now both teams God Squad is starting to get some vision around this Baron. They just got the Dragon, and now setting up for the other neutral objective right now. But in order to kind of get a bit more access to it, they're going to take down the mid turret first.
He runs away. Okay, so we were talking about, in the pregame, who was going to have more impact because of these Season 1 champions, Udyr versus Lee Sin. Lee Sin, even though he was a little slow to the punch and kind of like a little wary in the first couple minutes of the game, I think he's really turning on right here and applying all this pressure.
Yeah, 100% agree. I mean, Udyr's done a pretty decent job. He's 7 out of the 8 kills on the team he's been a part of. But he's also been 3 deaths so far.
Okay. 4v4. Renekton's coming up. They're going to try to siege down this turret because it's only like 2 hits. But I think that Boomba wants to like bait them into this one right here.
Yeah. I mean, for God Squad, they need to take down this turret if they want to get even more priority over that Baron area.
If you just cough in that direction,
yeah,
it goes down.
It's a stiff breeze away from falling over right now. But yeah, 4 members of God Squad, actually 3 now, the Lee Sin backed, they're still sitting in this mid lane. They're going to clear it out, and like I said, 1 auto is going to kill it. They're going to go for this turret kill.
And so both teams, maybe not after this turret, but they have reached gold parity essentially. And when do you think that this Baron fight is going to happen? Because blue team, or God Squad, has solid Baron control. They have wards everywhere. There's no way Boomatime is going to be able to get this Baron. Obviously, you don't just get it. Without some excessive effort on the side of Boomba. So when do you think that this Baron fight is going to occur?
I'd say it's still a bit early. Again, with the Twitch, I'd like to see him pick up an attack speed item first. Right now, he just has the dagger since he went for the Merc Dreads. He doesn't have a Zeal item yet, so he doesn't have big damage, big sustained damage onto the Baron.
But he does have sustained damage onto other players. Oof, this guy is... He only has 1 death right now, and he did give up his lead, I would say, and his pressure when he lost his life to that top lane fight. But both teams are kind of taking their time with this. They're very, I wouldn't say methodical, but they are a little sluggish in terms of they want to take fights that they know that they can win. And as we look at the kills, that's exactly what they've been doing, right?
Yeah, like in most of our games, we're seeing way more than 1 kill per minute, where here we're actually below that 1 kill per minute margin. It's 18 kills in almost 24 minutes. And that kind of shows that these teams are playing with a bit more of a tempered aggression this game. They aren't trying to just go all out and pick up every single kill they get eyes on. They're playing with a bit more discipline, and I like that.
I think that the reason why they're doing that is because they know that they're kind of facing up against somebody who is somewhat, or give or take, their skill level. So they can't just like be flashy like the Aurelia was in the last game and just, I don't know, do a pirouette on top of the ADC and then kill everybody. And so they're, as you said, a little more cautious, but one of these teams is going to need to find their confidence to win the game. All right, so like, obviously you can't not play the game in League. Somebody's going to win, and that person or that team that does it is going to be the people who find the courage to kind of step forward, I think, and take something out of risk. I think.
They have to take risks to make the plays here, and I think a good example of this could have been Stumpy. Could have tried to push a bit more in that lane. He has the Spear of Shojin, and even in 1v1, that's a great item. He's going to be winning this matchup against a Hecarim in the 1v1, but doesn't opt to go for it and kind of just backs off for a bit, doesn't really get anything out of it.
So we see the pressure here right now. Renekton is in the bottom lane, but Lee Sin tries to go
Beautiful
in for
Singman
the...
pull.
Yeah, he tries to go in for the greedy kill. He's going to lose his life for this, just straight up. Like, okay, so he didn't know that the ADC was right there. And even with that, I think that he was being a little too forward with it. He was expecting Talia to kind of back him up, but the moment that Lucian showed up, she knew that she needed to walk away. So Boomer are going to get a little bit of a pick off.
Yeah, and that's, they get the jungler down, which is pretty huge considering
Has to
Baron's
flash
up.
forward.
But
Yeah, no, she's not going to walk out of this one alive.
Well, that's the exhaust
Unfortunately,
going down,
Lucian is doing a lot of, well, not doing a lot of damage. He had to stick in the back, but Talia does lose her life for this. There's 2 kills down on God Squad, and Booma Time, they're going to take out the ward and go for this Baron.
And they got all 5 members here. Jungler just now respawned for God Squad. Lee Sin might not be able to get there in time. They can focus down this Baron really quick.
And they don't have anybody really there to kind of poke them down. They do have Twitch. Now Twitch can shoot through all members of these people. He's doing so much damage. Gets a double kill, gets a triple kill.
Oh my
Well,
god.
not a triple kill, but his support once again takes it out. And he single-handedly destroyed this team. Now he does lose his life for this. Booma Time does take him down. Booma Blood is going to lose his life for this. And they think that that's it. So they do lose a couple members. Wait, oh dude, you don't want to.
Man.
Okay.
Seeing all this happen, I really don't like what God Squad's top laner did. Snowflake is just sitting in the sideway. He could have TP'd in, helped out his team, and potentially ace all of Boomba there. But instead, just pushes up on his lonesome. And I guess he does get an inhib out of it, but that could have been a one fight.
I think he might get it, or he might lose his life for this. No,
He
he's
does-
not going to get it.
He does go back in for it.
He's going to lose his life for it. But yeah, you were right. So Snowflake, he really should have been there at that Baron fight. He doesn't have a lot of AP damage, but you didn't need it, all right? So like Twitch was firing through 4 people at the same time. He was doing so much damage that he got a double kill off the bat right there. If there was one more person there except for his support, that would have been a complete turnaround. There would have been no question. God Squad, or I mean Quad at least right there because there was only 4 members. But they would have been able to really take that one home. Unfortunately, some miscommunication. Maybe he didn't think he was, I mean, that was like happened within 5 seconds, right? So maybe he was like, nah, dude, I got it. Oh, I just got a double kill. Like, oh, you got this, and then gets absolutely deleted.
Yeah, I mean, they did get the inhib in the end, but by the time that place started, if Hecarim immediately TP'd in, that could have been, 3 or 4 members of God Squad surviving and a Baron play off of that, but instead, they had to fall off the Baron, and luckily got the inhib in return, but it definitely could have gone the other way for them.
And so, as we were talking about earlier, these 2 teams are kind of within skill parity right now. Not parity, but parity. And that's the reason why they're able to take these fights and lose them as well. It was a fair victory. Nobody actually got anything out of it. But we do see God Squad taking the Baron, and
Now,
yeah.
God Squad actually has, since Snowflake didn't use his TP in the last fight, he has TP advantage in the side lane here. Renekton can't answer if he tries to TP.
Okay, so they're going to collapse onto them. The Baron is ultra low right now. The Cullen goes in, and he does melt him. 1 kill goes over in favor of God Squad. 2 kills go over, and they're just going to continue the Baron. They don't have enough power to actually contest this. Now, maybe if Renekton came up, but not even there. There's just no way. Oh, almost gets Lee Sin. But I think that this is just going to be God Squads. They played that fight beautifully.
Yeah,
and also they didn't. Yeah, and also Boomba didn't have all the members there. They were trying to poke him out like Twitch had done, but you're not a Twitch, and you don't have that much damage. They're going to get the Baron, all 5 members. Well, not all 5 members. One of them did die. But that's about it. And Puma Beast is... This is...
Oh, there's a slow too.
Yeah,
That's a kill.
Yeah, he's got the red. Unfortunate, but expected.
Yeah, one thing I wanted to note is that as that was all going on around the Baron, Stumpy managed to pick up that solo kill on the Snowflake in the top lane. And like I was saying earlier, he has that Spear of Shojin. Once he pops that ultimate, nobody's going to be able to kill him in a 1v1. So I really like that move from him. Kind of taking that bit more of a risk, but here he goes again.
As we were talking about, here is Renekton. Unfortunately, all 4 members of God Squad are here. He's going to lose his life for it. Kind of a rough spot to be in because he has some kills. He hasn't given up a lot of deaths, and nobody on the team, on the side of God Squad, can really solo him. Like maybe Twitch. I mean, no, definitely Twitch. But anybody else, he can just kind of be this force in any lane he's in, just kind of messing around with people and kind of pulling attention away from what needs to be, the attention away from God Squad. And so I think that Stumpy is going to get back up and do the same thing because they just lost Baron, unfortunately. But they're not really doing a whole lot with it. Yes.
Yeah, right now they just stuck the Udyr in the side wave. They're not even going to try to send all 5 members topside to defend against the siege from God Squad with the Baron, but God Squad, they have the twist in Talia. That's a lot of damage going down onto the turret. They set all 5 members up in top lane. They don't even use the Heck Room with the split push.
Okay, they're going to lock off the Vladimir and the Thresh here. Unfortunately, they're taking fights on both sides right now. Renekton takes a lot of damage, but he does have that Guardian Angel. He runs away. He does have to pop it. Golden God does get Boomba Beast, and Boomba Time, he's going to get some health from this. I don't think that Nautilus is going to be able to take him out, but on the side, they've just essentially surrounded this turret. Renekton flashes in, gets on top of Twitch, and he's gone. This might be it. Okay, so they do still have Lucian, but that is still a lot of damage on the side of God Squad. They're going to barrel in. They're going to try to find Renekton. Unfortunately, he does land the Q. He's going to go in. He's going to die for this. And they both died.
They both have the GA. Oh, wait. Never mind. It was just Lee Sin with the GA.
Well, Talia gets a double kill, but Lee Sin making the God plays right here. And I said they weren't doing anything with Baron. They essentially wipe the floor of Boomba time, or Boomba, and they get 2 inhibitor turrets, and they're going to get maybe a Nexus turret. I think this might just be it. So
Yeah, it's looking like they're trying to end the game right here.
They're just going to chip this down. They don't have their ADC right now, though, but they're just being pushed into the fountain. They have both super minion waves right now, and I do think that this will be the side of victory going over in favor of God Squad. A brilliant game by both teams. They played, I would say, within each other's skill level. Unfortunately, after a couple kills and a couple picks, especially a decisive Baron pull, they win it.
Yeah, and God Squad picks up the win in less than 32 minutes. This was a really slow starting game. If you remember, like the first 10 minutes or so, there were barely any kills going over, but it really picked up once the Baron spawned and teams started fighting around those objectives. And you even saw the Renekton starting to get a bit more aggressive in that side lane in the bot lane. But man, so much more action in the late game there.
I think that what we would have to look at in this game is that the top laners, while they were, self-sufficient, Renekton kind of didn't really do a lot during the game, right? Like, he was able to be a constant presence and constantly apply pressure to his lane, but he wasn't in a lot of team fights. He wasn't there kind of sewing his way through and, like, getting these 80 carries. I think that this game essentially just kind of, like, happened the way it happened from just pressure from the junglers. And the Lee Sin after that triple kill was a monster.
Yeah, 100% agree. And also I wanted to point out the Talia for God Squad. Such a good job. Did so much consistent damage during these fights and really just outplayed the Vladimir during these fights. Showed exactly why he was able to do more damage with that pick.
And that being said, God Squad was able, I believe that they were able to just be a team of 5 more often than Boomba time. So Vlad really works well in these team fights, but where were the team fights that he was in? His team was almost never there when he got picked off. And when he needed to be there, he was either dead or he was in a side lane. And so I think that the reason why God Squad won is that they were more cohesive as a unit. Boomba time, their mechanics are still on point. They're still great players, but as a team, they maybe needed to talk to each other a little bit more and be on the same level of communication as God Squad.
Yeah, I definitely think God Squad had that team cohesion as a whole. They played as 5. They played as a whole team, and they played to their win conditions really well.
And so I think that because of that win condition, they're going to get that point in their favor. They're going to go on, but for now, we're going to throw it to a break, and we'll be back in just a few minutes. Don't touch that dial or the button on your screen or whatever. We'll be back in just a little bit. Thank you. And welcome back to Late Night League here at Santa Ana Esports Arena here in Orange County. My name is Orion. This is... It's you.
It's me, Seal.
It's you. It's you. So, right now, we're going to be getting in very soon to the losers round 3 bracket here at the West Coast. It'll be between Danny Magnum, some people we just saw, like, maybe 30 minutes ago,
Still looking at the watch.
versus Peaked High School. And so, back in those last games, Danny Magnum had a really great player as Danny Magnum, great Alistar support, was there for Tristana, was able to basically protect his ADC throughout the entire game, and kind of take things on. And the star player as well, Korean Banana, with the, 24-0 Irelia top laner or something like that.
Really clean on the Irelia there.
Yeah, and so as we get into losers bracket right now, we're going to take a look at the standings to see which of these teams could actually find their way either out of it or what points they're going to get for it. So we'll have that up in just a little bit. As we see right now, this is the central standings right here. Asian Imports is still at the top. Boomba is still at the top. They did lose that last game, unfortunately. Followed by Get Money Boys, Balls Deep, and the rest. Fruit League and the boys on the West standings, 5 wards in the Dream, Titan Gaming, and Fruitcake and Larry. Because this is the losers bracket, they are kind of battling for 3rd place maybe. And these are the 1st place teams as well. Fruit League and the boys did play when I was casting about 2 weeks ago. Pretty crazy right now. So what can you tell me, aside from League right now, because we're getting into the game very soon, what is coming up on the slab for the rest of the Esports Arena?
So for Esports Arena, throughout the week, they also host other tournaments aside from Late Night League. On Tuesdays, there is Rocket League. On Wednesdays, it's Wednesday Night Fighting. I believe it's Street Fighter right now.
Yeah, I think that like on the side though, you guys, okay, so it's a local event. You could come into the Esports Santa Ana Arena and bring your controllers. It is, I would say, one of our more popular events, more highly streamed as well. You could bring in your controllers, your CRT TVs, play Smash or whatever. But that night is more or less dedicated to Street Fighter.
Yep, and then following the Wednesday Night Fighting, on Thursday it's going to be Super Smash Bros. Ultimate, and on Friday, finishing off with Fortnite. And any of these tournaments you can enter for just $10. Just go into the location. Again, any of our Walmart locations, as well as the official Esports Arena locations as well.
And if you want to try to place your hand here at the Late Night League stage, those are open qualifiers, and the next season will be starting, I think, shortly after the last cast, which will be coming up maybe next week or the week after. We'll get a date to you either by the end of the stream or on our website. But for now, what can we say about these two teams? So Peak High School played 2 weeks ago, and they were pretty good. However, I would say that they're going to really need to find an answer for Korean Banana. Now, they're not going to sub out Korean Banana because they did sub him out last week, but he's a powerhouse, and I don't know what he's capable of if they ban Irelia out.
Yeah, I also think with Danny Magnum, you can't just look at Korean Banana. He was incredible, but he was also enabled by that Zillion pick in the last game that Kilo, the Clown, played in the mid lane.
Right. So we're going to see. I wouldn't be surprised if the first ban from Peaked High School would be Irelia, but it isn't. It's not. Who is that?
That's the Aatrox.
That's Aatrox. Huh. So it looks as though that maybe Korean Banana or Waterslide are an Aatrox player.
Yeah, and it looks like Danny Magnum's really focusing the 80 carry bans here. I guess Peaked High School, really solid 80 carry player on that team, so want to take away some picks from him.
I know that the 80 carry on Peak High School has a very strong Severe. Is it Sivir or Sivir? We always talk about
it Sivir.
I say Severe. It's a weird name.
Yeah.
It's a weird name.
Not a very common one.
Not very common.
And then again, you don't hear Aatrox every day either. So.
Hey, you're right. And we're not going to see a Hecarim this time. Hecarim has been played 100% for every round this night, and we're not going to see him. I miss him already.
I don't miss him. That champion is a menace. I always love when I see him banned out in my own solo queue games, but here I see him banned out in this tournament as well. And another jungle ban coming in, the Sejuani. She also received buffs in 9-8 fairly recently, but nothing too much. So
they take the Evelyn out, and they're taking a lot of champions that we saw. Well, not a lot, only 2. Korean Banana, they didn't ban away the Irelia, and wait, no, he's gonna pick for his ADC. Actually, he's gonna wait. He's gonna wait to see what they have in store on the other side for his top lane. Now that shows a lot of, I would say, a lot of priority and focus on his pick.
Yeah, it looks like they were trying to get that Kaisa for Misa Daenerys this game, because you saw him play last game, the Tristana, looked really good on it, and actually got very fed, something like 12, 13 kills on the pick. And now they're going to pick the Kaisa, who's even more snowbally than the Tristana, and one of those incredible late game picks.
And she's so, I wouldn't say she's ultra mobile, but I would say that she just does like too much damage, my friend. We get a
I
Kayn.
love this Kayn pick. On the most recent patch, he received huge buffs in that Shadow Assassin form. His cooldown on the Shadow Step, which allows him to walk through walls, is now on an 8-second cooldown at all levels without CDR. So once you pick up CDR, that thing's going to be down to around 5 seconds. So huge access to mobility on the map for the Kayn now if he goes Shadow Assassin, which I fully expect him to following that buff.
I haven't seen a lot of Kayn lately in solo queue, but maybe that's because I'm in solo queue and people don't really know how to play the guy. He's an absolute terror because he can go through walls, as you said. He can be what that essentially comes out to is that he could be anywhere that he wants to be on the map, and he could basically skate through wards if you're not looking close enough.
Yeah, and I actually like the answer that Peaked High School had. Immediately picked the Jarvan in the jungle. One of the best early game jungle picks, can have solid ganks at just level 2, whereas Kayn, you kind of need to hit your transformation, whether you go for that Rust or the Shadow Assassin. He has to wait to kind of hit his power level, whereas Jarvan has it immediately at that level 2.
And I would say that what we're looking at here is kind of a more balanced comp out of Peak High School. So Jarvan is good in the early game. His early game ganks are, is what he's known for. But he's also fairly good, I would say, into the mid game. His utility never goes away with that flag and drag. And so, but with this Kayn, I think he does need a little bit of time to kind of turn on, especially if he's going that Shadow Assassin. This is not a tank. So, I think that the next picks coming out of Danny Magnum will definitely be the tanks. And we're going to be looking for maybe the Irelia?
Yeah, and for round 2 of bans, we see Peaked High School targeting Kilo the Clown in the mid lane, get rid of the Zillion we saw from him last time, ban out the Kali as well, kind of resort him to a lower priority mid pick, whereas Danny Magnum focusing the top lane with the bans, hopefully to get Korean Banana a good matchup, ban out the Jace and the Gnar, some of those more oppressive top laners that we typically see.
We're going to get Urgot for, is that going to be jungle or the top lane?
Since we have the Jarvan, I believe it was going to be Urgot top and Jarvan jungle, but it could be flexed either way.
It could be flexed, yeah. We saw Akali in the tournament last week with very limited success, and they let the Irelia go through. So, they believe, Peaked High School believes that either in arrogance or skill, they think that they can take on Korean Banana's Irelia, which has been shown to be in this whole tournament and the tournament before an absolute terror. Okay, so Irelia, her kit is just, Irelia's kit. You could play against her, whatever. But I think what they're thinking, Peaked High School, is that, okay, we're not going to be able to really ban out Irelia without banning out all of his other champions. And because he's such a good player, what can we really ban to really guarantee ourselves that we're going to be safe in this? And so they're gonna stare Korean Banana right in the banana, I guess, and see if they can make it out of this one alive. So the last pick is going to be LeBlanc.
Yeah, so something interesting that I kind of saw is Peaked High School saved that mid lane as their last pick. They wanted to get the counter pick in the mid lane. And they picked what's not a very good matchup for LeBlanc. Usually, Morgana is seen as a counter pick to LeBlanc, and they picked themselves into this matchup. So I'm kind of curious what Peaked High School's plan is around this mid lane, where they kind of want to play for the LeBlanc to just roam more.
I think that's what they're going to do. Yeah.
Yeah, because Morgana has been huge even in professional play as a huge counter to the LeBlanc. So I'm curious why they went for that pick.
Her spell shield is, I think it's one of the more, it's literally the unique thing in the game. Like, even after like hundreds of, like over 100 champions, there's no like direct spell shield that you can apply to somebody else. So super unique spell, especially with LeBlanc, who has 2 bindings that basically fizzle out if you have a spell on them at any point. And so we're going to look at the picks here, and I think that I would say Peaked High School has definitely a more balanced comp. Danny Magnum, we saw them last game, and they were basically a terror. Okay, we're going to talk about Korean Banana, but we also have to talk about their support. Their support is Morg, not an Alistar this time around, as you said. And I think that they're going to be really focused not on Korean Banana, but their ADC.
Yeah, 100% agree. Kaisa is going to be a huge priority for the team this game. And I think that if Danny Magnum wants to play around the Kaisa, they have the ability to. Again, Morgana really good at supporting that, as well as the Leona is going to be able to lock down people enough to allow Kaisa to stack up her passive really quick and get that huge execute damage coming in.
It was Leona, not Morg. Whoops. I'm sorry.
They got both on the team. Again,
Yeah.
Kilo the Clown looks like he excels on these kind of supportive mid laners. He played the Zillion last time, racked up like 1 million assists in the game. Now he's playing the Morg.
No, exactly.
So I think he's kind of trying to play the same style again. Support Korean Banana and Kaisa.
Yes, Kaisa. Yeah. So what I saw in the bans actually is that, so it seemed as though that they were banning out, obviously the other team. But I think what they were trying to do is, so they picked the Kaisa and then they banned those two out. They're really trying to shove Peak High School into a corner to where they can pick, they can't pick anything else other than something that's going to be bad versus Kaisa. Now Kaisa is, she's a little bit short range except for her spell. She's an exceptional AD carry, hyper carry. There's not a lot you can pick against her that would just be a guaranteed, okay, we're done with her. But I think that even though that Korean Banana is the powerhouse of this team, I would say, not to say anything about the other team because they're good. I think that the focus on the AD carry is what we're going to need to be looking for, and I'm really looking forward to those Kaisa plays.
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to his bot lane in general. With Kaisa and Leona, that's so much damage and all in the early game. Kaisa with the XQ on the passive, so much damage coming in the early game. I'd be shocked if we don't see an early kill coming, whether it's the Tristan Tarek become a kill or that Kaisa Leona. Gonna be a pretty volatile bot lane matchup, I'd imagine.
And we gotta take a look at Tarek because Tarek he's not the most pick support, but he's still a great support, and with that invulnerability at the very end, that's really powerful. So we can't discount how powerful invulnerability is in a high kill pressure game like this. But for the early game, I'm going to be looking at the combo between the top lane and the J4.
Yeah, 100% agree.
Yeah. So J4, he has always been famous for doing a decent amount of damage in the early game. His passive basically makes sure that anybody who is a tank or isn't a tank is going to lose a lot of health in that first few seconds. And J4 never loses his utility.
He has that flag drag combo throughout the entire game. Once he picks up that ultimate, he can lock the enemy team down in just this tiny little cataclysm. Yeah. Everyone else can just rain down terror upon them, and they can't get out unless they have mobility spells up or a flash.
Can Kane go through Jarvan? He can. Oh.
So Kane, pretty good counter pick against the Jarvan.
Yeah. So we're gonna have to wait and see whether or not Kane can produce enough results to, because Kane does a lot of damage. He becomes an absolute terror if you let him get fed. Any of these people on this side, especially the Kaiser and the Kane, if they get fed, it's going to be really, really bad for Peak High School. So I hope he does. I know they hope he doesn't get fed, but what I see is it's less of a balanced team on Danny Magnum's side, which means that if Peak High School can kind of last through anything that really happens within the first, 10 to 20 minutes of the game, which is what we're seeing right now, they will have enough balance in their team to kind of shatter the glass cannons that are on that side. Kane is pretty beefy, but he's not exactly a tank. Morg is pretty beefy, but not exactly a beefy mid laner. Kaisa is the ADC, and Irelia is not really a tank either. So there's no front line to protect these people. However, they have a lot of damage, a lot of kill pressure.
Yeah, again, Danny Magnum definitely has the harder team comp to pull off here. They're more snowbally. If they can get the Kane really far ahead in the early game, then that's pretty much a ticket to victory right there. But such an easier team comp to pull off for this side of Peaks High School here.
I'm not going to say skill stealing, but there are, they have a lot of more options if they start to fall behind in the first moments of the game. In either case, welcome everybody. If you're just joining us, this is Late Night League here at beautiful Santa Ana, Orange County, here in California, the Golden State. We are seeing the losers round 3 bracket for the West Coast. I think I said that twice. Danny Magnum versus Peaked High School, and we're in it.
Yeah, so coming in early here, pretty much teams just matching each other on that level 1. Everyone standing their ground, making sure nobody's getting any extra vision across the map. But actually, pretty good work from Danny Magnum onto the side of Peaked High School in the jungle right there. You can see it. It's just to the right of what would be on your screen right here. But there is a ward there that's going to help them spot out Jeebus Creebus 69 in the early game.
Okay, we're just going to call him J4.
Yeah. Or maybe just Jeebus Creebus. That's quite the name.
But we have a standard start here. Nothing too crazy. No 5-man. No 5-man invades. And I don't think that this is going to be a game where we're just going to wait until 20 minutes and then something happens. I think that with a J4 and how aggressive Danny Magnum, the team was the last time we saw them, I think that we're going to see some early kills going out. But we're going to have to wait and see. League of Legends, unpredictable.
Yeah, you definitely never know what can happen. And interesting attempted level 1 here, but
Flashes into it? Okay, they believe they could take the level 1 fight, and I think that they can. He runs towards his turret. He does have the range on him, though. Lands the flash. He's burning. He's not burning. So he's literally 1 health. This is an absolute disaster right now. So he doesn't heal. The first one goes over to Tariq. That is not what you want to have on a Kai'Sa within the first minute, but they thought they can do it. Unfortunately, they burned the flash right at the start of the fight, and they couldn't escape.
Yeah, I honestly thought that Danny Magnum's bot lane was going to pick up the kill here. Triss got down to about 1 HP there, but no ignite on the side of Danny Magnum, and Daenerys blowing the flash early meant that they weren't going to be able to pick up the kill onto the Tristana. And Tariq doing a really good job of landing that dazzle stun at the end of the combo there.
I think that, yeah, if they had just like, if they just breathed at the dude, he would have fallen over.
Yeah.
But I think that with a little bit of luck on Peak High School side and also some great plays by his support, making sure that his, even at level 1, I suppose, was relatively safe. They do come out of it with a kill, and I think that Tariq still has his flash, so they're still kind of in it right now.
Yeah, they definitely still have the playmaking ability in the bot lane here, and they're
Stuns
just going
it?
around on Danny Magnum.
Okay, so that's a lot of damage going down on the Danny Magnum. They believe that they could take this fight. Okay, this is a bloodbath right now. Danny Magnum might land the stun. He doesn't, but he does die anyway. So Tariq is going to lose his life for it. He does flash in. That was a ton of damage going on to Triss just out of nowhere. That was like over 150 damage just kind of popping on him. I think that was because of Leona's abilities and the burst.
Yeah, Leona's passive allows Kai'Sa to proc the damage so easily.
Yeah.
As well as Kai'Sa's passive, that execute damage, once Triss got low at the beginning of that fight, as soon as that execute popped,
it was a bit of a questionable.
Went away.
I think that she might have forgotten about the passive a little bit. We're not going to call the players incompetent at all, but like I think that she thought that she could burst down the Kai'Sa quicker than that execute came out. Unfortunately, was not to be. So the bot lane equalizes. Kai'Sa gets a kill, and Peak High School retains their kills. But here is literally all of Peak High School. They're going to root him right in front of the turret, but they're not going to be able to take the turret shots like Korean Banana did. But speaking of Korean Banana, he's sitting right here in front of this guy, and there's no way he's going to walk out of this or not. We don't even get to see the fadeaway. Okay, Korean Banana solos the guy at 4 minutes relatively in. This is not the biggest deal. Korean Banana has not, gotten 7 kills in a row right now, but this is not a good sign.
Yeah, another Korean Banana early game, another solo kill in the early game. This guy knows how to play the pick, especially in lane. And typically against the Urgot, that's more of a safer matchup for the Urgot. He shouldn't lose really early in the matchup, but pretty exceptional play from Korean Banana, landing the flawless duet time and time again, landing the CC, getting that reset on the Q, and picking up the early kill.
I think that, as a player, he knows exactly when he can go in, which is, okay, obviously what you need to know as a top lane player. But he picked the moment after Johnny Vito had used all of his abilities and missed them, and then went in, and the guy was basically helpless. Now, he's going to go in. Peanut Butter is taking a ton of damage. You do not want to be here with this execute, but it doesn't matter. He does get all the damage on him, and Danny Magnum is finding himself in kind of the wrong end of the place right here. So he started the fight, but he wasn't able to protect his ADC long enough to outlast the stun coming out from Tariq.
Yeah, really good job from Almakon on the Tariq here. He's landing so many dazzles onto the Kai'Sa, onto the Leona, and Tristana, again, we saw it earlier with Danny Magnum playing it earlier. It's so good when you have an engaged support who can land their CC reliably, and that's exactly what Almakon is doing in this scenario, and it's allowing Peanut Butter to get really far ahead in this lane.
It's really all in for this Tristan. He goes in, but not a lot of jungle support. He's just scaring him off right now. But he does drop the ignite on a little questionable, and he does take 2 turret shots. So this is, they're going to have to walk away. But hey, so much action is going down in this bot lane. But where are the junglers? Where is J4 in all this?
Yeah, J4, the only time we really saw him try to do anything was that attempt of the gank onto the Morgana, but Morgana had the perfect flash to get out of it in that scenario. And
Okay, so here's J4. Uses a spell shield. Okay,
there we go,
now
spell
he
shield
can knock
blocked.
him up.
Oh,
Wait, he does
knock-up
knock him up.
barely misses.
He like, by a pixel, but it might not matter. One hit from J4 will do it. A flash
There's
goes
the
in, and that'll be
flash.
it. Okay, it would be amazing if he just like threw on the spell shield if he had that right there, and he just walks away with it.
Don't know if the Black Shield is on that low of cooldown in the game, but good effort.
A lot of time spent trying to track down this Morgana.
He has the ult too. Oh no.
Yeah, oh.
Poor Johnny Vitra.
Okay, Johnny Vitro is oh, very cinematic. Oh, but the rest
Oh,
of
no.
the rest of Peak High School is right here. Now he's not able to land the stun completely, but they are packed behind the turret. The bomb does go off, but
Well, 4 members of Peaked High School are just sitting in this bot lane looking to dive Danny Magnum's bot lane.
okay, is this a wise idea though? There's a Kayn right there. The Morg is coming back, and she's walking down to bot lane. There's a lot of damage on the side of Danny Magnum though. He might
Wong
go
takes
for
the
this
turret
LeBlanc.
shot.
Okay, here's the Kayn. Pokes him out. Cancels the recall, and they're all just gonna kind of just chill out now.
Yeah.
They know they're not gonna get anything out of this.
Kane's going to take that. He gets a bit of damage towards his transformation as it goes on. And since he probably wants to go for the Shadow Assassin in this game, he's probably going to want to look to target either the Urgot, LeBlanc, or Tristana, as that will help him get the Shadow Assassin form earlier since they are ranged champions.
But, you know, as we were talking about, he's kind of going slow right now. None of these junglers have really... I mean, Jarvan, I would just call that kind of regular pressure. He's not really, like, jumping forward and kind of making plays for his team at the moment.
Darvin did hit the level 6 now, so we might see him going with that Cataclysm. And he still has the flash, too, to perhaps pull off a flag and drag flash to get the knock-up onto someone. So he still has the tools to create these gank plays. But for now, that's not what you want to do as Jarvan when you're playing against a Kayn, because Kayn can't have that access until he hits the level 6 at the earliest. So Jarvan not having quite the early game he wanted to, but it's still decent enough.
Yeah, I mean, like, we see that in, like, how balanced the kills are right now. It's 3-4. They're within 600 gold of each other. No lane is really winning outright, although Korean Banana is still, you know, Korean Banana, and he does get 2 kills off of the Urgot. I think that if Urgot can make it out of, I would say, mid-game, he would probably serve more utility than this Irelia. This is not a totally high kill pressure team, except for that Urgot. So if he does land it on somebody low, it doesn't really matter how tanky somebody is or how much damage they do. If you get caught like that, this Urgot could find a lot of value.
Yeah, especially if he can get the execute in a team fight, he can get the fear off onto multiple members of Danny Magnum, and at that point the fight's pretty much over. Tristana can pick up resets, and there's actually a pause going on in the game right now.
And so I think that we're probably having a little bit of technical difficulties. It is the way it is when both teams are playing online with each other, even though they're in essentially separate buildings. And so right now we're just going to kind of take a small breather for everybody who is still here. Oh, no, we're going to jump back into the game.
Getting right back into it.
Yeah.
That's nice. Not too long of a pause.
I think
Perhaps
that's
just a short disconnect or something, but
okay,
oh,
flashes
nice
in.
flash.
He takes advantage immediately of like the pause buffer, drops all of his abilities on, and he's gonna die for this.
Yeah.
Up in the top lane, it does look as though that Danny Vito is gonna get dived, and he's gonna have to commit to this. That is an explicit disaster for the bot lane, but something really great for Danny Magnum.
Yeah, right now we're kind of seeing like mirrored matchups in the top lane and bot lane, or mirrored stories, I guess. We're seeing Korean Banana just kind of repeatedly getting the edge over Johnny Vitro, and it's kind of the same with the bot lane for Peaked High School over Danny Magnum, whereas Peanut Butter and Almacon are consistently landing the CC and picking up kills in the bot lane here. You see that Tristana is sitting at a nice almost 20 CS lead right now. They're getting multiple turret plates, and unfortunately the Tarek's been the one picking up most of the kills. He's 3 kills already. He has a bounty as a support Tarek.
He is super beefy. He is ultra beefy right now. He is the carry right now.
Yeah, Almacon is saying, who needs an 80 carry?
Okay, he's gonna land stun on both of them.
Double
Oh, that's
stun.
awful. Okay, so he misses the solar flare on top of him. They might not
the
be able to
damage.
get any kills on him, and the damage follows up. But both junglers are literally walking next to each other. He misses his flag and drag. So, oh, dude, that's awful. Okay, what's going on?
LeBlanc's here.
Where are you? Goes in. He does lose his life for this, but wow, 2 things going on at the same time. Danny Magnum, the player, and also the team kind of finding a way to equalize the pressure on that Tristana. And both junglers kind of looking directly at the bot lane and not next to each other. They're just kind of jogging next to each other until they realize what's going on.
Yeah, I think they both realized they wouldn't be able to just straight up kill each other, and kind of just want to get to that bot lane as fast as possible to support their teams. But man, really good job from Danny Magnum's bot lane to pick up
Doesn't
that
land
kill
the bind,
onto.
but lands the stun. That was a bad pick to do.
Yeah, right after a really good play coming from Danny Magnum and Daenerys, they kind of get caught out in a bit in their own jungle. Peak High School had that mid priority. They had the jungler and support still in the same area, and were able to just get a quick kill onto Danny Magnum,
I
the
think
player.
that because they didn't have a lot of vision in that, they thought it might have just been one dude, and Leona went in to follow up what she thought was going to be a landed binding.
Yeah.
But unfortunately, didn't really happen. Leona loses her life for it. Doesn't make too much of a difference. The teams are within gold parity of each other, within about 1,000 gold. And this is... I'm not going to say it's kind of a slow game. I think this is a pretty steady game right now. I think they're kind of taking swings at each other.
Definitely a bit of action in the early game here. Both teams still pretty even across the board. We have Korean Banana pretty far ahead in the bot lane, or in the top lane rather. And then on the bot lane, a bit towards the side of Peak High School, but Daenerys and Danny Magnum, the player, did a pretty good job of kind of equalizing that, getting that kill for themselves just a couple minutes ago.
And so this is what I like to see. Like, everybody likes to watch a game where both teams seem to be, wow, he lands the binding, but he still, like, skips ahead. He's not going to be able to bind him. He might get a little bit of damage on him. There's no jungler to support him.
Mimic chain here. Oh, he doesn't have the mimic
He
yet.
doesn't, so he drops the Ignite down on top of him. The stun will not land. LeBlanc has everything that she needs and just uses the flash because she sees the Jarvan, does not want any part of that.
Yeah, Jarvan had the flash, had the flag and drag. He engaged from so far away with that Kilo the Clown. Kind of respecting that. Really good flash from him, I guess. Keeps him alive. Knows that the Jarvan could have just gone in and killed him.
And so what, the Jarvan is kind of, playing what he usually plays, towards the mid game. What I really like to see right now is that Danny Magnum with that Kai'Sa, with this Leona, I want to see them like get a little bit more kills and like kind of skip away with the game. But I like to see that Peak High School is fighting back and kind of, equalizing the scales right now because, later in the game, they're going to have to deal with this Irelia up in the top lane, especially versus this Tristana. That Irelia is going to sit on top of that Tristana, and any lead that this Trist and this Turret can get, before that happens is good enough.
Yeah, exactly. They've gotten quite a few turret plays in the bot lane, gotten kills for themselves, and sure, the Tarks picked up most of them, but Trist has still gotten a pretty early Infinity Edge right now. And that'll help them deal with the Irelia in a lot better of a way than they would have been able to had it just been an even matchup in the bot lane.
So they're going to focus down on this Earth Drake. The thing is that the opposing team's jungler was spotted all the way in the top, so there's nothing he can do. There's absolutely nothing.
There are pings going from Danny Magnum's top in jungle onto the Rift Herald there. They might start that up and look to trade that for the Drake.
Oh! Okay, so he's Killer the Clown is going down, but do you think this is a worthwhile trade right now, this Rift Herald? So it might equal a turret kill, but the Earth Drake is forever.
Yeah, I think the trade would have been better. I mean, I think it would have been an even trade had it just been the Drake for the Rift Herald, but losing mid-turret as well means that Peak High School gets the much better trade in this scenario.
And they're going to run up and kind of take a look at this Rift Herald because they know they're still there.
Oh yeah,
man, so he jumps in with the Taric Dazzle, and that was absolutely beautiful. Like, there's no way he would have walked out of that, but that just sealed his fate right there.
Yeah.
Like, oh, that was a gorgeous play by this Taric.
Yeah, Almacon looks really comfortable on this Taric pick, and after getting those 3 early kills, 4 assists in a row. You kind of understand he had to get those kills early, and now just letting his teammates get the kills.
And we're looking at Soaring Eagle. He has 3 kills now. No deaths. Playing a pretty decent game versus the Morg counter pick. Now, would you say Morg is like a hard counter to LeBlanc or more of like an annoyance?
It's supposed to be more of a hard counter, but in this matchup, a lot of the matchup that happened was Jeebus, Creebus, and Soaring Eagle had such good synergy together with that mid jungle. Like, we were talking in Champ Select about the top jungle for Peak High School, about the Jarvan impacting that top lane.
But we didn't see it as much.
But yeah, he kind of just ignored the top lane and said, I'm going to target this mid lane, get Killer the Clown down in this matchup that should be won, and actually
here comes the teleport. They're going to go in behind him, but they might have enough time to run behind. Here comes Morg. Does she land the binding? No, she ultimates immediately, but misses the binding, gets knocked away by the Buster Shot. Kind of. I think that she's just trying to find whatever pressure that she can possibly can, because the rest of Peaked High School is collapsing down on them. Now they're going to be able to turret dive, and everybody's just kind of running around with their heads cut off. Kane kind of is a little bit unfortunate in area, but for now I think that's all that's going to come out of this one. They're in the top lane, so they are using...
They're on an inhibitor turret.
Yeah, they're on an inhibitor turret, and so this is a lot of pressure going... Like, you need to take care of this right now, because if Urgot dies to this, and, okay, Korean Banana is going to die. If Urgot died to that and Korean Banana was able to get out of that alive, they would have lost an inhibitor, because this is what would have happened. The team fight would have happened immediately right after, and there's nothing you can really do. Even if they don't get any kills out of this, which they might, they would have lost an inhibitor, but they don't. So they're really low at their turret, and it's going to go down maybe.
Yeah, they have the Tristana, they have the Demolish proc right here. That turret's surely going to go down.
Gone. So 2 things happening in the game. So Korean Banana being just Korean Banana, pushing up literally to, you know, the Nexus turret, not Nexus turret, but the inner turret for the base. And on the bottom side, they do get some pressure levied onto them on the bot side. So, again, kind of an equal setting. They are within 2,000 gold of each other. That still is a lead, but it's on Peaked High School.
Yeah, one thing I wanted to mention there was, I think Peaked High School might not have noticed that the Rift Arrow pickup didn't go to the jungler. It didn't go to Dr. Waterslide. It went to Korean Banana. So once the plays started in that bot side, he said, hey, I'm going to pop this Rift Arrow in top lane. Managed to push all the way up to the inhibitor turret. And that's a pretty worthwhile trade. It's a lot of gold into the Irelia's pocket. She's up 70 CS in this matchup, is up 4 kills. She's really, really far ahead right now. And even though, you know, the jungle and mid for the team aren't quite up to that same level, this Irelia is going to be able to do so much in the side lane for the team.
And this is exactly what they didn't want. Okay, so he basically
damage.
loses all of his health, and he might die for this one. He's definitely going to die for this one. Goodbye. So LeBlanc is going to find herself in a bad place, and here's the Irelia. Irelia is really intimidating right now. She's going to find this Tristana, or not. Maybe actually gets knocked away. Okay, so now the Sacrificial Lamb. No, they're going to go back in. LeBlanc does not die for this. Okay. So, Kane does go down. Irelia is doing a lot of damage, but here is Kaisa is going to take down maybe this Tristana, but not enough range. But Korean Banana eventually goes down to a turret. A double kill going over in the favor, thankfully, in the favor of Peaked High School. But a lot of blood going down. 2 kills going on to both sides of each team. So that was a lot of action, but eventually a fair trade.
Yeah, just a 2v2 or 2 for 2 at the end of it, but lots of low health bars on both sides at the end of that. And actually, looks like
they're going to set up for Dragon.
Going to go right back for this Dragon. It's spawning in just less than 20 seconds here.
Now, this is really risky because Trist is bleeding right now. She is literally 1 hit away from anything, but they're going to jump in on top of Kaisa. Absolutely gone, but they're going to take out both ADCs, so both ADCs are out for this fight for the Dragon. The teleport comes in from Irelia. This might be bad. Soaring Eagle and the Urgot are going to decide, like, okay, we're going to try to maybe not do this, but that is a lot of full health people, a lot of power on the side of Danny Magnum. Are they going to do it?
I'm curious why most of Peaked High School is like sitting around this Dragon here. When Jeebus Creevis, the smite for the team was all the way up in the top lane. Now,
is he going to go for it?
He might. Does he get the steal? Oh.
He doesn't get the steal, so that is kind of a disaster for Jarvan. And so many low red bars right now, and Irelia essentially gets a triple kill. No, literally gets a triple kill, and essentially Danny Magnum walks out of that fight completely unscathed with the Infernal Drake.
All right, and actually it looks like the Kane this game went for the Rost form. He didn't go for the Shadow Assassin with the recent buffs. Again, this guy went to med school. He has a PhD. He probably knows more than me about the pick.
Wait, oh, he got Waterslide PhD.
Dr. Waterslide.
I was like, how do you know that about this guy? What's going on? So the power play off of that Infernal Drake, they're going to be able to get the inner turret or the mid turret. And dude, this Irelia, that's awful.
Yeah, and honestly, I kind of like the Rost here. There's more of a tanky team coming in from Peaked High School, so you're not going to be able to just straight up assassinate the Urgot or the Jarvan or the Taric. So instead, it goes for the kind of bruisery champion. He goes for the Rost. He's building towards Black Cleaver, probably going to opt for something like a Spirit Visage after that to get the increased healing. And that's going to be a pretty big menace in the team fights. He understood that he didn't get super fed, and is now just going to be there to more frontline for his team instead of just be a complete carry and go for the one shots.
I think he sees that Korean Banana is going to be the carry for this one. Dude, super competent and extremely has a lot of damage on his side right now. He has 8 kills.
Yeah.
He has 8 kills, and when you are peaked high school, can you only get picks when this guy is not around? Because you see what happens when you go 5v5 in a secluded area with Korean Banana. Like, Jest Irelia's kit is built for that. And, okay, wait, can I go in for it?
Yeah, again, Korean Banana knows how to pilot this champion so well. He's just exceeding these team fights, constantly playing it perfectly, going in at the right times, landing the skill shots he needs to, and it's resulting in Danny Magnum winning fights where you'd think that they wouldn't be able to.
Okay, flashes in, drops a Cataclysm onto 2 people, but here goes the Hourglass. The stun doesn't land on anybody, but here comes Irelia. Gets the shutdown on top of Kai'Sa, but Korean Banana is just at full health. He's going to get a double kill. Where is the rest of his team? And they are just melting just at the raw power of Danny Magnum right now.
Korean Banana's ultimate hit 4 people there.
Yeah. And
how do you win a team fight when Korean Banana can play the Aurelia like this?
So they do lose 2 people, but it doesn't matter because Peaked High School does lose 5 people. The pressure is on the side of Danny Magnum, and they're going to be able to just walk up to these turrets whenever they want within the next, 10 seconds and just kind of take what they want. I wouldn't be surprised if they turned around and kind of tried to do Baron.
I think they might fall back, get some vision on the Baron here, but again, Aurelia just got junked out right now.
Yeah.
Kai'Sa's 0 mana. I don't think that they're going to go straight for the Baron now. Probably just clear out a bit of wars in the jungle, set up some vision, back, reset, and go back towards the Baron.
I think that we're hitting the stride here right now. So Danny Magnum, both of these teams have been within 2,000 gold of each other, which means that nobody is getting really the upper hand. But that does mean that Danny Magnum went from 2,000 gold in the deficit to 2,000 gold in the, just having more gold than the other team within, I would say, around 5 minutes.
Oh, this is unexpected.
So this is a super, super fast Baron, and they know it's happening. Here comes the teleport.
Drake. This is going down pretty quick.
Okay, the stun doesn't land on anybody. The lance doesn't land on anybody. The root does land on Jarvan, but I can't exactly see the health. It is around 800. The red team does get it, so that was totally worth it if they could get out of the fight. Kill the Clown does go down. Danny Magnum is in the middle of the entire team. I don't know why Trist... Okay, now I know why Trist ran out of there. They're going to try to run out of this with what they have. Unfortunately, it seemed as though that Aurelia wasn't able to run up there in time to really express her power there. And because of that, Peak High School gets away with 3 people in a Baron.
Yeah, Danny Magnum and Dr. Waterslide did make a mistake there. While Baron was up, they sent both their mid and jungle down towards the bot side. Peak High School recognized that, immediately started the Baron. They have a Mountain Drake. You can't go and play people on the other side of the map without TP when Baron's up and you have a Mountain Drake on your team. And because of that, Peak High School was able to take it down fast enough, pick up that Baron for themselves, and sure, a couple members go down. But overall, that's a great trade for Peak High School.
Unfortunately, Soaring Eagle, actually not unfortunately, this guy is going to probably get out of there.
Oh, good juke back.
Get out of there, dude. No, he's not. He's not going to be able to do it. Unfortunately, they do lose a Baron on him, but that does kind of slow the bleeding. So they are now within, again, 2,000 gold of each other. Peak High School and Danny Magnum, the team, are able to kind of trade blows here. Now, Danny Magnum, because of, I would say, their cohesiveness and, the power of their top laner, they might have just not known that Baron was going down. Especially when like you said, there was 2 people in the bot lane, so they were woefully unprepared for this. I don't think they're going to make that same mistake again because Danny Magnum, the team, is not keen on giving too many concessions to their enemies at this point. So they're going to take the Earth Drake, and well, Peak High School is just not in the shape to do it right now. They are positioning on the side, kind of block him out, but you don't want to be in front of that Aurelia. He has to jump away.
Not.
Yeah.
I think that was a very unexpected Baron take from Peak High School. That's probably why Danny Magnum sent a couple members towards the bot lane. They didn't think that Peak High School would opt for that risky play of the Baron, but
yeah, incredibly brave to do that, and also very decisive.
Yeah, very decisive.
A lot could have went wrong if they just happened to not see those people in bot lane, right? So what that does mean though is that they did lose the fight, even though they had 5 people there.
Here
comes the Urgot, goes in super fast. Okay, so the Aurelia ult doesn't land on top of everybody. She's in the middle of it all. This is not where you want to be. But Aurelia does go down first. Okay, so this is where Peak High School needs to find their stride right now. He does lose Tarek, but where's the rest of the team? Kaiza is trying to duel out this Tristana. Kane gets a double kill. Tristana is still alive, flashes out. She is super safe right now. The teams are at about equal kills. He does get the kill off of Kane. Has to run away from Morg. This is a disaster for Danny Magnum right now. They only lose 3 people. Well, they lose 4 people in a fight where Irelia gets instantly deleted. This is exactly what Peak needed to do.
Yeah, Peak had a perfect team fight. That Tarek ultimate landing onto 5 people. Beautiful Cosmic Radiance from him. And that was right when Korean Banana tried to go in and get his damage off.
Just get the
wasn't able to
resets.
do it.
Yeah,
The rest of the team was invulnerable. He went down before that invulnerability even wore off. And then by that point, the only really consistent damage that was on the side of Danny Magnum was in the Kane. And he almost managed to take down Peanut Butter. But Peanut Butter got the reset just in time and managed to keep himself alive.
I think he uses Flash as well, and the power of Flash is always there. But like you said, that Tarek ult. So Korean Banana, what he likes to do and what that kit is made for is to go into the middle of a team, throw his ult down, which he did almost, and get those resets. With that invulnerability spell down for just a split second, he couldn't do that, and that was enough to turn the tide of that fight.
As well as at the beginning of the fight, you saw the Righteous Glory pop from both the Urgot and the Tarek.
Yeah.
And that was when Korean Banana tried to use his ultimate to delay that engage. So it didn't actually end up on multiple members like you see here at least.
Okay, so we're going to see if they can actually take on this guy. They are just literally running away from him right now. However, I think they might be baiting this because here's the rest of Peak High School. Irelia knows it. They're going to turn around. They're caught between the Tri-Ward. They could have taken that fight right there because the rest of Danny Magnum was fighting. But okay, Morg is in a really bad spot right now.
Damage.
Just so much damage. Lands 3 people stunned. That would have been beautiful in the last fight. However, does go over to Tristana, and this Tristana is now picking up a stride. We have entered essentially the late game. It's 30 minutes. People are getting their items up, and this Tristana, with this red buff and with all these items, with everybody protecting her, could be the saving grace for Peak High School.
Yeah, these item breakpoints are coming in. You see that really early Mercurial Scimitar from the Tristana actually wanting to keep herself safe as much as possible in these team fights, not get stunned up by the Aurelia, not get stunned up by the Leona, and be able to dish out damage constantly. And Kane gets caught.
Oh my god, he gets absolutely, literally chewed up at this point. Kane in a really unfortunate spot, and they're just taking advantage of these death timers right now. Danny Magnum, they're trying to leverage the power of this Irelia, which is coming out right now, but he is able to resurrect. On the other side, Leona does go down. Peak High School is really taking the fight to them, and unfortunately, Korean Banana, or fortunately for him, does get the kill, and he's just going to go for resets right now. But you cannot stand in front of, like, an Urgot like that, but he does get a triple kill. They're really trying to get this turret down. They do get it, but was it worth it? This will be a... I hope they give it to them, but this is essentially a don't take it from a Morg. Okay, it's a pentakill. Pentakill goes over to Korean Banana. That was not worth. So he's going to teleport top. The turret is already a little bit damaged from what he had done earlier in the game. They're going to lose not only the team fight and potentially the game to this, but they're also going to lose an inhibitor to this.
Yeah, they're going to lose the inhib, and now Danny Magnum's going to have the inside track onto this Baron spawning right now. They're going to be able to get down vision and start it before anyone from Peak High School can react.
And the thing for this is that this is perfect timing for Danny Magnum, but Peak High School kind of gave it to them there. So they're going to be able, like you said, to kind of position themselves around Baron. Unfortunately, they're not doing it right now, but I think that they're going to be a little bit more cautious when taking fights and trying to commit so hard and like force a fight in front of that turret.
Yeah, one thing I want to mention in that team fight specifically was that so many cooldowns from Peak High School were used onto specifically, it was Kilo the Clown and Daenerys. So they used most of their cooldowns onto members that weren't Korean Banana. So Korean Banana had nothing to stop him once he started to go into that team fight.
All right, they're going to sneak it this time. They still have the Mountain Drake. Now
they're
none the wiser right now because now they know what's going on. Okay, they're going to focus the Baron. No, they're going to jump on the Kane. They no longer have the smite. They're going to land 2 stuns on top of them, but it doesn't matter. They are kind of caught out right here, and they don't have a jungler. Another Baron's going to go over in the favor of Peak High School. It doesn't matter if the binding does land. The spell shield does get down, but you can't spell shield a Cataclysm. They lose 2 people, and Danny Magnum, after getting a full wipe on Peak High School, is just going to give it back to them.
Yeah, really good job from Peak High School again. Danny Magnum, they didn't have the Irelia there. They didn't have the support from the support in the AD carry. All they had was the Morgana and the Kane in the area.
Oh, this is big. They're going to take an Inferno. They get both neutral objectives. One is extremely valuable, so both teams are now on par with each other. But what does Peak High School have? They have the decisiveness to just go in and do it. Now, to make a note, they did have vision around the Baron so that they could somewhat do it safely. They didn't have it in that the ramp leading directly to the Baron pit. But I am just super impressed by how competent both of these teams are against each other. So, you know, we expected this 17-3 Irelia to completely steamroll this Peak High School team. But they're playing around Irelia, being there when Irelia is not there, and being there when Irelia can't do anything. And, unfortunately, they're not there with their jungler. Waterslide PhD maybe could have done something there, but he's not having a great showing here because whenever he gets caught, it's always because his team isn't right there with him.
Yeah, right there. I loved what Peaked High School did. As soon as Kane showed himself, Soaring Eagle jumped on him as soon as that happened, was able to take him down so there wasn't even a chance for a Smite Steal to happen. And Soaring Eagle has just been playing really impressive this game. He's 10-3-10 on this LeBlanc, picked up the Magi Soul Stealer. He's really confident about his play this game, and he honestly deserves to be. He's playing incredible, finding these picks when he needs to. He's been part of 20 kills, has only died 3 times.
And, like, I would say this LeBlanc is doing exactly what she needs to do, right? So against the force of, you know, an Irelia who, you know, had her time in the mid game, she's just finding picks off of LeBlanc. I don't think she's gotten the ADC quite yet, but whatever she looks at, she can take down basically to half health, and that is enough to get the instant burst out from this Tristana and this this Taric.
Yeah, another big thing to note here is that Irelia, Korean Banana, has not opted to build any MR, so this LeBlanc is going to be doing massive damage to him if she can ever get on top of him.
And I think that, okay, so they got the Baron. They got 2 Barons out of this because of Peak High School's, I would say, risky play, but also decisive.
Yeah,
right.
And I love the play from Peaked High School here. They have the TP advantage on the top side. Urgot's sitting in base. He has TP ready. Irelia is dealing with the top wave. They can just TP the Urgot down and take down this bot lane inhib.
Okay, so they're going to kind of back away from the turret. They know that they don't have the kill pressure or the power right now to do it. They're going to lose this turret right now. Okay, so they are going to go all in for... Did they really need to
They might just go back for the mid inhib too. The mid inhib turret is down already.
Okay, so they're being a little dicey here. Irelia does land. Okay, now he's caught on the other side. He's going to be able to be soloed in there.
Goes in.
Irelia is in the middle of the entire team. So much is happening right now. Jeebus Kribus will eventually go down to this, but he does take somebody with them. 2 kills on the side of Peak High School, and they're going to go back in. Tristana is not going to want to find herself in the middle of this. LeBlanc is going to try to find a kill off it, but the spell shield goes down just close enough to protect his ADC from that. And that, like I said, was a bit of an overconfident step from Peak High School. They knew that the moment they wrapped around the edge of that turret, Danny Magnum pulled the trigger, dropped all of the CC on them, and eventually did get 2 kills. 3 kills.
Yeah, exactly. And this wasn't the same team fight that we saw from Peaked High School earlier where they got that Cosmic Radiance and vulnerability on the 5 people. Here, they only got it on the 2 or 3. And the Urgot went down early, the Jarvan went down early, and because of that, they were just able to pick up a lot of kills in the team fight and get themselves a win.
Okay, so Tristana jumps in literally, you know, just to try to face dive the Irelia. Irelia does have the Guardian Angel, but I don't think he's going to be able to kill this Tristana quick enough.
Oh no.
He is... Oh man, you lose to the Urgot, and that is horrible for Danny Magnum. They give up the lead. Okay, so now they overextended. Urgot gets the double kill now. Here's LeBlanc. Please don't die LeBlanc to the mobs. Okay, auto attacks it. Okay, so 3 kills go over in the favor of Peak High School. Overconfidence versus overconfidence right now. Yes, they do have a down inhibitor, but that is going to be up soon. The death timers are super long right now, and they essentially try to siege down a turret.
Looks like they're going to go for this mid inhib here, but what was so important in that fight that happened was Korean Banana tried to land that flawless duet stun onto Tristana coming out of the GA, just barely missed the timing window. Tristana lived, and Urgot was right there respawning right then.
Yeah, and so that was a risky play. It was like either or, but because how do I say this? Because Irelia was so low, that Urgot being there was the perfect time. So whether or not she lost Tristana or won against her, she still would have been, you know, by default low enough to be executed. And I think that both of these teams, I mean, look at the kills, right? So yeah, Peak High School has 2 Barons. They have 4,000 gold in the lead. but the kills are
Oh, that
equal.
Elder Drake.
And-
Nobody from Danny Magnum's there to react to it.
And there's no vision on this as well, so they literally just can't do it. They have to literally give up this Elder Drake, and that is another huge objective going in the favor of Peak High School.
Yeah, it's a 2-stack Elder Drake, so not massive, but they are going to have this as a Baron spawning.
They're just gonna
There's
walk
no
over.
way Danny Magnum is going to be able to win a team fight against a Elder Drake and Baron up Peak High School. They have to do something now, but what can they do? They have to defend 2 waves of super minions coming in through to their base.
But we can see that a wave of super minions has hit the Nexus turrets up in Peak High School. And so we're going to send back Jarvan. No, they're just going to start to do Baron right now. This is a little dangerous. Urgot is not there, but they're doing it really quickly. They're going to pull off because they know the rest of Danny Magnum is coming.
Actually, Danny Magnum should finish
Yeah,
up this
so
Baron.
they're
They
gonna
should try to pull the
They're
turret
not
on
even
this.
going to let him recover any health. They're doing this so fast, and now they're on the other side of the wall. They're just going to walk away.
No steal.
They're going to give it to them.
Wow, the objective trade coming in. Peak High School I guess not recognizing that Danny Magnum was going to go for that. And Danny Magnum kind of calling the bluff there from Peak High School, saying, hey, you just saw Urgot back. You aren't going to be able to fight us here.
Did they see him back?
They saw him fighting the super minions in the base.
Ah, okay, so, okay. All right, so I think that Peak High School is really good at, like, you know, I would say the surprise plays right here. But because that wave was pushed up in the top lane and because they saw the Urgot there, they get the Baron. And now the gold has equalized a little bit. Both these teams are swinging and firing on both cylinders right now. An exhausting game right now. It's going to breach 40 minutes before anything really happens. Both teams are kind of trying to figure out each other right now.
So right now it's just massive buff versus massive buff. It's Elder Drake versus Baron here. So Danny Magnum is going to have that advantage with the minion waves, but just the pure combat advantage is going to be in favor of Peak High School right now.
And just shows you like how balanced this matchup is right now. So yeah, they have the Elder Drake. The other team has the Baron. They can push with this, but also they have 2 inhibitors down that are pushing in favor of Peak High School. Unfortunately, they didn't get the Baron. And so both of these teams are kind of facing each other down, and I think that the next wipe is going to be the end.
Yeah, when the death timers are this long at 40 minutes almost,
Yeah.
it's likely going to be a single team fight deciding the game. But
Oh my gosh.
still so much damage coming out from both sides. I honestly don't know which way it's going to go in these team fights.
And so Irelia is going to really need to jump onto, I wouldn't say the LeBlanc, I would definitely say the Tristana, but Peak High School has been shown to be really great at protecting this Tristana, and this Tristana is extremely slippery as well, especially with her Guardian Angel, which is about to come up, and this Infernal Drake and the Earth Drake. It's going to be really tough to actually find a kill onto this Tristana.
Yeah, and another thing I want to just point out again is Soaring Eagle on this LeBlanc.
Yeah.
He hasn't died since we pointed out that he had 3 deaths earlier.
Oh, wow.
That was like 20 minutes ago. He's been picking up so many kills across the map. Still has the Medjais, hasn't lost his stacks on it.
Been
And
really
just
close,
navigating these team fights really well. He can pilot this champ incredibly well, and I'm loving to see it on the LeBlanc.
I
Yeah,
think
now
that
they're kind of focused on this bot lane inhib that just respawned right now.
And the super minions in the top lane are still kind of stacking up, but that inhibitor will eventually come back up. And when that comes up, I think that's when they're going to really try to go in for it. There's nothing that Irelia can TP to kind of pull like an insect or anything like that. So they're just going to try to face each other down. Now, we can't discount Korean Banana. Still extremely powerful, extremely potent in these team fights. If they let him go off, if the Taric ultimate doesn't come down exactly when it needs to across the exact amount of people, that will spell the end for Peak High School.
Yeah, and I really want to look at Kilo the Clown when it comes to these team fights, because if he can get the Black Shield on the right person that Soaring Eagle tries to assassinate, that's going to negate a lot of the damage that Peak High School can do towards the team of Danny Magnum, and that actually might give them an avenue to win a team fight.
All right, so they're deciding to go in. They know that the Super Minion wave is. He does get caught. Here is the fight. The ultimate does not land from Leona. Kill the Clown has to pop the Hourglass. Danny Magnum is out of the fight right now. Tristana has to pop her thing, and now Kai'Sa is going off. Okay, this is kind of a disaster for Peak High School. They lose 2 people right off the bat, and now the Super Minion wave.
The game.
Yeah, this might like actually lose in the game because
TP going top lane from Irelia.
Yeah, Irelia is going to TP in with a Super Minion right in the bag, and this is going to be really rough. But I think that a teleport is gonna go back in, dude. This might be the end of the game.
Yeah, looks like the rest of Danny Magnum is going to try to cancel the recalls. LeBlanc should get off the recall. She does. But there are 2 members of Danny Magnum just beating down the doors of the Nexus right now.
All right, we got
They
one
take
red
down
turret.
both Nexus turrets, and they're on the Nexus.
There's no way they can do it. And so after a grueling slugfest, 40 minutes into the game, Danny Magnum finally pulls it out with a super even game, 33 to 32, 72,000 gold to 71.9k gold. An amazing game from both of these teams.
Yeah, such a close game, so much back and forth action, but Danny Magnum takes it in the end, gets the team fight that they need, and managed to get the just Irelia running through the entire course of the team.
And like I said, 30 seconds before that fight, if the Tark ultimate didn't land on the correct person, if they didn't play that fight exactly the way they should, Irelia is just going to run straight through everybody, and that's exactly what happened.
Yeah, and as soon as the invulnerability dropped, Irelia just ran right into the middle of the team fight, jumped on top of everyone, got the AoE damage from the Hydra coming in, and so much damage across all the members, and popped the GAs early, and Irelia's own GA didn't even get popped during that fight.
Yeah, and so congratulations over to, who is it, the Korean Bananas team.
Danny Magnum?
Danny Magnum, oh my god, it's so late. But, like, thank you, everybody, for sticking around with us for, like, that grueling game. It was a great game because I can't honestly say somebody rolled over anybody at any point. These teams fought each other to the very end and were on equal settings until the very last moment. And so I think beautiful game.
So much trading going back and forth, just neutral objectives. They were even on both the Infernal and Mountain Drake, on each having one. They each picked up one of the big neutral objectives. You saw the Elder Drake go to the side of Peaked High School and the Baron going to the side of Danny Magnum. And ultimately, Danny Magnum played the team fights correctly in the end and out-team fought to win themselves the game.
And so I think that Korean Banana now sees the mortality. He's not a god just yet, all right? So, like, if the enemy team plays the right way against them, his Irelia won't be able to pop off the way he wants to. Now, he does win the game for them, essentially having the TP pressure, being able to just take advantage of that super minion wave. But with the right team, this god can be followed. But for now, we're going to take a small break. We'll be right back for your next game, or if it's the end, but we'll have to wait and see. But don't go anywhere, and thank you so much for sticking around with us this late here at Late Night League.
here we are back in Champ Select for the Grand Finals today. We have God Squad versus Asian Imports. Both teams we've already seen pick up some wins today, and lots of bans that we've seen teams pick today. The Hecarim already banned, the Nami already banned. Spiky looking so good on that Nami pick constantly, and that's banned out.
Okay, they do decide to ban it out, and it's Asian Imports. Who is the power pick back in? Okay, it's More Shoes. Okay, why did I even ask that question? More Shoes, the God, versus Golden God, the actual God, Double X. We see the Nautilus.
We get to see who's the God here. I think the guy in the super big tank diver suit, that's got to be up there with the God, right?
Isn't he like somewhat immortal because like his soul is just bound to his suit of armor and he's
Pretty
just
sure,
like
yeah.
walking around for like, oh God, we're talking about lore now. Okay. Oh, okay. It's late. It's Late Night League here at the Esports Arena Santa Ana. We are here at the crack of 10:30, and we're ready to cast these games for you right here.
Yeah,
Two powerhouses versus each other. God Squad.
One more thing I
versus
want to
Imports.
talk about, actually. That Twitch ban come in. Beastlands popped off with that Twitch just a couple games ago. Really smart from Asian Imports to ban that out. Again, look at these teams. They've studied their opponents. They've done their homework.
And
they
they
know
were
exactly
probably
what to ban.
watching. Yeah, they're probably watching what happened with Twitch.
Yeah.
So we do see the Jinx. I don't see a lot of Jinx lately because she's a hyper carry, but she's also extremely, fragile and isn't able to move a lot. I'm surprised they didn't pick an Ezreal into that. Did they pick an Ezreal last time? I think they did.
I believe they did, yeah. Yeah, Kenzito was on the Ezreal last time we saw him.
Huh. Well, they think that Jinx with the Zyra is going to be, their choice for bot lane. So we're going to have to wait and see. I don't see a lot of Varus either.
Vi jungle.
Okay,
Ooh.
so against God Squad, Boomba banned out this Vi, and so they knew, at least Boomba knew that this Vi was one of I think Bin Donjan's power picks, and now they have it, and so now they have Golden God who could basically play anything with this Vi that is going to be able to make so many plays.
Yeah, Vi also received some buffs just about a month ago, I believe. She's in a much better spot now.
Oh, great. Okay.
Oh, Udyr on the other side, too.
You've seen him twice today.
Yeah, not the most common pick, but we get to see it a lot. I like that.
Versus a Vi, though.
Yeah, Vi has much more access. She has the ability to CC from much longer range, and she can't get kited as easily as Udyr. But Udyr kind of has a bit more consistent damage in his kit.
Yeah. And I think that consistency is what they're really looking for right now. They have a Jinx, which is consistent damage if you can protect her. They have a Zyra, which is able to lock down people in front of that Jinx. And the Udyr, I would like to say, more consistent, but I guess I just like Vi so much because her design, her kit is just so good, especially when you have somebody to follow up like a Varus with that long-range arrow and Nautilus right behind her.
Yeah, I love the gank assist that the God Squad's bot lane already has. They have the Varus ultimate, the Chains of Corruption. They have the Nautilus, the dredge line into his passive, as well as the ultimate. That's so much CC that they can lock down with pretty much any member on it. And when the Asian Imports bot lane is a Jinx, already super immobile, that's going to be such a good avenue for Vi to look for ganks.
Okay, what is Kenzito going to pick for himself? Let's take a look. Well, no, he's in the bot lane, so... what is going to be good? Because we don't know if this Nautilus is either jungle, support, or top. Okay.
I know last time we saw Hawaii,
he played.
Yeah,
in the
he was playing the Nautilus, so
Yeah.
I'd imagine it's going to be in that bot lane, but it could be Flex as well. And Yorick actually brought out as the pick.
Oof. Yorick
Such
is
a good split pushing champ.
Yes.
Like we've seen some decent split pushing champs. Saw the Renekton earlier, the Irelia.
Mhm.
Yorick is the god of the split push. He gets that maiden in the top lane with him and can push down multiple turrets in a very short time span.
And I just love his rework. His art is on point.
His rework, fantastic rework as well. Riot's done a pretty good job with the reworks pretty recently.
Okay, so they insta-lock the Jax, and they basically insta-lock the Talia versus, the Yorick, and who is gonna face up against this Talia in the mid lane? Let's take a look. Come on.
Jax has been one of the big counter picks to Yorick. I believe we saw it, even in LCS, TSM picked it against Team Liquid. The Jax got so far ahead against the Yorick, they made sure to camp for the Jax. He got early kills, took down the Yorick, and as soon as Yorick falls behind, he's pretty useless. So that might be what we see in this game here. Zoe.
Okay, so last week, the other team versus Asian Imports made the very poor decision to not ban Zoe. And that Zoe literally one-shot everybody on the team whenever she could. She just literally walked down the lane and just one-shot carries, tanks, supports. It didn't matter. They give one of Morshu's comfort picks right to him.
Yeah, earlier today we saw Morshu's on the Yasuo. Didn't look as comfortable with the pick. Gave over a bit more death than we usually see from him.
Yeah.
But the Zoe, his skill shot accuracy is ridiculous.
And there's just
He's
no...
so good at landing those sleepy trouble bubbles. And once you
Yeah.
get hit by that, there's
It's
not
over.
much you can do. You're dead.
It's over. And, like, Zoe, I mean, Jinx, you talk about Jinx being immobile. Zoe is not, all right? She's able to be anywhere she essentially wants to be. She can attack from any angle, and Morshu's loves those champions, not only who can attack from any angle, but also kill you within one hit. He loves that Vigar. He loves this Zoe. He did okay on that Yasuo, but this time, this will be a terror for God Squad. It's
Yeah,
gonna be
100%.
rough.
God Squad, I saw him swap to the cleanse right as soon as that Zoe was locked in, so he was a bit prepared for it. But once you blow that cleanse, there's so much danger that the Zoe can just pretty much pop you from any angle with that sleepy trouble bubble, and once you get hit, you're dead.
And so I think that we see like a little bit. So on the side of Asian Imports, they are definitely swinging with both fists here. They have not really a front line. They have a Yorick who is like kind of a tank, I guess. Split pusher, maybe.
Yeah, Yorick, not a very strong team fighter, though.
not
That's the big thing.
Yeah. Great split pusher, as you said, but up against a Jax. Now, if Jax can counter this, I mean, League of Legends is a game of counters, but if Jax can counter this Yorick, now you have a hyper carry on the side of God Squad that is just Jax. And everybody knows what Jax is, right? If you get him fed, you lose the game.
Yeah,
almost
pretty
essentially.
much. I really want to see Vi target that top lane, see if she can camp for the Jax, get Yorick behind, because that side lane matchup is going to be huge. You have two really good split pushers. If they're even, it's going to be a really fun game to watch, because both of them are going to take each other down.
It's going to take like 15 minutes again.
Yeah, hopefully this game isn't another 40-minute game, but hopefully it's still very close.
And so we see in speaking of the junglers, we see that Vi, she's good early game, good mid game, kind of good late game because she has that guaranteed engage, which is what you want in the late game. Udyr, kind of the same way, able to run into lane, kind of stun people. So they have both kind of similar jungling playstyles right now, and I think that that's really important for the early game because these teams don't like to go past 25 minutes. Both times these teams played, they either killed it at 21 or 25. They're not late game teams, or they've just never been challenged at that level before. So both of these teams have star players on both sides, but we're going to probably take a look at Morshu's and just kind of watch him kind of walk over people if he gets any kills at all.
Yeah, I think watching these teams play, Asian Imports has been the team that has just straight up out-team fought every single team they've played against. They don't necessarily always smash their lanes or anything. Yeah, you'll typically see Morshu's pick up some solo kills,
Yeah,
get
that's
some
just
good
what he
roams
does.
off and stuff. But it's not like they win through snowballing their lanes. They win through exceptional team fighting. And I really think God Squad has the potential to out-team fight them. They showed earlier that they picked up a win off of incredible team fighting.
Yeah.
And sure, they had a Twitch that game who, once you get fed,
Yeah,
pretty
it's just-
impossible to do anything. But here they have the Varus, still a very good team fighting AD carry. Once he gets that passive proc, or once he gets the passive proc, once he gets kill, so much extra attacks will be coming in, and we'll likely see the lethal tempo as well. So much attacks will be coming in for this Varus. And if he gets a chance to free fire in a team fight, they might just out-team
Yeah,
fight the
they
team
just
fight
might-
gods of Asian Imports.
Now, Asian Imports, they are not really keen on stacking up and standing still in front of it. So I think the reason why he picked Varus, obviously they banned his Twitch out, but because he's kind of similar to Twitch in that his Q can travel through multiple people. He's looking for that straight shot through like 4 or 5 teams, players on the enemy team. And if he's able to set up properly with the help of his team, it'll be kind of a nightmare for Asian Imports. Now, Asian Imports is the top seed in their region. And so we're going to have to wait and see whether or not Morshu's can be a god and beat the God Squad.
Yeah, 100% agree. And again, a pick that we haven't talked about yet is the Zyra for Spiky.
Yeah.
Before, we've only seen Spiky really on the Nami, and he looks exceptional on that pick. Here, a lot different style of pick. He's looking to do a ton of poke damage in lane, win his AD carry lane just by out damaging whatever support he's up against.
I think that last week when I casted Asian Imports, he did play Zyra.
Oh, was it?
I think he did play Zyra. So you can't really ban out these players.
Yeah.
All right. You can't outban Morshu's because if you just don't ban him out, he picks Zoe, and you can't ban out the supports. I think they banned Nami. He's gonna pick Zyra. Now, I would say Zyra, like you said, does more damage, little less utility than Nami, but you got to give and take, and I think that he I mean, we're going to have to wait and see. I think that we're going to have to wait and see for the game that's coming up right now. We're going to get into the game in just a little bit, but as I was saying about the Zyra, I think that she has a little bit more damage, as you said. We're going to have to wait and see. So we're jumping into the game. We're going to tuck in today because it is Late Night League Week 5 here at the Esports Arena Santa Ana with my friend Seal over here, and I am Orion at Orion Casts. That is Seal at Seal Casts. Thank you so much for staying with us later tonight. It is really late right now, and this is the last game of the night. The grand finals for this week, God Squad versus Asian Imports. More Shoes versus the Golden God. Snowflake versus the Wacky Strawberry. We're about to get into it.
Yeah, I'm excited for this game. So much potential to see different players pop off. We have, just on God Squad, the Jax could be that solo carry champion. You could have the Varus as a big team fighter, or maybe even just the Vi taking over the jungle matchup. And on the side of Asian Imports, it could be the Yorick just winning that split push. It could be the Zoe getting extremely fed and managing to get those one-shots against the members of God Squad. Or it could be the Jinx and Zyra winning that bot lane.
Yeah, and so both teams are kind of at a hyper carry stage. And so both teams are glass cannons. Both teams will pop off if they get anything over 3 kills in like 10 minutes. This is a really fragile matchup between both of these teams, because there's not a lot of balance in favor of what happens when they might get behind. Like the last game that we saw, because, who was it? Because Peak High School had a more balanced composition, they were able to weather that Irelia for as long as they did. There is no chance of that here. If the Jax pops off, he will melt everybody. If this Zoe pops off, she's going to one-shot every single person on that team, and that goes for basically every single champion on either team except for maybe Nautilus.
Yeah, Nautilus is probably the only true take in this game here.
And so Varus does get a pretty decent smack. It's like half of his health, but
both these junglers right around the top side, maybe looking to impact this top lane early, but
and they
Vi
want to.
on the scuttle.
Yeah, and so Udyr does not want this Jax to pop off, and Vi wants this Jax to pop off. Udyr wants this Yorick to be able to split push in peace with power, but they're just going to kind of stare each other down. And now look, we're not at the World Championships, so Jax might not be the counter over here for Yorick, and we're going to have to wait and see.
Yeah, with Jax, he has access to pretty much everything he needs to win his lane at that level 3 once he gets the counter-strike, the jump, and
here's Vi.
The auto reset.
Vi
good
flashes
flash.
in. Okay,
Perfect.
misses. Oh, okay.
Good flash
don't
on
say
both
it, don't say
sides.
it, don't say it, don't say it. Okay, so he flashes the sleep bubble and then kind of misses his main spell. That would have been an absolutely crucial gank. Flashes in for it. Well, okay, it's Zoe. Okay, we're going to see Vi going over the wall. No, doesn't go in.
Funds.
Okay. No.
He lands it.
He's gone.
And the ignite. Beautiful played from More Shoes.
Oh,
my God.
Man. Okay, More Shoes timed those summoner spells amazingly, timed when he needed to be in lane amazingly. He stuck right in front of the turret's range so they wouldn't get hit. It was a great play by More Shoes and something that we've come to expect from this mid lane.
Yeah, he forced out the flash on the Vi early and then dodged the charge from Vi when she tried to charge up that Q and land that knock-up, and then picked up the extra flash from Vi using it early and used that to lock down Golden God at the end and managed to pick up the solo kill.
That is not good.
You don't want to see Zoe get a solo kill at 3 minutes in the game.
But it just goes to show that More Shoes has a lot of time on this character or this champion, and also Zoe being Zoe. It's a rough champion, dude. That's a rough champion to go up against with any character.
Yeah.
Somebody
definitely
who
a
is
snowbally
comfortable.
champion.
Yeah. But we see in the rest of the lanes things are relatively in parity. The junglers haven't really, gotten anything quite yet. It's only the mid lane right now, but, that has been the pattern. He does land the vines, and that is still quite a bit of damage.
Yeah, that's
Varus.
that Zyra poke coming down. Varus already really low in that lane. And
okay, so...
Ooh.
Okay.
Almost gets caught by that cage, but good ward hop out.
Would he have been able... Yeah, he wouldn't have been able to ward hop out. I think that he had a ward there already.
No, he actually just placed
the ward. Oh, he just placed it. He just placed it. It's late, man. It's Late Night League, and here comes More Shoes. He's going straight into it. He's going to land the bubble.
Oh, he picked up a ghost off of the minions, too.
Okay, he's just playing with Talia right now. This is kind of a dangerous place for More Shoes to be in. Okay, So Jax, they're both stuck in the wall of flesh. I'm not sure exactly what that is, but he's
Oh.
going to die. No, he won't. He flashes exactly when he should. Golden God just loses
Oh, that's
all
not
of
the
his health.
flash you
One
wanna
more
see.
hit, and it's gone. A perfect gank by Bear King. Stuns him right when he needs to. More shoes lines the his Q up or the paddle board up and threads it between the minions. Expertly played by More Shoes. Another kill within like 2 minutes. Oh, this is going to be rough for God Squad.
Yeah, I honestly thought Golden God was about to get out with that flash, but it ended up being one of those cursed blue side mid laner flashes that we've seen a couple times today.
Okay, double flash. They do secure the kill onto Nautilus. I don't think that was completely necessary, but they do get the kill. Nautilus just gets wrapped up in those vines. Vi does take the dragon, and that is I think that is a air drake? No.
Ocean Drake right
Ocean
there.
Drake.
So
a lot of
good,
things.
healthy laning Drake, and that's actually really good for God Squad's bot lane. It helps them sustain against the Zyra poke. But Zyra just pretty much locked them down to kill for themselves. That was really nice that he managed to land the roots onto the Nautilus and pick up the kill, because Nautilus is a tanky dude. It's not that easy to tank him down. But Jinx and Zyra just continually putting out the damage and getting him killed.
And so the mistake there was that Nautilus did stand in front of, the Zyra essentially. They didn't have that push warded on the right over there. And Zyra committed her flash and her ignite onto that Nautilus. So a lot. They land another one. Okay, they might go in for
Vi's
this, but
here.
here comes Vi. They're going to land the traps right in front of him, but it doesn't matter. He's locked up. He gets knocked up. The heal goes down. I think that this is going to be it for Kenazito. And now they're going to turn their eyes back onto Wacky Strawberry. Wacky Strawberry gets rooted up. There's nothing really he can do, but he's standing in the middle of the team right there. Bin Dodgen is just going to melt right now. Wacky Strawberry is going to get some health back, but on the other side, they see that he has to flash out. He is drowsy, does cleanse it. Golden God is super low. He's not going to survive
the
this.
paddle
The
star.
paddle gets him right next to his Nautilus, and that is going to spell the end for God Squad in that fight. Asian Imports is up 5-1 right now, and this is a total nightmare for God Squad. This Zoe is way too impactful right now for them. He is super fed just as is right now, and he's able to thread these through the needle hits across these people and minions. It is crazy and amazing to watch.
Yeah, seriously, More Shoes pilots Zoe so well. You can tell that he knows his champion in and out, landing those paddle stars, weaving them between the members to hit the correct person and get the kill. But the thing that allowed that to happen was Snowflake used his TP to get back to lane, and Wacky Strawberry still had it. He TP'd immediately down to that fight and was able to pick up kills onto Bin Dodgen, and then allowed Golden God to get taken down.
Oh, here comes the paddle. Oh no, okay, will he actually die for that? No,
It's
he won't.
8 minutes into the game, and he chunked him out to 80% of his health off of one combo.
Oh god, the damage is absolutely fat right now. It's just incredible from More Shoes, but like, it's what you would expect when you let this guy go in with the Zoe. Okay, enough about More Shoes. How do you think God Squad is gonna get this one, man?
Right now, the Jax is actually pretty ahead of the Yorick. Hadn't Yorick not gotten those kills,
He's about to be collapsed on though.
yeah, I think he might be able to get out. Yeah, he has the ward hop.
Okay, he's just gonna run the gamut around them. But
Yeah.
but continue. I'll let you know when they attack each other.
Yeah, so the Jax has been winning this 1v1. He has a CS lead, and again, this has been seen as a pretty good counter pick.
Okay.
So it could be the Jax as the main carry for God Squad.
Okay, this is getting a
Snowflake
little
looks
dangerous.
comfortable.
No, Snowflake is dead,
Yeah.
but that was to be expected. He couldn't
Yeah,
run
really
around.
good gank from Bear King. They kind of wrapped around, forced him to go a way that he couldn't escape. But still, lots of options for Snowflake to kind of, once he hits those item power spikes.
Okay, we see they're going to
Oh.
collapse on Atelia and doesn't land any. Okay, he does land the shock, and okay, that's it for Golden God. Okay, so
That's a lot of damage.
that's a lot of damage. Unfortunately, okay, they had to have seen that because all of bottom lane is warded. So Talia knew that bottom lane was kind of messing around in her jungle, but she decided to walk way too forward in lane and lost her life because of it.
Yeah, actually, the jungle is warded up pretty heavily. There, you see multiple control wards there,
Yeah.
but the river itself is not warded. I think that's how Asian Imports bot lane managed to sneak through, and Golden God managed to get picked up right there.
Huh. You got better eyes than me, friend. Better eyes than me. Wacky Strawberry, chilling out. I think that, Asian Imports is in a really good spot right now. They have 7
Yeah.
kills up. And, more importantly, they have all the kills on the people that they want except for maybe that Zyra.
Yeah, I mean, Zyra's not even the worst support to get kills on too.
Yeah.
She still scales really well. You still want to buy the big magic damage, the
Yeah,
big
she's gonna build
AP
the
items.
Landry's.
So that's not the worst support to get kills onto. It's not like the Tark we saw picking up kills earlier, but it still would be nice to have the kills on the Jinx in this matchup. But yeah, like you said, getting those big kills on the Zoe, Yorick already has
Flashes
the
in.
kills.
Oh.
Oh, nice Hex Flash. Almost gets him the kill, but I always like seeing the Hex Flash come in when we see stuff like the Nautilus or the Blitzcrank. Kind of opens up scenarios that we wouldn't normally see.
Exactly. And, well, Nautilus does miss it, but he still has plenty of chance. And do you think that if they were able to find a perfect fight down here, would they be able to get down Kenazito? Because, okay,
They're trying.
we're going to find it out right now. He drops the Ignite, drops the ult. Varus,
There we go.
There we go. Snipes him across basically the wall. There's nothing you can do with that. Snowflake is in the middle of all these guys, and he's going to try to retreat out of this. But that is a great kill off of Varus. But the Paddle Star with the teleport just completely melts him. Absolutely just incredible from Morshoes. However, in the bottom lane, like I told you, that long range, he wanted Twitch, he couldn't get him, but now he has Varus and he could do exactly the same thing with the skill shot.
Man,
and he is absolutely
Morshoes.
dominating the bottom lane, but Morshoes is just picking apart God Squad, getting 2 kills in the fight, and they are just, it is just an incredible sight to see.
Oh, the Super Mega Death Rocket just barely misses Golden God in the mid lane there. Saw it just on the mini-map, but Marshy's getting a bit overconfident maybe. Flashes to try and pick up the kill on the Golden God, but doesn't quite get it and gets taken down. That's a big bounty going over to the Talia, and that's going to help her get back when she was already extremely far behind. So now she has that avenue back into the game.
All right, here it is. They are in the Dragon Pit right now. Varus is all alone, and they're going to be able to take it, maybe. Okay.
Oh, the flash
Flashes
in,
in,
doesn't get it.
Doesn't get it. Bear King is going to lose his life for this, but Jinx is still on the edge. The ADC is super low, but Kenazito is going to have to run out. Doesn't have really any mobility.
And the seismic shove.
He would have, I think if he committed to that, he might have been able to do it, but Zyra and Zoe are right behind him.
Didn't want to commit too hard to that when Spiky Morshoes could have answered very quickly. And here's the Jax going in. Ooh.
Okay, Wacky Strawberry is finding himself kind of in a bad spot right now. I think he's just going to straight up die. Okay, yeah.
That's that counter matchup I was talking about. The Jax doing so much work in this side lane. Because typically, Yorick out 1v1s almost every champion in the game. The Jax is not one of those champions. Jax can
is the
dodge
1v1.
so much of the damage. I think probably the only champions that I could think of that are better than Jax in 1v1 might be the late game Fiora and Kale. But those haven't been seeing a lot much lately.
We saw him last week. Zyra's going to punch.
Yeah, Kale's gotten nerfed enough, and Fiora actually did receive buffs on the recent patch, but
perfect
I guess
combo.
Not enough to be played here, but yeah, Spiky can't get that aggressive when you don't have your flash up.
Okay, so we see that actually.
Oh, Super Mega Death Rocket right off cooldown.
Okay. Okay. So perfect rocket, by the way.
Yeah, Kenazito, he learned the globals from the first game. He was playing the Ezreal. That was just practice.
That was just
Since
practice.
Then, hitting every single global when he needs to.
Wait, are we gonna see him? Okay, here's Bear King, Snowflake.
He has
gets
the
slowed.
He has the ward.
Okay, does good. Oh.
Beautiful counter strike.
Yeah, beautiful counter strike. But are we gonna see Kenazito miss every rocket after this one? Like, is it gonna be? Is it gonna be a mirror?
It. I'm sorry.
Oh.
I hope I didn't.
Dude, those paddle stars are just so scary, man.
Yeah, the Zoe when Morshoes is on it is just, it's something else.
Okay.
Oh, he even dodged out on seismic shove with the portal jump right there.
But okay, so he is.
Oh,
He's dead, and he way overextended with that. He was basically trying to duel the Zoe right in front of the turret with no wards on either side. Kind of a rough spot to be in. This Nautilus is also in a rough spot. Gets rooted, and
yeah, that's just way too much CC.
Yeah.
You can't survive when you have this guy in a bear suit slapping you, and then Zyra just
he's
following
Bear
up
King.
with the roots.
He's Bear King.
He is Bear King.
He's Bear King.
Bear King in the bear suit right there.
Furries. Okay. I'm kidding. We accept all people out here. I can't say that on air. But in either case, this Vi has, I would say, been a pretty impactful pick so far. I think that anytime she's there, it's kind of scary.
Yeah, definitely.
But Bear King, I would say having a little bit more impact. Always being there when he needs to stun. Unfortunately, you can't really protect a Yorick from a Jax when you have Counter-Strike up.
Yeah, so one thing I want to talk about is the gold lead is about 2k in favor of Asian imports, but God Squad does have the 2 elemental drakes on their side. They have the Ocean and the Infernal Drake, so that extra stats actually make up for that gold difference. So
especially that Infernal.
Yeah, it's relatively even parity right here.
Oh, you used my word. Parity. Thank you.
It's a favorite of mine too. I'm glad you use it as well.
Wait, maybe that's how I started using it. I like watched you. I guess we're fans of each other now. Oh.
There we go.
So so we're not really seeing a lot right now. Okay, the Jax is gonna go straight in. He's gonna be stopped by the wall.
Oh, that's good
stopped
damage.
is maybe relative. Oh, good God. Maybe if he stayed a little bit longer, he could have actually killed him.
Yeah, the Maiden of the Mist just spawned at the end there. That actually would have been enough damage for York to potentially get the kill in the 1v1.
Huh. Well, Snowflake has been shown a flash of mortality.
Yeah,
gonna
actually, never mind. It might have been the better move to not go for that. Snowflake has picked up the Triforce now, and York not yet finishing that means that it might end up being a bit better for Wacky Strawberry to not go in too much on it.
All right, Varus does miss his ult. They were really planning on finding a kill off of that. I just love this Varus pick. It complements his Twitch play style so well, and it just shows you that, like, while he might not necessarily be extremely flexible as an ADC, he knows how to pick things laterally. Okay,
Yeah.
so Varus does get stuck. Does get a little bit, nothing too much, but man, that poke damage. Okay, he's drowsy.
He
He has
doesn't
to
have
flash out.
defense.
Okay, they're gonna go in. York traps him. Golden God is absolutely gone. Hawaii Gaming is gonna try to find his way out of here. Beastland is gonna be right behind him. Now the rest of Asian Imports is gonna try to hunt them down. They have a Zoe. They have everything that they need to right now, and Hawaii Gaming is not gonna find a lot of luck surviving. And well, actually he will. He'll survive.
Yeah,
Totally.
Ends up living
Completely.
right there, but again, the Zoe, you have to be really careful if you're God Squad right here.
Oh,
She has
don't
so
stand
many
there, Beast.
walls here where she could land those sleepy trouble bubbles just like that, and the chain CC.
Okay, that's the end
Jax
for
is
him.
going down.
Kenny Zito does take the kill, and doesn't matter if this Jinx is stationary because she's going to take everybody out anyways, and this is just people falling left and right on the side of God Squad. On top of that, they're going to get a blue turret.
And now Infernal Drake is up. They're going to pick that up
Dude,
too.
the
So
timing
much
on
for
this,
Asian Imports.
the timing on this is awesome right now, and I think that Wacky Strawberry is,
Hawaiian
yeah.
Gaming doesn't have flash. He's going down.
Dude, that wall from York, awesome. Awesome, awesome.
Yeah, 100%
Don't
agree.
look over there. Have you watched Endgame yet?
Yes, I have.
Okay, there you go.
Someone trying to
Yeah.
spoil it in the chat.
Why you guys gotta do that? Why you gotta chat?
They gotta try to ruin the fun
Chat.
for everyone.
Please, chat. This is late night league. This is late night league. Please, be civil. But More
Yeah.
Shoes is not being civil right now. He has 4 kills, 7 assists, making an impact in every team fight he goes into right now. And we saw that Snowflake on the other side in God Squad was able to basically dominate this York. But you said that maybe York is not the best team fighter, but in this situation where he's able to hold people down with and like have people like have a Jinx hit them and have a Zoe essentially launch a Paddle Star across them, I think he's the perfect pick for this team comp. Now that I see it.
He's actually working really well with the team. Usually when York kind of fails in team fights is when multiple people jump on him at one time.
Yeah.
But because Asian Imports have so many people going in, you have the Udyr on top of them, everyone has to be worried about the Zoe. Her skill shots coming, the Paddle Star, the Sleepy Trouble Bubble. They have to be worried about that, so York gets to kind of free hit. He doesn't get taken down immediately, and he can actually excel in these team
And he can
fights.
sustain, and his minions can just go around and just eat people up.
Yeah.
And so things are working out pretty well for Asian Imports. We're going to see if they can take it all the way to the top. God Squad is kind of, I'm not going to say they're in the hole just yet, but they are within 6,000 gold in the deficit. The kills are definitely on the side of Asian Imports. How are they going to get out of this one, man?
Yeah, for God Squad, earlier I was saying that the Jax was going to be a potential answer for them to win this game.
And he
York
was.
picked up so many kills in
Yeah.
the team fights and stuff that now Jax doesn't have that lane or the side lane lead anymore.
Oh.
And the Zoe already super far ahead means that they're not going to be able to do anything there. I think the Vi has been a pretty good pick for God Squad.
Right,
though.
so the fights are super split right now. Snowflake is in the middle of the team. Hawaii Gaming is trying his best. He will get the kill. The shutdown does go over to Nautilus. Jax is just doing so much damage right now, but More Shoes comes in, snipes the support right off. The Sleepy Trouble lands on Vi. The damage from the burn is going to, not wake him up at all. Spiky is going to try to find a kill. Golden God is gone. And that will be the fight going over to Asian Imports.
Yeah, 4 for 1. Man, Asian Imports, I thought that was going to go poorly for them. The York got taken down really early, but such a good response from Asian Imports. More Shoes landing all the skill shots he needs to. Bear King staying alive, Spiky staying alive.
Kenzito standing in the back and doing what, an immobile ADC glass cannon should do and just picking off people. This is pretty good.
Yeah. Plus, he landed.
Oh, he's gone.
More Shoes goes down though.
Wait, he
The turret shot.
Yeah, the
he took
turret
turret aggro.
But unfortunately, they do lose their ADC. They might be able to get some damage on this turret, and this is a Jinx. So
Yeah, Jinx takes this
yeah,
down
dude.
ridiculously fast. Vi's up on the top side. She's not going to be able to react.
Okay, lands it. Okay, will he throw an ult? No, he doesn't have an ult.
It doesn't have it up yet.
Doesn't have an ult. Dude, that Zyra, they are looking for that Zyra, man. They are. Oh, this is the biggest bait I've ever seen. Okay, will he land it? He does get the Udyr, but here comes Jinx. Udyr might die for this. One more hit. No, he's completely
Talia's
dead.
standing on that worked ground. She's not going to be able to get out the damage. She needs to pick up the kills. So unlucky.
The baits are massive right now, dude.
Seriously.
And so they were almost able to get the kill off that, but as you said, the mechanics of Talia, standing on that worked ground, unable to get the damage out. But that would have equaled the trade anyways.
Yeah, and this is an 8K gold lead to the side of Asian Imports. They've just run away completely with this game, winning these team fights, and like I said, out-team fighting the other team. They've shown that their pure mechanics are winning them these team fights. More shoes, landing every single sleepy trouble bubble he throws out, landing those paddle starts, weaving them through the members, and picking out the kills he needs to. And so much damage coming from all the members of Asian Imports.
And so do they just need to delete Zoe like at the start of the fight, like find a way to take more shoes out of the fight in order to win these?
I think if they can use the Varus ultimate or the Nautilus to lock down the Zoe, that could be an avenue for them.
Wait,
to win the team
they're
fight,
on Baron right now, and they're distracting.
The Vi is up there though. She might go for the miracle still.
Oh no, it's
that's
not
not a miracle still.
No, he's
that's
asleep.
a dead Vi. That's a dead Vi.
He's asleep. Oh, he doesn't even. Okay, the vines don't even reach him.
Yeah, that's. You hate to see it.
Okay, that's rough. So Golden God is gonna try to face
good
up
damage.
against. Oh, he misses. Dang. Okay, so they're slowly doing this Baron, and they don't get it. Snowflake is gonna jump in on top of Wacky Strawberry. Here comes the depth charge, knocks him up, but he's not. Oh my God, he has to flash away from this mob. He does get locked in, but will he be able to take him out? Wacky Strawberry takes him out. Okay, so now Nautilus is not exactly in a great place right now. He does get slowed, but Jax was not in the right place, dude. So he thought that he can take him out before that Q landed. It did not happen, and so Yorick wins the fight. And look, now that Jax isn't there, he can split push.
Yeah.
He can do his thing. This might equalize it. Well, I mean, okay, he's still on the side of Asian Imports with the Zoe that's mega fed. But now he can play the game that he wants to play.
Yeah, seriously, Wacky Strawberry just barely gained that Q. Snowflake didn't have the Counter-Strike backup available yet, so he ended up going down to that and kind of just, I guess, got a bit over-aggressive, overconfident, thinking that he could take that.
Is that another Ocean Drake?
That's a Cloud Drake.
That's a Cloud Drake, okay. Please explain to me what the Cloud Drake does.
So Cloud Drake gives you movement speed. When it's out of combat, it's much higher movement speed, but it also does give you in-combat movement speed. They added that more recently because before people just
didn't do the Cloud Drake.
People hated the Cloud Drake. People just ignored it if it was on the map. But now, since it gives in-combat move speed, and especially with a pick like Udyr, that combat movement speed is helping you out so much more than pretty much it does with any other champion.
Okay, he gets soloed by the support, dude.
That Knight's gonna kill him.
That's rough.
Unlucky.
Oh, that is awful. And the thing is that he tried to dodge the paddle star, predicting that he would dodge it. But okay, so More Shoes aimed the paddle star at where he thought he would be standing like 5 seconds later. It was a 3,000 IQ play. Awful big brain by More Shoes.
Yeah, More Shoes definitely has that 300 IQ big brain here. And we're seeing that with the skill shots, with those plays. But one thing I wanted to point out, again, Asian Imports have bounties on 4 of their members right now. They are just winning across the map, every single lane. I mean, they have the even skill across up the board. They're all down at 2 deaths. 2 deaths across the board even. They're playing together as a team even in their death column.
Okay, so has to flash
The
out
flash.
of there. Okay, no, Jax is gone.
Great flash.
Yeah, Jax is gone. Hawaii Games is gonna get stunned right here.
Good.
He's not gonna be able to survive. Now this Jinx, now that there's 2 people down, there's 3 people down across all of God Squad.
They're hitting down each inhibitor right now.
This is turning out to be kind of a rough play. This is still the grand finals, but Asian Imports found their way up from the losers bracket. And I think that they're going to be able to kind of take this one out. They're just finding wins all across the board. There's 4 people dead on God Squad, and
everyone's dead.
Yeah, it's 3 inhibitors. That's going to be it.
Yeah, that's going to be game.
And so it was kind of an unbalanced fight. Zoe got that early kill in the first moments of the game, or not first moments, but first No, actually, first moments of the game, and kind of took it away from there. Now, I will say that this time around, Morshoes, did his thing, but the rest of his team showed up as well. The Yorick, while he was being kind of bullied by the Jacks, showed up in a lot of team fights and trapped people enough for Morshoes to take him out. And the Jinx was just there to just chill out and make sure that things didn't get too crazy when Morshoes went down the few times that he did.
Yeah, seriously, the team cohesion was there for Asian Imports. They played as 5. The Udyr doing so much, keeping the Vi from being able to really take away.
I was expecting
run
more of the
away with
Vi.
game. Yeah, I was too. Vi typically seen as that more early game jungle style pick, but Udyr did such a good job this game of kind of shutting that down. And of course, the Zoe landing the skill shots, making sure that Vi couldn't impact the early game as much as she could have.
Not a lot of flashy stuff coming out of Morshoes. It's kind of standard fare. When you let him play Zoe, this is kind of what happens. But then again, like we've said over and over, you can't really ban Morshoes out. So what are you going to do? You got to outplay him. You got to try to outplay him. But, sometimes he's going to come out ahead, especially with a team like his that comes and backs him up and kind of covers all his ins and outs. Asian Imports is a tough team to play against.
Oh, yeah, 100%. Asian Imports showing why they're at the top of that central region. And just beautiful game coming in from them.
And so for that, Asian Imports wins the grand finals on that round, but that's going to be all there is to have for us here at Late Night League at Santa Ana. My name is Orion.
Seal.
Seal, thank you so much for staying up with us super late. I think it's like 11 o'clock, just barely after 11 o'clock. Thank you so much for staying out here with us tonight. We'll see you here around the same time, 7 o'clock next week. I won't be casting then. I'm not sure if Seal will be either.
I will be back next week.
He will be back next week, so if you guys wanted me, then skip that one. But for now, we're going to send it off to you guys. Thank you so much for sticking around, and you guys have a good night. We'll see you here next week. Even though it was super cool that Jin did get that kill, it basically put a stop to this dragon pressure. Now here it comes. Warwick.
Oh my gosh, Piercing Osprey absolutely able to secure the kill with the tidal wave, and the Drake is stolen by the Velcon. Here comes balls deep. Everything is falling apart for Boopa. Betsnet is trying to slow him down. Follow is going to try and zone. Good ult from Rion. Now they're looking for the Baron, who's going to get the smite. Shockwave catches 3. Here comes the damage to Janae. Going to get 1 kill. Chad Juggle back in the pit. He wants to take down the Baron. He gets the smite. And that is Baron for Fruitling. A lot of damage. The axe hits 3. That's...
They can try to take this Baron, but for both teams, it would be really dangerous to do one-shots to Kayla.
Here's going to turn it around. Here's the tidal wave as well. Catches 2. Morshoes flashes away. They're going to turn around the shutdown for Morshoes as he looks for more. The Pedal Star will not land as Wacky Shop is here. Ultimate on the Heimer Dinger. He is not going to serve. For the ult, looking for the Quadra. Qatar so low. One more. That is the Quadra. He tries to jump. Did he get the pentakill?